Dalos, कैसे हो Dalos? What is up? What is up? How is everybody doing? कैसे हो? क्या चल रहा है लाइफ में? सोया नहीं, मैं सोया 11 बजे, 11:15 टू बी प्रिसाइज, और उठा 12:45 को. दैट्स गुड स्लीप, दैट्स गुड स्लीप. 1.5 आवर मजा आ गया मेरे को, हैवी मजा आया. अगर पिंकी मेरे को नहीं जगाती थी ना, सीधा ईएमई में मिलता था. मैं ईएमई में आज कौन जीतेगा भाई? देखो, सिंपल बात है, डीआरएक्स जीता. मैं 10 घंटा सोया. कोई हाइट दो इसको यार. कैसे बे? कैसे 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 कैसे? Tuning in at 3 AM just for watch party. Love you प्रणव भाई. भाई मैं गलत पुश किया बे अपने आप को, पता है, स्ट्रीम करने के लिए, क्योंकि लास्ट 2 ही स्ट्रीम्स है, एक अभी और एक 10:30 बजे, एंड देन सीधा 20 तारीख को. तो मैं बोला करके खत्म कर देते हैं, क्योंकि ये मेरे को इतना ज्यादा मन नहीं था. मेरे हिसाब से DRX 3-0 जीतने वाला है, वो भी 13-1 13-2 ऐसा कुछ. तो मैं बोला यार जाने दो. बाद में बोला नहीं, इतना किया है तो देख लेते हैं कैसे जीतता है. जीतने तो वाला है भाई, देखो 3-0, सिंपल बात है. जी का ग्रुप देखा नहीं, मेरा इंटरनेट बंद हो गया जब देख रहा था.
And it's been 960 days since DRX has been in the top seed of the grand finals, where they fell to Paper X. It's been a year since DRX was back in the grand finals, where they then fell to Gen G. Once known as the kings of Korean valorant, DRX is once more this close to getting their first Pacific trophy. Meanwhile, in the opponent's corner, this well-recognized org, for the first time ever, have qualified for a grand finals in any VCT event. T1 now has some of the old DRX core. They have Buzz and Stacks, and they picked up the Gen G trophy winning player, Meteor, to join Izu and Carpe. So, a lot of investment has gone into creating this squad, and perhaps a worthy one considering we're back on the grand final stage today. This is VCT Pacific.
I could not be more excited. And this guy is going to come out, try and cement his legacy today as a rookie duelist who can really do it all, take his team the distance. He's had a fantastic tournament, but there's still one last step, one more thing to prove, to put himself at the top of that food chain.
He needs to perform in this grand final. This man as well, also doing extremely well for DRX so far, has played that more supportive role in the team. And I gotta say, I've got my eye on him in this first map in particular. The last time this man played Abyss, he dropped 20-30 kills and really pulled DRX across the line. So this could be a big opening map from Bane.
Yeah, we see Bane a lot talked about as the vibes guy.
Korean
right? He's the cement, he's the glue that holds them all together. So we have a lot to expect from him, and especially in grand finals, vibes are more important than ever.
Looking forward to seeing if he can pick themselves up a grand final.
This is how much of a vet he is. He just touched the trophy.
Oh.
You guys know about the trophy touching.
That's superstitious. I would not be touching a trophy. What are you doing, man?
He's so casual about it. He's been here so many times. He doesn't care anymore.
Oh, that's brave.
Yeah.
I certainly respect it. Now walking out, we have flashback Flashback has had some doubts.
गाली देना मेरे मन में बहुत दिया, 4 दिया मैंने अलग अलग.
Quiet than we've seen from him in the past, but now is
एक
his
तो
chance
मराठी
to
में भी
light up
निकला.
the stage once again. He's been a rock solid piece for DRX, and he still has plenty of gas in the tank, plenty left to prove.
Yeah, he was great in the off season, and in some of the clutch moments, he's come through for DRX when they most needed him. But this is the man that everyone fears at the moment. He's abusing the new meta on the Teo. He's been really dominant, and he is definitely performing in this grand final. You know, it was interesting to see. He finally had his first off game of the tournament in the qualifying match for DRX in that upper bracket final, but every single other match this man has been dominating.
We've spoke so much about freeing the truest Teo enjoyer in VCT. I think he's stepped up massively. He's been a key reason why DRX are all the way through into this final, and more to do. Now, T1.
T1, they were going through that upper bracket, getting knocked down by this very team on the stage with them, DRX. And they have been one of the favorites to win it for a lot of people at home, a lot of the talents talking about this team, but there are a couple hurdles along the way. Isu is looking pretty confident though.
Yeah, look at him shushing DRX there. Mr. Yoga himself, incredibly flexible. There's nothing he can't do. He wants to step up and lead his team to a victory.
कौन सा ग्रुप?
उधर आपका नाम बार-बार लिखा जा रहा है.
WhatsApp पे?
International experience as well. One of the best duelists.
He touches it as well.
He's really feeling himself, and although he had a lackluster game yesterday, far from what normally happens, this man always performs, and I know in this grand final he's going to be beating his old org.
Oh yeah, it's revenge time for Buzz, and I think he wants to prove himself again. Another man who wants to prove himself. Stacks, obviously former DRX legend, IGLing against his old club here.
Hello Binks bhai, hello. Phase 1 draw dekha mat karo aisa mere saath.
19 when he went to his first international event. He's aged now, slightly older, but still plenty of fire beneath him.
He has so much experience under his belt. Together with Buzz, I think alone this squad has actually more experience than DRX in totality. Carpe is another one of those players, a lot of experience.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's an Overwatch legend.
Even
and he's continuing to place in grand finals over here in Valorant. It was extremely questionable for me when T1 was bringing him into this roster at the last minute. But he has really performed quite well, particularly in the game yesterday against Gen G. Really, honestly, when Buzz went missing, Carpe was really key in some of the rounds to bring that series across the line and finally stop Gen G's comeback.
Now this man, I think, is absolutely key to a T1 win today. He's been, flexing around. We see him on the Sentinel, then we see him on this secondary duelist. For me, he's the jewel in the crown of this T1 team. I feel like if there's going to be one person steps up, leads to a victory today, upset DRX, it's going to be Meteor.
Yes, I can absolutely see why that was a really solid pickup for the side of T1, picking up Meteor from Gen G there. This match, now, again, on paper, it looks very much in the favor for DRX, but we know Autumn has been around with these teams for a while. He knows how they think as well, and surely he has Abyss prepared, which will be the very first map of today.
Valorant is not an exact science. It's hard to measure, it's inquantifiable, it's intangible. It's energy, it's life. That's what I firmly believe in. DRX have fantastic structure, fantastic coaching, fantastic strats, but in my mind, that's the whole reason I predicted T1 today, is they have something to prove, and I think that matters.
Yeah, the motivation to win a tournament like this for players that have, in some cases, been champions before, in some cases had a tough time winning Pacific despite being very good.
In contrast to what Big Time is saying here, I know you are a data-driven guy. You are more of the old-school approach to tact FPS. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling very safe for DRX. I predicted them for a reason. They've got the veto advantage. T1 has had to show absolutely everything, and really, it is about the vibes and the magic for them. They need big individual performances, but realistically, DRX, this Teo style in particular, I really think that, honestly, they don't even need to play super well to win sometimes. Their execution is just that good.
Have you heard the phrase, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth? That's what T1 need to do in this map 1.
Yeah, well, we look at the agent select here.
Breach
T1
Euro,
did play
Tova.
this exact comp in
T1
the
का comp
off-season
अच्छा है.
up against C9, and they have not swapped off it since. They have not had to show a bisc yet at this tournament. I'm keen to see what they have prepared
DRX का
here.
भी comp
The
अच्छा
Yoru
है
and the
वैसे.
Breach is going to make for a really explosive
हो.
attacking side to start things off.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see some changes because this didn't look too solid for them in the off-season, but they must be choosing this comp for a reason. They
लेकिन I
must
think
believe they
Sova
can
के
turn
साथ
it
Breach
around.
ज़्यादा अच्छा
Over
है
on DRX, we're seeing freeing on his signature Teo. I hope he stays on that forever, to be honest. And very simplified, basic comp, just swapping in that Teo. We've seen DRX on this map, and it's been quite comfortable.
Starting defense, I've really got eyes on Flashback and Marco anchoring the A and the B
Flashback,
side. Marco was
DRX
fantastic.
जीतता
Flashback
बे.
that sometimes
इस prediction
gives
क्या
a
है
little
वैसे?
bit hit or miss
DRX
in some
3-0.
of these anchoring
पक्की बात
positions.
है?
So
पक्की
I
बात.
want to see how
100%.
they do
101.
against T1's explosive attacking side.
Well, the audience is completely filled in this stadium to see either one of these teams
15 मिनट में
carry
खत्म
their
हो जाएगा
very
लग रहा है.
first VCT Pacific trophy. And to bring us through the Pacific Kickoff Grand Finals, it's none other than Achilleos and Paperthin.
Who wins but Dil मांगे.
Thank you very
Excuse
much.
me.
I mean, Achilleos and
The gatekeeper.
Yeah, the
Cross
gatekeeper
देखो
is what he's going
यार.
by here today. But you're out of the elevator. You're up here on the 16th floor with me, elevated above everybody else.
I let Stacks through this time.
Yeah.
You know what? I kind of started to feel a bit bad for the guy, and I thought, as the guy, who lets people in and out of Masters, I guess, from Pacific, sure, Stacks. This time I'll let it go.
Can only hold him back so many times in a row. But
He's stronger than he looks.
That he is. But now he has made it. Both of these teams we will be seeing in Masters Bangkok, but it's a question of in what order. The old kings have gone. We don't know where they went, but they are not rising to the throne. The throne is open, and it's there for the taking. Will it be DRX reascending, or will it be T1 donning the crown for the first time in Valorant history? They have not done themselves in the
आवाज
grand
कमा रहा है,
final.
शर्म आ रही है
Fell shy
ज़्यादा.
in the inaugural
कि वो
year
भी
of
कमा रही
Pacific,
है.
got up into that last matchup versus DRX, fell to the wayside. They have a chance here, a very real chance, with some of these former DRX players of taking that first place position for themselves.
Well, it's such an interesting battle in a lot of different ways, right? I mean, the
Have
old
fun, bye.
kings in DRX, right? Looking to reclaim that throne. Meanwhile, T1 puts a roster together that's trying to stage a coup here to be the new champions, the new kings of Korea, of Pacific. And you've got players from the old squad, right, on T1. So this is going to be really curious. This Abyss in particular, haven't seen it from T1 since
DRX
the
on top
off-season.
पे, उधर भी
So
DRX की
what have
play,
they been
इधर भी
workshopping?
DRX
What have
की
they
play.
been able to cook up? When I watched this map during the offseason, when they played C9
ऐसा लग
in
रहा
the
है
Red
दो
Bull
टीम
Home
बनाई
Grounds
DRX ने.
Championship, I was somewhat impressed at times. At other times, I think you're seeing some of the issues that we've seen throughout this stage, where there's a little bit of lack of
जंप के लिए space bar
coordination,
के नहीं use
there's a
करते,
little
scroll
bit
easy है ना,
of
जल्दी कर सकते हैं.
predictability, but they set up some cool trap plays, particularly around Meteor. Really keep your eyes on some of those trips and things that he's going to be doing. On the side of DRX, it's all about mid-control. They have been one of the best teams on this map. So going back to last year, they had a great read on this initially. It's a lot onto Bane and Flashback, not just to be anchors, not to just kind of do their job in that role, but to make sure that mid is under control in terms of the information game.
Oh, here comes the self-drone. Fault line gonna get connection onto Hyunmin. Sets up the Cloudburst, but Buzz already TPing forward is able to go ahead and find the first blood. Recon getting a little bit of a scan here. Spring tries to stay tucked away. Buzz out for blood, but gonna be able to find any more. Spring
Buzz
goes
dead तो
back,
है.
back. So both teams without their duelists. The plant getting ready to come through. Carpate filling some space, pushing forward, but freeing a quick peek out of the nebula. Able to find that headshot, takes him down, finds himself a third, a fourth. This Meteor now suddenly the last one standing, and freeing will get an ace to kick off the grand final. Welcome to the stage, T1. This is what you're in for.
The man is Teho personified.
He's him.
And he gets it done with the ghost here. Just walks in and starts knocking players down. Unbelievable.
Create a
thought
team
T1
and
looks
take
like they have
player
a pretty
from
sharp
any
execute.
team, any region
Buzz
that
getting
are
the opening
unbeatable.
kill.
तू
They got
पैसा
the
दे रहा है?
aftershock to try to set him up for a second. A good stun onto Hyunmin as well. So Stacks, I think, using his utility pretty nicely on the breach. Obviously, you would kind of expect that. It is his, I would say, signature agent throughout the years, but that is just disgusting.
एक जगह से
And
ace
just-
मारा उसने.
There he goes. Now he's letting him know. I mean, this is another thing about this DRX team. Obviously, you've got fire.
कोई बोल रहा था
Obviously, you've
T1.
got skill, but they have emotion now. They are so loud. Even Mako gets involved.
And seeing that energy really get ramped up throughout the days, but
ट्रॉफी के लिए
5-0
हो रहा है
start
ये
for free.
गेम और
It's going to be a big pain
seeding
point
के
here
लिए हो
for
रहा है.
T1, you would suspect, given that Armageddon is just 2 charges away. Quick little jump peek on the gate crash,
उसका बॉडी फुल है यार.
identifying the position there of
सब कुछ full
Hyunmin,
audio.
seeing the outlaw in hand.
definitely going to be looking towards
पहला
Meteor,
round warm
see
up
if he can
चल
do
रहा
any
है.
damage.
And then considering the push-up, it looks like
शर्म.
call is made to not over-aggress, to play this out a little
भाई
bit
तुम
more
लोग को नहीं
patiently.
मालूम बे DRX है.
Similarly, though, quickly building up towards his own ultimate.
शीशा क्या decide किया?
Seeing just how impactful these dimensional drifts have been across multiple regions.
इधर तो गया लग.
Stealth drone gets the spot out. Stars being placed. That's going to be immediately the intro coming through, but Flashback is at the ready. Says, yeah, you tried using this one last round. It got you a kill, but this time you've fallen right into my trap. Gatecrash shut down as Freeing trying to hold the line. Is going to be good for another kill. Flashback, however, on for 3. Now, of course, go ahead and close it out. DRX. A very clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, this is concerning for T1, not just because you're losing these rounds, but
Cheating
because
मतलब कौन किसके
you are
against
stacking
खेलेगा रोज
ults
सब.
on a couple important players. Freeing's already got the Armageddon. You're a couple away from the neural theft for Flashback. So the ult cycle could really come into play as this half wears on, that DRX is able to continuously find these moments where they're able to get value in rounds, kind of take rounds away from T1. I'm pretty curious to see if T1's going to keep aggressing towards B, keep trying to punish that space, and already a shift here from DRX moving, and this is what I was talking about, trying to punish Flashback, moving him over to the A site, trying to really stack up. You know, with 2 rounds at B, you have to kind of assume that T1's at least going to make some kind of attempt towards A. Very close to that dimensional drift for Buzz. Bane try to get a little bit of info clear of the tower with the
Force
aftershock.
back there.
That's a real one.
Checks it,
It's not Durka.
just in case.
You gotta now you gotta check it. Now it's in everybody's heads.
True. But if that kind of change-up, that might be necessary for T1, something that unexpected. Given the previous read on the Gatecrash from Buzz. We'll see though as they now get ready to attack in onto the A site. Up the rope to go. Buzz hits the floor. Bane holding things down. Mako swinging out from backside. Able to find the headshot. Easy going to be eliminated. Meteor is going to be good for 1, but that's about it.
ने क्या अल्ट मारा बे उनको घुसने पड़ा बे.
Spike stranded here within the site. Given the investments, the hold onto the hold for the rifle is going to be called, so we'll just go ahead and rotate out for safety somewhere on this map.
Yeah, it's just great understanding here from DRX. They put their positioning really nicely in terms of letting T1 feel like they've created enough space where they can get in, get the plant down, but you shut Buzz down on that rope. That doesn't give you the opportunity to create an extra flank angle. And then you're able to just knock players down with some good sniping from the back of A after the smokes dissipate. And you're able to do a nice job there. Use the Armageddon to make sure that any of the reinforcements trying to arrive from A main aren't able to really do any damage.
T1
That's
FTW.
great stuff for DRX. And they've been just so good on this map. On the side of T1, man, they need to work the map a little bit more. This is something that has concerned me with this team throughout this stage, is they can get a little bit predictable. They can get a little bit execute heavy, and I think that's obviously partly stacks of style, going all the way back to the Vision Strikers days and things like that, but also just maybe still trying to find some comfort, you know, some comfortableness with this team. Comfort, yeah.
Next match बाहर आएंगे चलता हूँ.
That's going to be something that I need to see coming into
3:30 बजे
Bangkok
तक
that
खत्म
T1
होने
needs
वाला
to
ही
work
है.
on. Is being able to spread the map a little bit
समझ रहे
more,
हो?
contest some space,
उसके पहले आ जाना.
bait out some utility, because otherwise you can generally
भाई
kind
T1
of
अच्छा
understand
team है
what they're
लेकिन
doing pretty quickly,
DRX
especially with
का
a team that's like
fundamentals
DRX that is really
बहुत strong
aggressive
है
at getting
भाई.
early info.
Well, there's the cam out. Jump across, couple
वो लोग
players
का
going to be
double
noted
pick,
there by
triple pick,
Mako. Re-aggressive, getting
discipline
up top
सब
here in this
इतना
position.
crazy है ना.
Fake out going to be cleared. Meteor scaling forward. They're going to try to take some space. Young men just setting up the cloud burst. Buzz with the TP forward gets in relatively for free. The drop down.
Reveal हो गया.
Getting punished once more. Flash up over the top. Mako trying to tuck away. It's in behind the box alongside Free. He does take a bit of damage, but Mako on the re-swing, able to find the headshot. Buzz going to be taken down through the box.
4v4.
Trying to force them forward, force them into the open. Covering fire, however, is established as Freeing mows down 2. Bane gets a headshot on the stacks.
अभी भी
Just
लगता
Carpe
है.
once again, this time with only a classic. Trying to see if he can deal some additional damage, but push up into the smoke. He'll get the right click point blank on the flashback. The 2 players down, but DRX now 4-0 to
अभी
start
भी लग रहा है
this.
तुम
And
लोग
this is a
को.
great round for Freeing again on this B site. But he does something a little bit different this time. Obviously, he's fragging out. We know he's capable of that. But he throws a great stun here when T1 is trying to set up a play to break out from behind the B
DRX
side
का मैप
box,
है तुम लोग को
and
लेकिन
that slows
समझ
them
में आ
down.
रहा है
Okay,
कि
Buzz able to get in, get that first kill. That's
इतना
great.
अच्छा खेल
You can
रहे
see around the corner, right in front of Mako, there was a stun
एक
there that
दूसरे को
slowed
कैसे
up
बचा रहे
T1's attempted kind of multi-person swing out that they were trying to do. And that also set him up for some big kills. He continues to just be, I'm just going to say it, the best TO
एक
in the
टाइम उठ
world.
गया
He does it in so many different ways.
Until proven otherwise, and that's likely going to have to wait until that Masters Bangkok stage.
क्या 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो
Incredible. T1, first time out of the grand final.
थैंक यू
First time
कृष्णा
out in this position for Autumn.
And there's a lot on the line here for T1.
मैं अगर
Pride,
T1 कोच रहता था
obviously,
ना
Sure.
as an organization,
मैं
you put this
timeout
team
पे
together, you know, for
personal
Autumn
level पे
having
बात
never beaten
करता
Termi in an official match.
कि
That's a
stacks और
huge
बस
deal. That's a huge battle, a huge mental
क्या
hurdle
लगता है
for
कैसे
everybody,
बीट कर
not just
सकते
Autumn
तुम्हारी
himself,
टीम
but
को
the whole team to get over. And for Stacks and Buzz, of course, you know, you've been coached for so long under that guy. You want to show that, you know, you can do it without him, that you have the ability to break through and be an even better team than the old DRX, the old Vision Strikers. What you are now as T1, this new squad, can really do damage, not just regionally, but internationally as well. Something we're going to have to keep our eye on as the day goes on.
वेल
Into the
टाइम
dimensional
आउट
drift,
है
that's the call.
Yoru
Off the rip
ult
here, his
है
weapons back in play, fake out. Comes out of the ultimate here, does Buzz, taking some
ये
space here in
कुछ टर्न हो
tower.
गया
Flashback caught. Full blind, pushing up through that smoke for a brief little moment. DRX now trying to get people in position for
और
a
अभी
retake.
तक ट्रिप्स भी नहीं टूटे
Meteor. Wait and see if he can go on a linger here, but presence is going to be noted.
Which is
Shots
a
exchanged, but
problem.
none connecting. Zizou's drone spots out 2 here at backside. 3 swings, eats a bit of damage. Flashback puts him down to below half health. Rolling Thunder online here. 4 stacks for the post plant. Stun to the corner, does get dodged out. Stacks able to find one. Buzz coming away with another. This time the round
ज़्यादा भी
looking
problem
very
नहीं
solid
है,
for the side of
ज़्यादा भी
T1. 2
problem नहीं है।
casualties, so some damage dealt, but don't have to
ठीक
commit
है,
any further
T1
ultimates
है।
into the fight, and they get themselves on the board.
Yeah,
T1
just
है
a quick hit here from T1. Something that they've been able to do reasonably well in some of these rounds is get there fast and get to the site. It's just generally DRX's retakes have been quite good, and a lot of that is on the back of freeing, of course, but
अपने
this
स्पोर्ट्स
time
को छोड़ा
around,
मैं टाइम नहीं दे
though
सकता
freeing
यार
does get one,
जिनका
Stacks able to
4-5
shut that
घंटा
right down.
स्पोर्ट्स में लगता है
It's ready for the re-swing.
या फिर मैचेस में
Meteor up
लगता
on
है
the
फिर
box.
स्क्रीम्स में लगता है या
Good
फिर
control of
प्रैक्टिस में
mid this
लगता है
time
किधर
from
ना
Meteor,
किधर
at
तो
least
जाता है
understanding that nobody was going to be pushing through vent, so that allowed Buzz to
which I
come
don't
back down
have
to the site to back the
तो
rest
ही
of the
रहा हूँ
players
मैं
up
एक
a little
घंटा
bit.
आज
That was a really nice hold from T1. Finally able to get something on the board. Let's see what they want to do this go around. Kind of that 4-1 classic style that the desk talks about, that T1 likes to run, especially on split.
Good info gain there from Meteor, though. Cam got the tag out onto Hyunmin. They note the operator on the opposite side of the map, so it looks like they would just want to try to barrel into A once more.
Just about these trips.
Very narrow one. Shock Dart will be able to clear out one. Rolling Thunder goes into the back. Flashback just shallow enough to not get caught by that, and there's the ping. As Bane chooses correctly to fake out, goes off the side of the map. He's going to drop down off tower. It's going to be flashback, however, with covering fire.
बाप स्टन
Comes away
वापस
with the kill on a Carpe. Now the neural depth invested. All 3 remaining
I
players
want
from
that
T1
20
noted
Shan
here
that
in A main.
29
Trying to push forward from here.
हाँ भाई
Could just be nigh impossible. 3v5.
भाई
Great
balls of
Fantastic
steel
shutdown.
and
Fault line.
iron
Not
and
anyone free
mercury
still here.
चाहिए
And have a Meteor trying to just storm his way into
Sova
backside,
और
but Bane
Cypher के
guns
side
them
में
all
जाने के लिए।
down.
I think that was a collat there for Bane.
कितने मारे
That
उसने
was
4
crazy good stuff though from Flashback
तो
on
अभी
this
तक
Cypher.
Fring ने
Just
एक
a
ace
great
मारा
read on how this execute was going to look.
साइफर
He
ने
saw
फ्लैशबैक ने
and he
4 के
literally
मारे
He double took, yeah.
और
It
सोहा ने भी 4 के मारे
Thought about going for the fake out first.
player
and,
बचे।
chose correctly.
2 प्लेयर बचे
Well done. But that dual trip setup from the get-go was going to be what might give T1 some grief in that round, and it did. Just the way that they were low to the ground, spread out towards both angles that they were going to have to go through. They weren't cleared at all. And that really stymied their ability to find any kind of success there. So it's back to a low buy. Stinger in hand for Buzz, Guardian for Meteor.
Oh. One into the shoulder through the corner of the wall. With a little jiggle gate crash peek out onto the A site, but nothing really going to be noted there.
उस टी अगर गन राउंड रहता तो शायद जीत जाते थे बेटी बात
Meteor at bay, just waiting out this cyber cage. I know you want to aggress forward off this one. Just dumps the entire mag.
कुछ रोटेशन नहीं है यहाँ पे सिर्फ एस्ट्रा है
Really just does not want to give up that vent space easily. Meteor's going to
और
try
तो
to
क्या
wrap
लैंग्वेज है बहुत सही
it down the library side.
Stealth drone's going out into A main right now here from Freeing. Nothing going to be noted there.
Oh,
Do they realize that they've given up this space? Well, they certainly do now, but it's Meteor who's eating the lion's share of the damage, tries to go for the ADS, but just cannot line him up.
गार्डन
Once
थिंग्स
again, the Aftershock here onto the box, trying to force it back, but Gunman still in play. Finds a shot on Izu, Carpe dead. The rescope, not going to be good for it. Buzz at range with the Stinger, does manage to take down the opposing jet, but they are still at a massive disadvantage. Flash not going high enough to actually get the catch, and that's when Freeing strikes. Another two kills, another round.
मैं डर
DRX
गया
storming their way through Abyss.
yeah, they're just looking
हाँ भाई
really comfortable. The rotations are really snappy. They're doing a great job of getting to, you know, wherever T1 is going to strike relatively
दोनों
quickly,
का नाम टी
keeping
से
them off
चालू हुआ है
balance.
समझ रहे हो
It's
टी
good
से
setups from
टी1
Flashback, and all in all, mostly pretty good. I mean, other than Gunman losing that battle to Buzz with a Stinger, things
न्यू
looking
DRX
pretty
is
solid
too
for
good
them.
man
A little bit whiffy here from Meteor.
वो लोग प्लेयर्स को बिल्ड
Being able
करते
to kind
हैं
of maneuver his way out of the raid or out
पुराना
of
DRX
the
भी कितना
angles that
लंबा
Meteor
चला
was
था
trying to hold.
कितना लंबा चला था
Bought enough time. God, Freeing is so snappy, man. He just looks like he's in normal freeing mode for us here in Pacific.
Yeah.
He's been just lights out.
Speaking of, look at that. We could sell out 2 arenas in 2 different cities.
वन साइडेड हो
right.
गया ये तो
Step
गेम
up your
यस
game, Americas.
That's right.
Little drift. Oh, okay. Yep. It's okay.
It's fine.
That's why God gave Jet an updraft.
कोई सीन नहीं डैश बचा हुआ है
Is anybody going to tell Jeremy that?
Yeah.
मेरे को फ्लैशबैक आ गया
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
It's all good. Mako sat here backside. Meteor wanting to try to take some space. Wire waiting on the opposite side of this nebula. Buzz looks to open things up. There's the spot out onto the Astra. A couple shots, and Mako still comes away with one. Jump out off the back of the stun. Buzz is able to collect, and Flashback will be taken down. Quick peek from Hyunmin, though. Rewarded with the kill of his own. Now into a 3v3. Hunter's Fury disrupting the salvos. Flying. Buzz completely zoned back out. It's
जाओ अभी
DRX.
वापस साइड पे जाओ ना
They managed to get the retake going.
जाओ
The plant can come down.
जाओ
Now
वापस
Stack's dead, freeing Snappy as ever. And Hyunmin hits the headshot
जाओ
to
जाओ
seal the deal on the round. Just when it starts looking all right for T1, DRX just pull the rug out from beneath their feet.
That is an absolutely filthy combination of utility. Absolutely disgusting. The Hunter's Fury to keep the plant
Yes,
from going
Chad.
through into the salvos and the Armageddon. There's no space anywhere on that B site. There is no choice but to back off here as T1, and that's perfect for DRX because you've got an operator, because you're able to retake control of this box.
T1
and
फैंस
just
देखो अभी भी टाइम
completely
है
shut them out.
भाई पे भरोसा
Focus down
करो
on that choke
इस
point.
बार
Unbelievable stuff from DRX. They are so well drilled on this map.
Young wanting to play this aggressively. No one already popped, goes for
Oh,
it. He's going to be
dash
good
नहीं
for
हुआ
the kill, but
बे
Carpe is able to find that headshot.
मारता तो है ये
Operator, a bit more firepower for him, but not exactly the
एक
weapon
मैप
of
तो
choice that
फ्री
they
में
would like
देते
to
हैं
have.
excuse me
As they get ready to attack this A
VCT
site,
चल रहा है,
getting the big
Binks,
reveal.
Lotus नहीं।
Brink sets up the salvos. Lays out the carpet, TP forward, and once again, it is tracked, it is red, it is shut down.
नहीं मतलब योरू बोला कि तुम्हारा ऑफ हमको नहीं
Such good
चाहिए ऐसा
reactions. I mean, Freeing is just so ready with those
Exactly what I-
salvos.
मेरे को लगा
to
योरू
nullify
लेके गया
neural
अंदर
theft.
सोया नहीं
Nigh
लगता मैं
impossible now for T1. Trying to find some opportunity maybe with that operator
किसको
that
सपोर्ट
Stax
मेरे
now has in his
कच्चे को
hands.
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं
I'd say if
किसको
you were gonna
सपोर्ट
criticize
चार बार
anything
बोला
DRX
DRX
did in
जीतने
this
वाला
round, it
DRX
would just
जीतने
be
वाला किसका
setting
सपोर्ट
Gunman out on his own with an op.
Still got his.
भाई चाय पी के टट्टी जैसी
Did.
फील आ रही है
And the only reason I say that is just because I assume you're kind of gambling that you might be able to find that solo player, or obviously get out with your dash, but
रूट बेसिस सॉरी
no,
सॉरी
T1's been stacking up so much in these mains.
Given the movement right now, a flashback seems like he might have heard Carpe getting in deep. Right now, eyes are not trained
अब
over towards
सोचो
tower, nor
कि
towards
दो मार दिया
backside.
अगर एस्ट्रा ने पीछे से
As that's going to be a fault line trying to get Carpe
तो
into
ये
position,
लोग
but the
जीत
time is just
सकते हैं।
not there.
10 seconds
3
left.
players still entrenched. They would have to kill them in the blink of an eye.
Standing.
And Carpe now striking, looking to try to make it a little bit more
Oh,
costly,
close था, मार सकता था।
even
Close
that
था।
Sheriff, as steady as it typically is, cannot find that second shot. 3 players surviving. Cash aplenty across the board here for DRX. The coffers are full.
Yep. And that's why you can
Right
afford
की
to
दिया
go for these
परमिशन ग्रुप से
plays.
मेरे को माफ करो
So
यार।
ready for it, but
Boom
after that,
69।
the cookie crumbles, and it's the Tejo that stalls all of this out. That really just leaves T1.
ऐसा लग रहा है ना
unable to
एकदम
break
मूवी
through the
देख
way
रहे
that they
कि
were
how
hoping.
to play।
TPs are being read pretty nicely.
Sunday
second
map.
time out from T1. Gotta try to stop the bleeding here. This has been a
कितना
Disasters
clean
happen.
ना बे,
so far.
कुछ एकदम flashy वो
See
नहीं,
it all the
बस
time. where
एक
teams
दूसरे के
come back,
कांटेक्ट पे
even though
खेल
they've
रहे,
had a rough
मार
start. We saw it
रहे।
yesterday with Gen G.
Yeah.
So this is
Clean Valorant बे
definitely
एकदम।
still doable, and I think honestly, you know, T1 I thought was okay on this map in the offseason on the one time they played it. But
कुछ और
clearly you're
पिक
starting to
नहीं,
see they were
कुछ नहीं
avoiding
बे।
it for a pretty decent reason.
Yeah. Just, to echo back from, the first year that we had seen, a best of 5, you're forced to use certain
तुरंत के
things in
कोच
your
ने
map.
बोल
Well,
दिया
it
नेक्स्ट राउंड
kind of
मारेंगे।
reminds me of that first
अभी
Lotus
ये
that
टाइम
we had
आउट
seen
इसलिए
from
ले
DRX
लिए है, पता है?
2023.
वो
Oh,
कोच
this
बोल
is
रहा है
Five
कि
DRX.
Yeah.
टैक्स और बस को तेरे को
Didn't feel
जाने
so
क्या
very
वो
long.
टीम में
We're
तो
like, oh,
बता
maybe
दे
that's
भाई
only for
करके।
bit. No.
Nope. No, it was hidden for a reason.
Still looks
Internal
pretty
कलेश
brutal, and right
time
now,
out है ये।
it's shades of that.
It does. It does feel that way.
चंद हार के बुरा लगा, क्यों
You
बुरा
knew no
लगा
matter
भाई?
what that this is
बैंकॉक
a
जा रहा
map
है।
that DRX was going to be first picking.
ये पूरा
It is
टूर्नामेंट
just
का मेन फंडा वही है कि
such a good map for them.
मास्टर्स में
They
जाना है।
really have such a
वो लोग
good
जा
read
रहे
on
हैं।
how to play it. Again,
पहले
look at this
फर्स्ट आके
mid
जाए,
control that they're
सेकंड आके
taking
जाए।
early.
मास्टर
Hyunmin with
जितना
the op being
इम्पोर्टेंट है।
backed up by the Tejo, just in case there's a little peek out from Meteor or anything like that. Meanwhile, T1 not comfortable, not confident to challenge any of those angles because of that operator in play. It's going to be in the back of your mind.
जी का ग्रुप देखा स्टेज 1?
Might get a little bit of
तूने
vision
देखा
here.
ना
I
पहला
think
मैच
Meteor got
किसके
spotted on
अगेंस्ट
the other
है?
side by Bane. Just going to see Mako on this side.
क्या होने वाला है वो भी दिख रहा है कि
Position
नहीं
the
दिख रहा
entire
है?
time.
So they're going to wait out the stealth drone.
मेरा तो नेट जाने वाला है
Spot
पहले
on the
दिन।
2, though.
Yeah.
Decent amount of information.
मैं नहीं
Gate
देख
crash
पाऊंगा
forward
यार।
here. Mako positioned just behind where that TP would come into play, but looks like T1 not going to look to play around that B site. As
ग्रुप
Cam
अल्फा
gets the
देख के
spot
व्हाट
out,
डू यू
Blackback
थिंक जी कैन
challenges it for the
क्वालीफाई?
fight, and he wins it.
क्वालीफाई मेरे
Doesn't even take
हिसाब
that much
से
damage. Now Carpe picked off,
पता नहीं,
still
लेकिन
lingering around in
जीत
window.
जरूर
Hyunmin just
सकते
snipes him down.
टूर्नामेंट।
They don't have any smokes. They don't have any breach utility. How are you meant to close out this
#2
round?
टीम का ये हालत है भाई।
That's a fake out. Flashback readjust. Buzz does manage to come away with 1. 2v5 into a 2v4.
Oh, but
30
look at
seconds
Bane.
left.
Because of that mid
इसके
control,
against
they're able to come
पहला
at you
मैच
from
DRX
every
के
angle.
against है।
Oh, Buzz though.
We're broken. Yeah, Shorty at that range. Not going to do much there for Hyunmin, so Buzz is able to capitalize. But around the back, as you mentioned, Bane encroaching on their position now. And right now there is not much of a read of it.
Keep
Buzz now
fighting.
starting to lend credence to this potential flank. And Bane will be able to strike first. Leaving it now to Izu. The 2v5
सुन के
into the
पसीना है
1v3.
मेरे को।
Trying to close it out,
Language।
finds the first. Bane taken down. But Mako
Language।
swings the corner, has the headshot, and brings, got the defuse. 9-1.
Yeah, they just look so good right now. DRX is winning duels everywhere on the map. The operator helps, of course, taking down Carpe. But winning that one against Meteor is a big deal for Flashback because then he's able to double
People
down
say
on it,
this,
swings to
but
the
we
other side
all
of the
know
box.
it's a joke,
ADS
even
catches stacks
If
with
it
spike in
is
hand.
there, the team
Buzz
that
doing what he
relies
can
on
here.
it is not
Find a
deserved
couple
logically,
kills.
regardless
You
your
know, the
streams
first
are
thing that came to my mind when you're
the
like, oh, what
scene
can,
alive in
what can,
India.
what can
नहीं,
T1
ऐसा
do?
नहीं.
And I'm
Not
like, Buzz
because
go
of
kill.
me
Like,
that
that's
it is
about your
alive
only
in
option
India.
at that
Because
point.
of
And he tried
the
his
players
damnedest,
who are
but
playing Valorant and love for
still,
the game.
with so much map control from
And just the
DRX,
medium.
just is so hard to read the timings and what angles they're
इतना
going to be
मत
coming
चढ़ाओ
from.
यार मेरे को सर पे.
And especially when you're losing the fringe battles, you know, with that solo player you're leaving behind, that opens up so much space for DRX to maneuver. Look at Hyunmin again. This mid control completely ignored, completely abandoned by T1.
Winter का मैचेस कभी
And
इसके
he's
बाद
so
है.
far ahead.
Flash fake. The rush forward here on the corner. Mako does get caught this time. Thought he made it around the corner, but ends up getting bogged down.
अटक
Hyunmin
गया.
watching the flank, however, and just absolutely rips Meteor
उसके
apart.
मार.
Down to 8 HP, but
हो
still
गया
alive.
वो अभी. वो दूसरा मैप में
Maybe
जाएगा
an
लर्क
opportunity
करने
for him
को.
with that
उसका हो
Guardian in
गया.
hand. We'll have to just wait and see for now as Fring looks to open things up a little bit more, and he does, and Stacks similarly gets taken down as Bane swings out from the same angle. Drone gonna be cleared. Meteor desperately trying to make his way over. It's a small little narrow pocket to tuck into there for Izu. Keeps him safe for the moment. And the 59, but now Hyunmin striking, is able to find Carpe, and they know the last two players are going to be dinged up. They know that they're going to be weak. Up and over the box, they go, Bane. The one who comes away with the kill as the defuse now gets started. Meteor still just a world away. The knife will finish him off as DRX decide who they want to give it to. Of course, it's going to be Bane. Get the Hunter's Fury online as they move up 10-1. Looking for damn near perfection in this opening half.
Again, even though there is a bit of a punchback, but DRX is freeing in particular. His movement here, so good. Mako gets taken down. That way, that little shift of the adjustment of the angle there. Buzz gets caught trying to spray and hold. He's able to find the headshot pretty quickly. And this early tracking by Hyunmin of Meteor makes it so much more difficult for T1 to kind of understand and hold their lines a little bit better. And they really have to force the issue at B-Link. They can't win the battles. That's been the story of the map for sure. Deep dart, not going to catch anything onto Hyunmin as he's tucked into a smoke. This time around, Buzz doing a little bit of peeking in towards mid. Actually going to send his gate crash all the way over in towards B-Link. TP's through with the dimensional drift. He's going to get a lot of info on the back of this site. This might just have to be a retake for DRX.
Clean Valorant में बहुत पसंद है. PRX का playstyle जो जिसमें PRX का fan और 4 second back हो जिससे.
Coming out of the dimensional
But अगर clean Valorant सबसे ज़्यादा जो और में दिखाया ना वो DRX.
Trying to lock anybody who's already on the site in, lock the others out.
इतने जब से Valorant
gonna be
आया.
spotted, taken down so very low, push back the opposite side of the wall, but Meteor with a quick peek is able to go ahead and find the punish. Scales forward, taking some space, setting up the tripwire quickly, does get cleared here by Mako. As the plant now comes in, Cosmic Divides cutting up the site here into quarters. But Hyunmin.
Hello.
This lurk striking. Izu going to be taken down, flashback in at the same time. And Bane up onto the Raptor, finds one. Gets traded out. 2v3.
Hello.
Is Mako left standing, looking for the clutch. Cannot make it happen. T1 will at long last find themselves another round win.
Valorant
last round of the half.
Simbiak होएगा. Simbiak पता नहीं रहेगा कि नहीं.
11-1 for DRX.
40 बर्बाद जरूर होएगा लेकिन.
Decided to try to set this up, but T1 was able to get Cosmic Divide of their own and cut off enough of DRX to kind of keep them off balance. Great reaction play there from Meteor. Hyunmin.
अर्ज़े तेरे क्यूट से चेहरे पे.
Flanks so annoying to deal with.
दिल को बेटा है.
Not much.
पिंकी कोई तो मेरे पे लाइन मार रहे लिए रे भिड़ू. वाह 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 वाह. क्या बात दाल बात. इतनी प्यारी नशीली आंखें हैं तेरी. ओहो हर नजर पे फिदा हो बैठी हूँ. क्या बात अर्ज किया है. वाह वाह वाह. ये खत्म हुआ क्या? शिट. Hope this brings a smile to your face, my favorite streamer. W. Fan 1, Pinky 0. W. यही शायरी मेरे हिसाब से 3rd स्टैंडर्ड की बात है. शायरी खेलते थे हम लोग स्कूल में. शायरी.
What this is going to look like. Obviously,
thank you for the 200.
Pistol is a must-win. That goes without saying.
Likewise.
Just what are they going to have in store? How are they going to be able to keep a little bit more map control? That's going to be very crucial. Something I'd like to see them pay a little bit more attention to throughout this half. And really a lot of pressure going to be on Meteor. Try to lock some of these sites down. Him and Carpe. Buzz there. Gets over the rope. Past library.
Waits until the cam gets re-toggled. Does get forced back.
But that's good. You're disrupting some of what DRX likes to do. Use that cam. Get a lot of information in mid. Keep them a little bit more off balance. Make it a lot harder. Make them have to commit a body to keeping track of any
Buzz.
Attempted lurks.
Out on their heels. Does he just go for the peek or does he continue to pursue?
अभी इस
Let's grab the orb. Doesn't necessarily know they're out of audio range, but with this peek on the corner should now know it. Looks like he is just going to continue on the prowl.
Got to be wary of the Cypher. Flashback potentially, still kind of waiting through there. Buzz has gained so much space. Is Flashback going to be aware of it?
I don't think he is. If he can make it around the corner before this trip, looks like yes, he will now be safe. That flank can be noted. Salvo's going forward, Carpe tucked in onto the bridge. Here alongside the Nebula's Gunman going for the entry. A little bit whippy there, back and forth. It's gonna be Mako Bane coming up with one apiece. Stacks
30 seconds left.
finding Flashback before falling to the wayside. 3v2 now. It's Meteor swinging out back. It tucked away for so very long. Now noted and all comes down to Buzz. The call is gonna be for a double face. And that delivers another pistol round win. DRX get up to 11.
Yeah, pistol rounds continue to plague T1. Been a real problem throughout this stage. Still looking a little bit off balance here in this first map. I mean, obviously, how much of this is coming down to the fact that they played back-to-back grueling days of Valorant.
Yeah.
You know, you don't rarely see this kind of lack of just, frankly, mechanics from this T1 team. A little bit off balance. Just need a map to kind of stabilize and resituate all the time.
Look at this here from DRX. 4 players with the regen armor as Meteor pushed up so very aggressively. He just gets cut down to size.
Bane
Tag there. Stacks does get a headshot.
Bane was playing bait the whole way.
Drawing the attention. Nebula goes up. Spike gets planted, full kit on this Tejo for the post plant. As doesn't need the kit for that one. Spots out Stacks, takes him down. And for T1, what are you meant to do? Swing out, Buzz. Apparently is meant to just get an absolutely nasty headshot there onto Gunman. And will eventually fall as shock darts get invested. Bane guns out Carpe. Denying another ace here. That's just an eventuality now. Izu far too much to try to deal with here. Try to go for a kill, but on the peek out, gets tagged up. He swings for it. Oh, maybe he was just going to wait out for the spike. He does not free. Finds another 4K, I think a third or fourth 4K. All in the hands of DRX. They now move up to that point.
Yeah, it has just been tremendous stuff. Again, it's freeing in Bane, just like the last time we saw DRX on Abyss. Just absolutely having their way with the other squads. These initiators, so valuable for this DRX team. And they are so quick, so well aware. And even with some of these lurks from Buzz, I like the attempts from T1. I like what they're doing. They're just not able to hold the line on the sights long enough that really Buzz can find that much effect. And of course, with the weaker weaponry in the previous round, that doesn't help anything either.
combo बहुत common इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है.
Couple Guardians, Bulldog.
Combo आसान है लेकिन करना चाहिए भाई. बसड़ के बीच में combo करना बड़ी बात है.
Gets started, so doesn't want to go forward there into the Cloudburst. Now we'll go chasing in and immediately gets gunned down. Bane's well similarly going to be joining them in the grave as Buzz goes sent off the side of the map. Now suddenly a 2v2. As DRX just kick in the door here on this A site.
China से है वो.
Good back from Mako. Head gets taken off. Carpe good with the shot. Still eats a decent amount of damage though. As they now face in. The first one falling. Flashback tucking away. Meteor plays it quietly, but the cam is set up for the spot.
थोड़ा सा casual था flashback.
He doesn't have vision. It's just a tap. Meteor not scaling forward, however. Plays
Meteor
it out
on top.
patiently. Waiting on the sides of that cage. Finds the kill and gets T1 another round win.
God, that's so much damage done to T1 though.
Oh, मेरे
Yeah,
जान
look
के
at their
टोड़े.
DRX not going to have any problem buying up. Just carrying over the guns from their bonus for the most part.
कल से निलिश भाई कल से.
And this initial hit looked like it was going to get shut down. And then Flashback finds just a tight angle around the corner with the Outlaw to take Buzz down. Just playing off of each other so well right now are DRX. That's something that they've been doing on stage. Coordination through the roof for them already. 3 Guardians, 2 rifles, and half armors is what T1 is able to scrape together. Do have the dimensional drift for Buzz.
भाई DRX में कोच में कुछ तो बात है
Find a
भाई.
way, maybe
कुछ तो बात है भाई.
retake or a late
ये
round.
लोग का पुराना लाइनअप का क्या रिकॉर्ड था?
Info gathering mission.
130
See what they want to do.
मैचेस या मैप्स जीते हैं ना इन
like
रो
the
या
way
ऐसा
the
कुछ
Buzz is
तो.
being really aggressive at controlling mid. Appreciate that. This is
130
something T1 is
matches है शायद.
respecting. It's just
कि
DRX
एक
has been
मैच
just
हारे
so
नहीं है वो लोग.
solid.
130 ऐसा कुछ तो ये लोग का रिकॉर्ड है बैन शूट.
Flashback, just maintaining this control around mid while the spike gets ushered over towards the B site, freeing one away from having that annihilation online.
134.
He can get the spike forward, get it planted, they'll have it for the post plant, and that could be the death sentence here for T1 on this map. Knockstart not going to be clearing out anything here. Trips still in play. This cage is getting popped here. Along the side here of the Raptors. Now drops down, spot out, gets the headshot from Binks, forces it back. Rushes forward. Yeoman, however, up into the cloudburst. Will find the kill on a Meteor. Carpe dead means freeing. Has that Armageddon already set to go. Dimensional drift from Buzz, just trying to scout things out. His flashback watches the flank and cuts down Izu. Buzz now with everything on his shoulders, but he cannot bear the weight. Stacks the IGL. Has to answer, but he cannot respond. DRX come out swinging on their map pick of Abyss, and they close it out 13-3.
Another absolute banger from DRX on Abyss. They are so strong on this map. Termi continues to show that he has a great read on the newest map that we're going to have here in our map pool. And it is, something that really helped get them the distance at Champions last year, where they got to another 5th, 6th place finish.
भाई मेरे को सुना रही है भाई. मैं इसको बोला मैं 1 घंटा सोया 11 बजे. क्यों ही सोया तू? सिंपथाइज करना चाहिए ना. अल्ले बेला बाबू अल्ले करके. हाँ 6 घंटा सो के तेरा आंखें निकल रहा है. मेरे को देख 1 घंटा सो के एक्टिव.
मेरी चाय कितनी स्ट्रांग है, मतलब देखो नींद भी नहीं आ रही.
एक्चुअल में नींद नहीं आ रही भाई मैं, लेकिन पागल हो जाऊंगा ना इतना कम सोया तो. कुछ तो होता रहेगा भाई. कितना 4था दिन है ना. ये साइकिल का कितना दिन है? आखिरी दिन है वो बात पता है, लेकिन आई थिंक 4था दिन है कि पूरा एनए पैसिफिक ईएमई एनए पैसिफिक
तो खत्म ना
आज रात को. हाँ देखो पिंगे दे भाई. फैंस
ये आंखें प्यारी लगती है तुम्हें. लाल लाल आंखें डरावनी नहीं लगती हैं? सुबह को उठ के ऐसे लाल आंखें दिख जाए ना कभी, ऐसी फटेगी ना तुम्हारी.
ये सिल्वियन को बुलाना पड़ेगा. That's good one.
Have gone, okay, map 1 is Abyss, it's fine if we lose it. And as Achilles just mentioned, you can bounce back from these kind of 13-3s. This is now where the series really starts in my mind. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a great place to be starting from, but I do think this won't have affected T1 too much.
जी
right?
एकेडमी लाइनअप देखा सारा टूर्नामेंट में देखेंगे मेरी जान.
Delusion to copium really fast.
चल बस भाई सब बढ़िया ले.
It's a slippery slope to be predicting for T1
Cheers
all
करेंगे,
the
खत्म
time.
मत करना.
What an outstanding game from Freeing. Bane, I don't know what it is about him on this map, but he had a fantastic game on the Sova last time around as well.
एजेंट पुल में नहीं है, एजेंट बोलो मैप पुल में नहीं है जीटी. वो मैप फिलहाल है नहीं
playing the double info in it of the Teo with the drone as well as the Sova. They do it on Haven as well, although that wasn't played in this series, and they were the much better team here. Buzz definitely did try his best for T1. He had a better performance today than he did in previous days. Yesterday in particular, he kind of went missing a little bit. I think DRX, again, they've won both pistols there. They won 5 out of 6 pistols in the upper bracket games, so they've done very well for themselves there. But I'm starting to really question Meteor a little bit on the Sentinel role. His Cypher and the Vice this tournament have not been great. His ISO has been the only agent that he's really been performing on consistently.
You are right. You are right, Pilski, that he is not. He's on the wrong role. He should be just playing ISO and exclusively ISO. According to our expert here.
Right, okay. Well, looking at this round, I mean, These are just some of the plays that you saw from DRX. You saw it in the opening, 2 out of 7 post plants won by T1, and that was just due to DRX's ability to be able to complete these retakes time and time again, and it's very important for you to be able to do so. But DRX, they had a great start to this game. They win the pistol with the freeing ace, they then go on to win the bonus, and from there, they just never really slowed down.
Yeah, look at this ace. He's kind of playing in a no-no position against the Brute as well, but he doesn't even care. He finds the kills, just keeps going. This is a perfect way to start the match if you're freeing. You know, we heard CHUMMI talk about how freeing is such a key player, and there's no better start than that.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely out of position there, and he's still able to come up with magic and win the ace for his team in the pistol that really set the tone for the rest of the game. This was a great one. This was a T1 round that you wanted to see. They immediately bring out the dimensional drift. They try to isolate the Cypher on site. I talked about Flashback and Marco being able to anchor down, and T1 do actually end up exchanging well into a 4-on-3, but that's where the retake ability from DRX is fantastic. Look at this full set retake with the salvos, with the Armageddon, with the Hunter's Fury, and the ability of Youngmin to just peek through that smoke and even up the numbers before they even kick off this retake. It's like, even in the even rounds, DRX is able to win them.
I just think they understand this map so well, right? It's very easy to see why they picked it. I think they were miles ahead in terms of macro this map. But again, to be expected from T1, they don't like it. But this man right here, freeing, he's been huge all tournament.
21-5, aced in the pistol round of the grand final. This is Pacific rookie, by the way.
It's a nice stat to have in the pocket.
This guy's decent. You're like, I'm not crazy about him, but he's okay. He's a decent player.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I want to know though, because you're a big freeing Taeho fan. If you could choose one, freeing Taeho or Meteor ISO?
Freeing's getting signed by T1. Actually, I have to kick off. He's moving across. And then I have a true team.
I really hope they've got deep pockets. That's got to be an insane figure for anyone to buy freeing right now. That's got to be at least 7 figures, I'm feeling, the way he's playing at the moment. Jesus Christ.
Well, we are going to get to see both today, because Lotus is the second map of today, where we do know Meteor plays ISO, and he is phenomenal on that ISO on this map.
I've actually grown to love this ISO pick even more, because this is the thing, is people talk about ISO as it's just, you know, it's just like Reyna, but it isn't like Reyna. I think how they use it for their A fight is spectacular. We saw them win the A fight repeatedly against Gen G. This is not a random, like, ill thought out pick and Meteor just going, oh, I need to carry, guys, let me pick ISO. It's well thought out, it's well planned, they know what they're doing, and they've looked good on Lotus now. So,
yeah, because he snowballed every game. He's just stringing together the ISO ults every time and fragging out, and then they're like, oh, on attack, we just went A like 10 out of 12 rounds, but he got enough kill contracts to, and you know, we came up with enough 3Ks in the mid-round to win the game.
Like, it's one thing to say a game plan is simple, and you know, you can say it's bad because it's simple, but no one stopped it.
I didn't say it's bad. I didn't say it's bad, and I agree, no one has been able to stop it yet. Even DRX, who won both pistols on this map the last time they played head-to-head, and they still couldn't win. And for DRX, my big question marks here are, what happens if they don't win both pistols? Because they won both pistols and the bonus again on Abyss, which is massive momentum. Haven't been tested too much just yet. But also, I feel a big issue on this map. I don't really like singling out individual players too much, but they've even role swapped, and Flashback, even on the Vice, has had a tough time on this map. And Flashback's someone that, in the clutch moments and in some of the tougher games, he's come through with big plays when it comes into the XVX. But as an anchor, he needs to be able to stop T1, because they're going to be running at him with this comp, and he's going to be getting ISO altered by Meteor. They're going to be running into C and just trying to send it at him. He needs to be able to anchor and hold his sight, or he's going to get abused in this map.
I mean, I do think Vice is a good pickup against this ISO, because you can't really break the wall, right, without having to go a little bit more towards C, and that's not something T1 particularly want to do with this comp. You know, we talk about them taking A and going into A a lot, and that's because trying to challenge C when there is that Vice is going to be difficult. So I want to see Flashback stick to his guns and carry on with that Vice, but I do agree with you that I think his performance has to be up, because if T1 discover him starting slowly on this map, then I think we'll see a change in strategy and they'll just start targeting him. Like, T1 are not above that. It's a very legitimate strategy. If somebody is struggling, you run at them.
Even for not a strugglesome player, like even just a normal Viper, like if you think that you have a timing, Slam C is a strat on Lotus. That is the next, that is like where you start to sequence things. It's A fight, and then we're doing some C defaults. We're doing a 3-1-1. We're pressuring C. Guys, we're not hitting C this round. Don't worry about it. And then 2 rounds later, you do the C default. You throw the same pieces of utility, and then you're in C 10 seconds. And if you don't time the counter utility right, or you don't have nanos or vines in the right position, or you're slightly out of position as your anchor, or you get caught off guard or whiff the shot, it's over. The round's over because the other team started with the rubble fight, and they're too far out of position to rotate to C.
You guys bring up excellent points for both sides right now. Very fair arguments. And I think that's why this map is going to be very hard to predict. Now, we've been seeing so much Lotus here in Pacific right now. We've had multiple overtimes on this map, and I will not be surprised if we end up getting another overtime. DRX has had time to go home, workshop this, and in time for this match against Team 1 in this grand finals. Yeah. And Meteor, on the other side, you know, his ult was up online the entire map of Lotus yesterday, and just him plucking out a player just like that, I think that's going to be coming in really handy now. Now, know your predictions for the full series, but for this particular map, I do want to know how you think this is going to be.
I'm with T1 still.
Okay.
I feel like they can forget that map 1. It was a base. They don't care too much about that. They've looked good on Lotus. I like the ISO. It's grown on me more and more. They've already beat DRX once on this map, so they understand how DRX play as well. It's not just like DRX are the only ones with a read heading into this game. So I'm sticking with T1.
I think DRX, like, I think they've, again, watched Gen G play T1 literally yesterday. I don't know that Gen G planned well enough for that series. I really want to see DRX play quite flood heavy and just really respond to wherever the pressure is from T1, because there's no nuance to these attacking sides from T1. They slam the same sides, they drone and take control where they're going to execute, and then it's like a singular lurk. So I think it's a simple style to break down, but can you stop it is the question. For DRX, Flashback is back on the Viper. The Vice did not work too well for them, so they've gone back to their original comp that they played 2 games ago.
Yeah, I find this interesting because especially when DRX are going to be attacking, we see the Viper will go across A so that the Viper has space to lurk, but we know that T1 will spend an awful lot of utility to shut down this lurk, so Flashback's going to have a tough time on that attacker side, and as we mentioned before, he has a big job to do if he wants to anchor C.
I mean, T1 are great at this rubble fight with this comp as well. You know, it's not considered a util heavy comp necessarily, but they often win the rubble fight with this comp on defense, so that A rubble control going to be defining right from the get-go.
Well, T1's going to need to win this map to feel a little bit more comfortable going through this best of 5. Buzz is either meditating or he's taking a nap because he's so tired and has had no sleep since yesterday.
Yeah, locked in. He is ISO in the moment.
They could be playing 10 maps officials in 2 days, so that's going to get quite tiring for the boys on T1.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to go into map 2 of Lotus. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Meteor back onto the ISO. To date in kickoff, lost 4 times.
I
think it's something like 8-4 with 1 whiff.
Most of them were yesterday.
Yeah. Play that's some Nats player right there.
A little bit of a rough go of it, but that's kind of what happens when you end up grabbing, you know, the likes of Charon with your ultimate. But grabbing these DRX players, not necessarily going to be much of an easier task for him either, but Meteor has been a force on this pick. For now, DRX collected up, and well, that vulnerability goes through, and Hyunmin's the first to hit the floor. Salvo's out in response, a little bit of damage. Oh no, a kill going to be down back to Zizu. He's going to take it down, but Flashback going to be noted here outside of C. He's killed off by Carpe.
Still hard to read exactly what DRX is thinking, so Carpe is going to go recheck. Woohoo, took a little damage.
And he does, but Mako's up close and personal on the right click. Shall deliver. Bumps over for the Ghost. The flank can now come through. Big flank coming in from Stacks. 2 Sheriffs and a Ghost in hand here. 3 players on T1. Ghosts abound for DRX. A couple shots going out. They try to line it up, and Mako has already got himself across to the opposite side. He's lingering within the smoke, but Stacks with a great headshot. He takes out freeing. Looks for a little bit more. Cannot take out Bane. On with a quick clear, knows that one's going to be forward here. On the side, tries to go for the fight, separate while he could, but cannot make it happen. T1 will get their first pistol win of this grand final. Start Lotus off with a win.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very different start to the last time they played Lotus. It was actually DRX that was on the defender side who came out roaring, took a lot of rounds, even though T1 was able to come back and win the map here off the back of the undercut. Able to find that first kill. Still, though, value out of those salvos. Freeing continues to be just Such a
वो आएंगे ना
nuisance.
जिप्स.
Stacks gonna need some more of that. Stacks we see on split. He's able to step up and frag out. Obviously the IGLing always kind of a interesting point with Stacks, and as the desk was talking about, something that we are hoping that T1 can start to diversify a little bit when we see their attacker side. It's a 4-man now turning into a 5-man push up B mid for the side of DRX.
Oh, up and over. Wire does get cleared out there for Hyunmin. Shock dart for the bounce, and Hyunmin eats quite a bit of damage off that. Down now to 34. Meteor, double tap shield still there. The K does hit. Drone to try to check close. Prowler sent in. That is not going to connect their on. Wall gets raised to Shorty here. Not going to do too much. Can't get the reload off in time. Now it's all on flashback. Still on
Blind थोड़ा सा left right हो गया ना?
Watching the angle, finding the headshot. T1 fairly clean, only Buzz as a casualty, but the Guardian will be recovered and carried forward. That is a 2-0 start that T1 desperately need after that Abyss.
Yeah, already seeing some good play off of the ISO utility.
कान में
Again,
airbend
the
है.
vulnerable hitting to set up the shock dart from Stacks. Get some extra damage.
नया
Little
business
things like
चालू
that are
करने
going to make
वाले
a big
अपन.
difference, especially when your opponent is a
Earband.
shorty. Might be the difference between, you know, them getting 1 or 2 kills and getting none. In this case, looking really good, using the contingency as well.
He gapped him.
अभी
Yep.
सेन वर्सेस G2
They had him
देख
weak.
के आ रहा हूँ. अच्छा खेला ना लेकिन मजा आया.
Good job. And yeah, so far pretty solid for T1, reacting pretty well to things, comboing off of each other nicely, something that they're going to need to continue to do well. And here comes that A Rubble fight. Desk was talking about it. This is really challenging for anybody to break through. They delay on the ISO util this time.
Hyunmin does eat a bit of damage, and Buzz just aggresses on the back of the paint shell. Flex one. Bring fighting back. Let's get rid of that forward pressure. Finds another. Is Meteor going to be taken down? Spot on there from Mako onto Carpe, but Carpe wins the fight.
दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है.
Pedaling eats a bit of damage there on the exit. He and Carpe both whittled away at,
तुम्हें
but
ना
still
करो दिल से
alive.
बुरा लगता है. Love you नजर आए. Love you अभिषेक bye.
He's creeping forward. They may be considering wallbang attempt, but we'll just go ahead and keep it quiet.
Bit of a pause now. DRX tries to figure out exactly
अपना
how they want
merch
to set
निकालो
this up.
Bunks
Have
भाई.
the haunt, have the drone,
Annihilation.
yep, have
Or
the
Armageddon.
annihilation. Armageddon, yep,
Annihilation's the deadlock ultimate.
I know.
Thank you, Brain.
Yep. I get those two mixed up in my mind, especially when teams are playing both.
हाँ.
But you have a lot to work with, and T1 is respecting that, giving them a little bit of extra space.
हाँ क्या?
They're pretty well dinged up already. Haunt to clear behind the toxic screen as well. So the setup, the drone as well, flashback.
Swing onto the corner. Carpe able to find it. 13 HP, still alive. Stacks maybe considering a couple shots, but now tries to line it up and will be able to find Bane right before he falls. Freeing now committed forward on the site. If he can win this fight versus Izu, he's in a decent enough position to try to use the ultimate, or the other way around. There's a swing up, but
Short
Carpe
पे Carpe.
is a bit too swift. 3K from
ये
the
देखिए तुम
element.
लोग को लग रहा रहेगा ना
T1
कि T1
opponent's
जीत रहा है ये
conversion.
मैप? अच्छा, यही गलत फैमिली में रहो.
Extra delay on some of the util that kind of lures DRX into the rubble fight, where Buzz has that shotgun, able to put it to decent use, even though freeing punches back nicely. T1 has a lot of their players in place to help deal with this. No way. Okay, I was gonna say.
Breaking ना मान रहा है भाई
to look good
लेकिन.
again. Yesterday, he was a very instrumental
Freeing.
piece. The fragging power that he was able to bring. That's something that T1 needs.
Gulf family.
They need to frag, and didn't see a lot of it on Abyss. We're losing a lot of those 1v1s. So far, Lotus looking like a very different team.
इधर माल कर रहे बे.
Buzz in deep. Carpe.
दुकान चालू
The
करना
big
बोलो.
reveal and Buzz
Electronic
snipes Hyunmin. Moving up on the rock,
भी
undercut.
खाया कि नहीं?
Goes their way, keeps the rest of the team held back. Yeah, that ping reveal coming through, and Buzz just so snappy with a headshot. Flashback trying to challenge here against Stacks.
Ai.
One shot into the shoulder. Otherwise relatively healthy, and Meteor is looking to try to play surprise as he arrives. Swooping in from underneath.
थोड़ा सा left right हुआ.
It's delayed util from T1 on these rubble executes. Really giving DRX some fits.
और
Carpe
इधर
and Buzz.
Muffled voice आ रही है.
Double swing as Buzz.
Spike down A.
Finding the third, the push out of the smoke. Runs out of bullets, but it's okay because Carpe's got plenty. Flawless from T1. Keeping things moving forward.
हम कोई और हेडफोन्स यूज नहीं कर सकते।
I love this from
ये
T1.
नहीं होगा फिर।
Really showcasing what this comp can do. God, that's such a good reveal. The timing on that's so annoying for DRX.
Harpy's been teaching Buzz that Overwatch track.
इसके लिए ये connect करना पड़ेगा।
He saw that maneuver on Split and he was like, yo, help me out.
Yo, bro.
T1 easy win?
Yeah.
रुको रे बाबा।
Showstopper now online. Stacks one away from a Hunter's Fury. T1.
चालू नहीं हुआ है अभी तक गेम।
Fantastic position right now.
And there's the more classic execute from T1 where you use the contingency, kind of push through, just brute force your way into rubble control in a very quick pivot this time. Sending a couple extra players over. DRX scoop up the orb, get ever closer to that showstopper for Hyunmin, but you have to be so cautious right now because there's a showstopper and a Hunter's Fury in play for DRX. Ping out onto Bane. Nothing anybody can really do off of that. Tuck back into the site.
भाई इतना info है
Meteor
कैम
and
का।
Stacks.
कैम
Map
खोला
control
तो।
looking pretty good. DRX going to try to stack up, re-clear
ओ
the space.
भाई गलत
Buzz with the
info
Showstopper, however,
कैम।
could be their undoing, but there's a suppress, so now can't draw it out. Carpe sat here, Paranoia at the ready. Will be exchanged as he TPs up on top of Rubble. Has this been noted? Stacks Hunter's Fury opens things and finds 2 kills. Bane freeing both obliterated. The rest of the team falling to the wayside.
भाई ये
Flashback.
टाइमिंग हो गया थोड़ा सा।
Just trying to pull off a flank. And suddenly
वो
it's the last
कैम
one
ने
standing.
टूटा बे।
They pinged it out too.
Tripwire gave away the position. Now it's all just about trying to mitigate as much as possible, but not sure if that's going to come to fruition here for him. Waiting for the swing out, and Izu will stand tall at the end. 5-0 for
ये भी
T1.
पांचों मैप जाके मेरी गांड मरेगी क्या?
These setups they have are so brutal. You're expecting the showstopper and you get hit by the Hunter's Fury there. Just not a lot that DRX can really do. Just absolute madness there. Mako dealt with. Nice TP up on top of Rubble from Carpe.
इससे माँ को नहीं इसको नहीं
Built
देखा
there with the
ब्लाइंड था
Cypher
करके।
utility. Makes it an easy cleanup.
That's the timeout. First one for DRX now here in the grand final. Didn't have to obviously
बेस
use
कैम का
any
क्वालिटी
of
थोड़ा
that
ड्रॉप
abyss, but
क्यों हो
now
रहा
they're
है
suffering a
बीच
very
में? देखो
similar
एक बार
fate.
ना बराबर है।
Important question. What is the over-under on Stacks Vamoses at Bangkok?
Oh, about, I mean, it's 100% going to happen.
Well, for sure. But how many?
Vamos.
Oh. Ooh. Yes?
भाई Q2 तो है ना स्नैक्स?
Yes.
It's really hard to put a number on it.
लोग मिले थे याद है तेरे?
हाँ?
That's why he's probably going to do it every other round.
इसने बोला था मेरा
they
स्ट्रीम
have.
देखा
Yeah,
कर दो।
yeah.
So whatever that is, whatever their round win count is divided by 2.
From India.
We'll go with that.
I like
be
your,
my
I like your math. Yeah, okay. I can accept that. Well, now the real question is
Beauty
DRX. Do you
मेरी
just
पटरी थी
try
बे,
to
वो
do
बंदे का हो
something
रहा है।
kind of
बात करने में
aggressive,
पटरी
kind of
थी।
ballsy, where you just stack up as 5 and just flood out of A main and, you know, try to contest that? Or do you work the map a little bit? Do you feel like maybe you're not taking advantage of the extra space being given to you at C and B
हिनमेन
a
मार।
little bit quicker? It is going to be a weaker buy, so, you know, who knows what this round looks like, but going into the next rifle round, I'm kind of curious to see what Termi wants to do with his players. DRX, though,
पुश कर रहे थे ना वो लोग।
towards B, door gets
उसके
open.
टाइम पे कोई
नहीं
Now
दिया।
are going to try to just stack up.
आगे पुश कर रहे हैं ना
break
रबल ले
out.
रहे हैं ना।
Again, that showstopper
Yep.
still available. Stealth drone now going to be sent. Cuts past that boom bot and will get cleared out, so no suppress going to be found there. RP just slowly drifting back, tucking away the Prowler, getting the notion here.
Ooh.
As Paranoia goes across, I believe Hyunmin, yep, does get caught by it, catches a glimpse though. Point blank is able to find one, but now Buzz trying to strike and still manages the drag across.
मैं भी कल
Go with
recon
that second
phantom
kill.
चलाई।
But it is DRX coming out on top overall.
कमबैक बोलते।
3-2. Spotting Bane, however, seeing Stacks as he gets forced away on the repeak, gets the headshot. That now leaves Izu. 2 players
जिंक्स का क्या प्राइस है मेरे फ्रेंड के ऊपर यूज करना 10,000।
freeing just the stinger in hand, but swings out. Oh, that's going to be enough to work him low enough, as Hyunmin will strike from the flank. A 3K for the Rays gets DRX a thrifty as they close out their first round win.
Yeah, so the call here for DRX, pause a little bit at the beginning of the round, check for a push out from B, and then flood A. And it works a treat, and it's a lot because of Mako's paranoia. Carpe, it's a nice one as well that helps Buzz out, finds a couple kills. But Mako
10 बार
racking
खेलेंगे
up
तो
the
हरा
assists in
पाएंगे
that
एक बार
round,
भी।
freeing as well, getting involved.
नहीं ना,
मैं
मिला ना
क्यों
You're gonna need
एग्जांपल
more
मिला
of
ना,
that for
मिला ना
DRX.
एग्जांपल।
Just wait it out. See if you can find those opportunities. Buzz still hasn't pulled the trigger on that showstopper.
Erban dalo kaan
Hasn't
mein.
found the
Chup raho.
comfort he would like, but 9
Life
and 4.
Four players set up here.
Yep.
This could be the round. Does get revealed though in transit. Paint shells not finding much, but Mako sussed out. The shock dart able to claim him. A little bit of a sacrifice made as Hyunmin going to be
race ko
dragged into the
nahi lena tha.
arena.
Uske paas
Meteor
nade
going
dart
to win
sab
it
hai.
out, has the shield set up and does narrowly survive, but survives all the same. Buzz sends out the showstopper, flashback taken down. The Armageddon from beyond the grave does manage to go ahead, or rather not from beyond the grave, does manage to find him. Freeing cannot survive, and there's just nothing more for Bane to do.
Yaar race ko nahi lena tha
Gets
yaar.
across, finds the bone, and Meteor now starting to feel it.
Alternate
T1
sab tha usko
denied
healing
any
ke liye.
follow-up round victories here from DRX.
Oh, dude, that combo with the drone into the undercut with the double tap ISO stepping out, so annoying to deal with. Nice little setup there from T1. They're able to find some good value here finally. Meteor still hasn't really looked himself today, but able to win out on another ultimate. That combo there is so brutal.
Getting a little hypey there.
Yeah,
Addit
you're
ka
starting to feel it
bus
a bit now.
बहुत से का एजेंट है मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऐसे बोला
Buzz.
मेरे साथ.
Okay,
okay.
okay.
हाँ?
I'm
I was
like,
like, don't do it, don't pull on the
Must
back.
कितना मस्त
I know you like this shorty.
शरम करो प्लेट वाले आपको बोल रहे
You
हैं.
gotta buy.
प्लेट
Yeah.
और फ्लैट वाले.
And does
Diamond.
get a weapon passed over.
नहीं हूँ
VCT चल रहा है ना
Back
एक
in for DRX, the C site widely going to be emptied out. Izu nearby here at
Last
Waterfall,
day is
tripwire cleared now. Second one is set up at the top of the ramp.
With a Nightfall and Showstopper, this should be really difficult for T1.
Oh, the
But that
undercut
helps.
again!
Combo.
Undercut with the shock, a little bit of spray out from Waterfall. And that's the plant interrupted. Mako does manage to answer one back. Meteor going to be taken down. And then once again, this is the plant. Able to go ahead and stick it. Showstopper drawn out that just tried to delay any aggression coming through, but Buzz already pushing forward, already taken down two. The call comes in. He's approaching from behind, and Buzz is picking them to pieces. Flashback now once again, last one standing. The plant not for him. Nor is this round. Izu fishing him off, and this is just
ऐसा लग रहा है ना T1 जीतने
insane
वाला तुम लोग
dominance
को.
from T1.
अच्छी बात
Buzz
है.
is able to slip the net here somehow.
अभी देखना.
The Nightfall had gone out. The Showstopper's in hand. And Hyunmin
Akash.
can't figure out where the heck
Where है आकाश?
T1 is. This is just, again, yeah, that Shock Dart Vuln combo that they've been really leaning into today. Another nice paranoia from Carpe is what leads the way. That's what sets Buzz up for this. Beautiful stuff from Carpe with his util. Something I was a little bit kind of raising my eyebrows at yesterday and the day before with Carpe. Sometimes it looked like he was a little bit lost when it came to his util with some of the controller agents, but today on this Omen on Lotus, he looked fully locked in. A weak by Hero Rifle for Hyunmin, Guardian for freeing.
Flash goes deep enough.
Yep. Got
At
tagged.
hello.
No Hunter's Fury, so no worry about that coming through, but there is a double push getting ready to come out of B main. The shield leading it. Oh man, they line up for a brief little moment there, but he's still able to come away with one. Stack's going to be taken down as Buzz sends out the paint shells to try to delay. Mako drifting across. Did he catch a glimpse? The answer is no. But Hyunmin,
भाई
what a
क्या
snap
मारता है
readjustment.
भाई?
Cleans up the headshot and then swoops into the back sight. So over top of the rope, finds Meteor, and Hyunmin starting to come online.
Spike planted.
That's
7-5
huge.
is not a bad off, guys.
See if they can keep Izu from coming through with a huge clutch.
It's off the angle there for a brief little moment. Izu swings out a little bit wider than Hyunmin might have anticipated, a little bit faster than he had expected. Trips aside, but everybody already here within the site. The salvo sent out. Jiggles out. A couple taps coming through. Mako able to go ahead and sit here, play it quietly. Gonna have to strike those sooner rather than later. Oh my god, okay. A happy little accident.
Mako भाई.
Gets the kill onto Mako as he frantically sprays to the side. He'll be grateful for that. Keeps the
हल्का सा
economy
मिस
low
किया.
on DRX, but he cannot clutch out the round.
अब 13-0 करेंगे.
Huge.
जेपात.
Huge.
यार गोल्डी
That
पे
is
नहीं खेलते ना
ridiculous. The
इतना.
fadeaway from Hyunmin.
बाकी लोग को
Gets
मारना
set up
चाहिए.
for the second by Bane.
मैं रहता था गोल्डी पे के
Izu
लिए
here,
30 मारता था
almost working a
30.
miracle. That flick over to the side though, and all of a sudden Mako's dead, and I'm like, is this gonna happen? Well, operator now.
Would have been a backbreaking round to lose.
Yeah, for sure. Still some hope. You have a Viper's Pit if you can get to the place to use it.
There's the bounce across. The boom out going to be cleared out, but Bane able to find one.
That's a reveal.
Stacks forced away.
That's a blind.
Has the double tap shield. Swings out, but Hyunmin again. Having a huge round. Bounce the paint shot forward. Forces Carpe back away from the smoke. The Prowler scouts. The judge noted the plant coming through. 5v2. This is the round that they opt to go for that operator. Buzz, in all likelihood.
Saving.
Yep, it's just going to drift away. Showstopper not going to be good enough at a 2v5. Try to encourage a retake. They will go for a save, and DRX will find themselves a third round win.
Now Hyunmin going to be one away from another showstopper coming into that next round. Yeah, Buzz has his as well. But I like the decisiveness we're starting to see from DRX. It's starting to bring them some rounds.
Binks by
So
ladies.
I think this might be a good opportunity for T1 to take a timeout, if just to ice Hyunmin, if just to slow down what he's been doing these last couple of rounds, because he is frying.
Not
And
now.
you need to make sure that he isn't just going to start taking this map over, because this has been such a good start for T1. You don't want to let go of what could be
अरे कॉन्सेप्ट में होता रहता है मेरा वो
against
सॉन्ग
DRX.
की वजह से मेरा वो दिल का दरिया
Timer still moving, so it looks like not going to quite come through. Maybe if
वो
there's
समझा है.
one
Maybe
more
one more.
loss, but
आके देख ले मेरी दुनिया सारी
it's back to back.
नींद भी मुझे नहीं आ रही
One away from the showstopper.
सोनिए सोनिए
That's basically what he said there.
And don't make such jokes, guys. What is this?
Do have
Turns heads back to this rubble, and this has been a pain point.
Meteor has his ult here too. See how they want to use it.
There's the undercut, there's the ping on the Buzz. As he gets out in front, the showstopper going to be sent.
Oh, nice
Checks over
TP.
towards Rock, but yeah, TP away. Mako able to avoid it this time around.
भाई
Up into the
जिंदा
smoke,
कैसा
pushes
है
forward, able to find him.
माको
Buzz going to be taken down, freeing, able to find Carpe as
जिंदा
Meteor
कैसा है
backpedaling
माको
over towards the door. Nearly manages to get the spray down. And he's going to send it.
Whoa!
Trusting in his abilities, knows that he gets the HP back. Flashback drawn into the arena. The shield falls. And Meteor comes out on top,
So
but he's now
hard.
isolated and
बाप
picked
रे
apart.
दोनों को मारा फ्रिंग ने बे
Izu with the operator in hand to try to clutch us out. They know that Op was saved. And now the gun barrel's been spotted. And it'll be ripped out of his hands.
ये दिन देखने के लिए प्रपोज किया था
Fantastic minor adjustments from DRX. Gets them the victory over Rubble. And now going into the last round of the half, they have 4 ultimates to work with.
अरे मयंक पता नहीं बहुत से के नहीं खेल रहा है वो कोई टीम में एक ही चीज कंट्रोल सी कंट्रोल वी कंट्रोल सी कंट्रोल वी
Buzz getting behind him broke things open for DRX. And Meteor there sent the ult, hoping that the rest of his team would be able to hold the line, but
डिसीजन का
have to
कोई
leave a
अपडेट
player
नहीं
over just in
डाउनलोड ही
case
नहीं
there's a
किया
rotate to the
Update
C
कैसे
site. Still no timeout. Bottom gonna rely, trust in Stacks and company. Try to figure this one out.
7-5 is not bad off
Opens up B. Showstopper, basically guaranteeing the plant.
Yep.
Nothing.
Boom about the check. Nothing going to be spotted over here in connector, so Showstopper not needing to be sent there.
Spike
There's the
planted.
stealth drone on the hunt. Going to be looking for Izun. Gets around the corner just far enough to spot him out, but Hyunmin is ready to capitalize.
भाई कितना क्रिस्पी
Go back
मारता
now.
है ना
Armageddon called in. Stacks frantically searching here with the Hunter's Fury, trying to find a tag, but everyone splits away from it. The beams do not connect. And now the pit engulfs the site, engulfs the spike. Meteor on the push.
God,
Find
man.
one. Hyunmin going to be taken down, freeing.
हैं?
Dead as Buzz just bounces in with a shorty,
Oh.
but he and Meteor will fall to the wayside. As the snake bite cleans one up. 3 players still alive. Footsteps going to be heard. The push out is
Good
there,
के
but
दे
T1 cannot retake. 5-7. DRX successfully recovering this half before round streak.
And it was 7-1 at one point. 4 rounds in a row they're able to string together. So some good decisions, much more decisive play calling from DRX. Just find a little bit of open space and commit. Some of those ultimates coming into cycle at the right times as well to buy some extra room to maneuver.
मेरे टाइप जुक्स पे
Flashback
असली
having that
में
Viper's Pit in the final round. Makes things a lot more difficult for T1 to suss out what's going on around that B site. Even though they try to and they do a decent
है
job
ना
of
बे
getting a
कुछ भी
couple
बोलो
kills,
DRX है ना
still not nearly enough. And I'm still
पिंकी
a
दी
little bit
रश्मिका मंदाना
curious as to
जिसे
why
दिख
there was
रहे
no
बंस
timeout.
बाय ऋतिक रोशन जैसे सच्ची
for T1. I think it would have been at least to shut down momentum.
I think it's a mix of a couple different things, but I think widely You get the 7-5 on the defending side. Overall, not too bad. In the past, this map in APAC and Pacific in particular has lended to be a bit more underside. But you have a 2-round advantage. You're going in and you're running double duelists. This is where you're going to anticipate that your bread is buttered.
You'd hope so.
If things get off to a rocky start here, I think that, yeah, we will have to see some immediate intervention from Autumn.
For
sure.
And I mean, you should have confidence going into the second half as T1, no doubt about it. You have looked pretty good on this map.
चिप्स लंबा वाला और टोमेटो वाला.
Combo style, this util combo looked really good at the beginning, has looked good for them on this map throughout this year. That's something I will give a lot of credit to this T1 staff for, is some of these trick plays, some of these combo plays that they have set up. If we get the split, some cool ones I saw there yesterday that maybe we'll get to see again. We hope we get to split, because that's the last map, and as we all know,
only bangers.
Correct.
As okay, one flashback.
Padi be, padi.
Takes a shot to the chest there.
He's one hit.
He backs away, freeing, rotating over to try to reinforce this C site. And similarly cutting through B as Mako cycles the smoke over.
I like this from T1. I want to see them pull back a little bit. Try to spread the map a little bit more. But look at the rotate here from Mako.
What's up, gang? Kabish bhai. हो गया. इसके बाद एक लास्ट वॉच पार्टीशन बची है. फिर उसके बाद 20 तारीख. हाँ?
T1 committing to any particular site quite just yet, but A now in their sights. So drifting over here. Well, Izu stays on a late linger. And been tucked in behind rubble. Mako at the ready. There's the spot out. Paranoia going to be sent. Paint shells forces them back. Salvo even invested as well. C1 now starting to run out of time. 38 seconds remaining.
I thought maybe they'd pivot back towards C, trying to keep DRX guessing.
This might catch them a little bit unawares, but then he gets the spot out. Boombot gonna be sent. He's pretty much stuck now. Swings out. Still find one. Buzz will take him down with the paint shell. As Carpe finds Mako, a 2 for 2. Damage suffered here on both sides. Now we get the rat race here onto the A site. Double tap expiring, but Meteor gets the refresher at the very last second. Looks for a little bit more. Oh my god! Woo. Gets the kill on the Bane.
क्या मारा बे Meteor ने.
Poised to go 2-0 here on the pistols. His flashback will be able to find one. Can he somehow get the clutch here? Sheriff in hand for Carpe. Any shot will finish off this Viper, and he's gonna have to push out of the smoke. So far, nothing spotted. But no bite, no orb, nothing to obfuscate.
Time nahi hai.
And he does manage to come away with one.
मारा एक को.
We'll be left standing. We'll pick up that Sheriff. And we'll get
T1.
An extended little lead.
And this is something that, you know, T1 is so well known for this stage. Is just that they'll scrap with you, and they're going to win those battles because of their tremendous individual skill. And then Meteor showcasing it in spades. Nice little readjust there on the rope to get the double tap back up. I got to give Flashback some credit. He was super patient on the other side of the map. I was just watching him and watching Izu to see what would happen over there. And he was able to best Izu, and that gave him a chance at the very least. Kind of kept it somewhat even.
He's not going to get the catch. Paint shells a bit shallow.
Miss Cabinet.
Successfully avoided here by T1.
बस मैं इस बार बैंकॉक चले मास्टर्स देखने के लिए पार्टी करने के लिए पला भाई जा नहीं रहा हूँ लेकिन love you पला भाई long time no see how you
this door Carpe covering fire able to find one Mako going to be taken
मतलब
down
solo trip बोल रहे हो
now spraying trying desperately to duke it out against Meteor, just cannot make it happen. Bane will come away with an elimination. Carpe going to be on the floor. Flashback this time with a shorty. They have a bit less of an opportunity, I think, to find the impact that he did in the previous round.
मैं भी जाऊंगी फिर. मैं भी जाऊंगी.
See if they go hunting.
अरे जाना बे.
Seems like widely DRX may be content to just try to go down to the spike, see if anybody does up their way. Stacks not quite going to fall for it.
नहीं हो अभी तक पहचाना गया. पहचाना सेन गुलशन.
Couple shots out, and yeah, I think that's going to be the call. Just hold on to everything, drift out, not try to challenge around the corner, and let DRX go down to the spike.
क्या लगता है जट कमबैक आएगा कि नहीं आएगा?
That'll be the exit. So T1 4-round lead for themselves as we go into the bonus.
क्या लगता है?
They can get a conversion there. They're looking very
Lead
well
अच्छा है.
poised to steamroll their way through
Attacking
Lotus.
map है.
And it's kind of an interesting setup here
मार
for
सकते
DRX
हैं.
off the rip for the Rubble fight. The way that they're putting a lot of that utility a little bit deeper, because sometimes we saw this
समझ गए
previously
बंगा
on this
समझ
map
गए
from
समझ.
T1 that was like
मतलब
to get on
बताया
the
कि
other
बहुत
side of Rubble
1000 मेरी
sometimes
जान के
and try to
टोटे.
fight for that angle.
मतलब भाई
Be
सिंगल
a little
लगता
bit
है
careful as DRX, and a lot of the Tejo utility was set up
Bangkok
to
जाके सब
kind of, if he
वैसे
gets
ही
past
लगते
the
हैं.
C's, then we're going to make him
Yeah,
really
but-
uncomfortable, try to go isolate that
Sounding
one
like
player
a
and go for the
body
kill.
or uncle you.
Something that I'd like to see T1 be pretty aware of here. Yeah, wow, he went high.
No, you did.
Got ups.
Quite a bit of elevation, but also
बस
quite a bit
का
of
HP
damage
दिख
suffered.
नहीं रहा है.
Out of 47. Prowler not necessarily scouting him there, but the shots do ring out, so DRX should be perfectly cognizant of this.
They're trying to contest this B pivot angle. It's going to be a lurk from Flashback, but with the trips where they are, have to get the kill on Izu.
Prowler cleared out. Shots over towards that connected door, but nothing connecting. It's not going to be found. Slow creep up, freeing, watching it upper. The double push coming through. Gunman pick a target. They managed to find him. Izu, nice timing out from main. Has come away with a single kill. Gunman tucks back, finds the headshot. Paint shells once again built up. If he can survive this, but he runs out of bullets. With a headshot on his stacks, he cannot confirm the kill already. Solid enough bonus for T1, but he still have an opportunity to close this out. Paranoia going across Carpate, TPing to the opposite side of the wall here. Shots ringing. Mako knows about this reposition, and Flashback has opened up the site on the backside, so Carpate has to win this fight. But he cannot. DRX.
That's a dance
not
and a
allowing
half.
for the conversion to come through. They get themselves around, win the gap now, 3
Adds on
rounds.
क्या ना.
Yeah, and I like the way that DRX plays this round. If they lose Rebel control,
Boss party में
it's
हमेशा off.
immediate reinforcement of the pivot
UNF
towards
कैसे
B
लगा? मस्त लगा,
angle.
मैं लूंगा.
They've got 2 players right outside of A site. They've got 2 players in B upper. And they're able to shut this right down. Even though, again, through a little bit of an extra lurk from Izu, the way that those tripwires were set up behind him, he's got a lot of extra comfort to make that push. Knows that he can just focus on one angle walking towards B main.
69
He's able
बोलते
to break
शार्ट
things open
बोलते
enough for T1
Stay focused.
to pose a serious threat in that round. Bane even not able to buy up to a full rifle, just the Bulldog for him. Pretty close to Meteor's ult as well.
Buzz, though, take
Last
it down.
time पता था.
Stacked utility coming through. Paint shells. Not
Last
quite
time
registering
पता
that they
था
had
वो
been
वहाँ
there
पे
on top
खड़ा
of the
था
salvo, I
करके.
suppose. Ends up getting the
But
catch.
से
but it's gonna be
change
quick
किया बे.
trade as Hyunmin dead as well, so a raiseless round from here on out. T1 crucially do have Meteor on that ISO, so they're still
Torrent
just
आजा full fun and baby
secondary tip of the
services.
spear, ready to go.
Let's
सच्ची?
grab this orb here.
Love you यार
Just
कपिश
use that
भाई.
Try to break through onto the site. See if he's going to scoop it
सोचते
up or
इस
not.
बारे में
Another one of them's got a
सोचते.
bulldog. Given his win record, certainly like the
अकेले आने
odds.
बोल रहे.
There it is. Throw the ult.
Finds the first. Bane now gonna be snatched up the
भाई
site.
तो सोलो
Looking
जिता
open
रहा है.
up Bane needing to kind of win this one, but he's still gonna be in such a rough position. Even if he does,
ये तो सोलो
he
जिता
cannot
रहा है
make it
भाई.
happen. Meteor wins another.
Spike planted.
3-0 on the map so far. I do believe is freeing. Works his way across to drop. Flashback to swing. Finds a shot. Meteor dead.
खतरनाक
2v3.
शॉट मारा ना
More
फ्लैशबैक में.
likely to try to make a go of this. Jiggle here. Stacks. Suffering a little bit of damage. This helps us try to zone them off this angle, but Izu's still here on the site. The double face and free nearly had him lined up.
Almost
will be
line up था
dealt
bro.
with.
Almost.
Close call, but not close enough. T1 get the round
T1
victory and they move up to 10.
Still, that's such a good idea there from freeing.
कपिश भाई आप
Almost-
टिकट लो जाओ उधर
almost able to
और
convert,
आप भी
but
बोर्ड पे बनाओ
Even though you lose one duelist, that's the nice thing
ये
about
भाई
Lotus.
साथ में जाएंगे.
So you have that
Binks
extra
Robert
layer
के fight
of
भी लेते
utility.
हैं.
Oh,
इतना
first
सारा
had to dodge that
यूटिल
salvo,
इन्वेस्ट
and
भी
then they
करते हैं
noted that
क्योंकि
corner that he
रबल
jumped into
बहुत
previously.
crucial है.
That's where they sent the paint shells this time.
मैप के लिए.
Good read there
डबल
from
कंट्रोल
DRX.
से तुम लोग बाद में बी भी
Once
जा
Meteor
सकते
gets
हो,
the kill and
दरवाजा
has
खोल
his
के ए
ult,
भी जा सकते हो,
That's a free 2 for
कैच से
nothing.
लर्क भी कर सकते हो.
Breaks things open. Set up into those post plants.
Last second
इसीलिए.
hero rifle handed over here towards Hyunmin. Showstopper also in
जो
the back
रबल
pocket.
जीता वो
It's flashback.
एडवांटेज में बेसिकली.
Jiggling and taking quite a bit of damage. And the classic in hand immediately
और
has
भी
back
मिल
up.
जाता है. Too much advantage.
Has a bite to try to delay. Poison orb as well, but that's about it. Smoke cycled over. The drone will lead the charge. Like not gonna be sent out, but the spray from Mount. Buzz just comes away with it.
Gunman's here though. This took too long.
He's gonna be looking for his Jemkin moment. See if he can find it. As there's the entry, and no, not gonna be given the opportunity. The undercut goes across, the paint shells forces position, and Buzz is able to collect. Mako now gonna be noted. Has to tuck away, but as he tries to drift across, Meteor gives him a taste of his own medicine. Guns him down through the smoke, and now freeing. Not much more that can be done. He can find this kill onto Izu. Kill off the lurk. Perhaps there's an opportunity, but the timing is just not going to be on his side. Flawless from T1, 2 rounds away from tying things up 1-1 here in the grand final.
Yeah, off the rip here, T1 very hesitant to try to take that fight. Give that showstopper an opportunity to do some real damage. Took a while. You're able to get a few pieces in place for DRX, but never really had the opportunity to pull the trigger on the showstopper. They're doing a pretty good job now of working the map just enough to keep DRX off balance. So CHUMMI is going to take this opportunity to talk through a few more things. So they can find the ability to run this one back. And I think, you know, just being a little bit more, how do I say this? That one round where they let T1 kind of push through A main and then they knew
Alpha
that
is ISO or Meteor is ISO. ये सब सारे questions का करोगे क्या? Answer के बाद.
To slow that down. That was against the bonus. But that being said, like that idea, I think would potentially give T1 some fits.
Madam,
so
screen पे सो निकले.
Fine, but then kind of force them into some choke points, force them into places where you know what decision they have to make. For T1, honestly, I'd take a few runs at C. Just see if you can just force your way out of this map.
See what they have prepped for us. Showstopper still online, freeing 1 away from that next Armageddon. Hit from flashback, maybe just used off the rip here. Now is held.
What thing made your relationship stronger, Binks?
Answer out of the equation. Snappy headshot. Gets rid of that raise, that explosive entry power.
हमारा जो love life relationship है, romantics, वो stronger कैसा हो रहा है?
The Sova and the Omen lingering here at B main.
पहला जैसे तू bot थी, अब तू pro है मेरे साथ रह.
No ISO ult to rely on. Back up your entry duelist going down. Freeing just waiting at this tight angle.
Playing it very cautiously.
There comes Bane.
Next question, please.
Prowler to check. Swims back around, finds it, stacks. It's a little bit of damage. Shots so narrowly off from finding a headshot. Shield now coming through. Salvo going to be set loose, freeing. Setting up for a stun on the corner. I think he might have actually caught himself with that one, but now the showstopper is in play. Gets sent freeing, taken down as Meteor was able to push deep enough. Finds the punish. Now DRX gonna have to fight their way back into the site. Knock Dart lobbed in, undercut. Sent, looking for the combo once again. Does get dodged out. Paranoia from Mako at the ready as flashback. Desperately tries to get into position here. Fighting against Izu, there's a swing out. Inches a little bit closer, goes for it. Flashback, little snap, gets the adjustment, finds the kill. Bane, however, going to be taken down. Carpe fighting Hyunmin, finding flashback. Now it's all on Mako. The 1v2. The Stacks backpedaling, has the Hunter's Fury. Should he need it, yet will just go ahead and invest it. Gets the tag, Mako cannot dodge the second pump. And that is T1 now getting up to that point.
This is a tough one to go down for DRX. I think they read this pretty darn well. It's just again, T1 finds the right timing to get underneath and get past Freeing's watchful eye. And then Meteor is able to trick him a little bit. I thought Freeing played that pretty well until that moment where he gave up just a little bit too much space. And then set up their crossfire, convert pretty nicely. Even though Izu's not able to win his battle against Flashback. Carpe on site, locking things down. Huge moment.
Oh, whatever plan that was going to be is now very much disrupted.
101%
pulled in once again. Flashback.
Abhi bhi I believe
to deliver the first loss of the series so far here to Meteor. Izu does have the punch to the back end. Buzz eats a bit of damage. Armageddon going to be called in, but everybody from T1 can successfully avoid this and then get ready to refill some space. Cybercage is going to be going up some spray through this, desperately hunting for some damage. As Stax is able to find Gunman off screen. Izu gets the spot out. Wallbang shot comes in. Bane taken down, freeing so very low. All on his lonesome 16 HP. The drone spots him out. He just waits, expecting the swing on the angle, but T1 don't give it to him. Buzz chucking the shorty here on the ground. Salvo finding nothing. The time is ticking. The time is gone.
Sorry to say, Pacific right now is the weakest season. Masters में पता चलेगा मेरी जान.
Looking clean.
आवाज नहीं आ रही, तेज बोलो.
Yeah, they are really well
अच्छा खेला,
drilled
अच्छा खेला.
with a lot
Bro,
of these
सच्ची
combos
लगा था
with the
3-0
ISO in
होएगा.
particular on this map. Him and Stax, Meteor and Stax have a really nice thing going.
Which
Buzz
region got best aimers? NA.
lit up the server this one, 20 kills for him. Nice bounce back for the duelist who had a pretty rough day yesterday at the office. Today, right back to that normal duelist we are used to seeing. Carpe fragging out as well in the Omen. So I saw a lot better util usage from him. So it's a few extra days to kind of think things through, work things out. Carpe looking really nice, really sharp. The aim continues to be good. He had 18 assists on that map. Oh, Carpe.
Yeah.
चैनल तो देखा नहीं तो बोल नहीं
The whole way across for the most part. 16, 9, and 18, as you say.
अब देखते जाओ.
Good performance.
Match T1 win
Carpe
100%.
slotting back into this T1 squad. Playing an off
Have
roll,
fun by
frankly.
50 gifted
Yes.
challenge हो जाए.
Still looking so
बताओ.
damn good with it.
Man's a gamer.
And he is.
अगर ये BO5
DRX. Maybe a bit
T1
of
जीता तो मैं 50 gifted.
a sleepy time here on
अगर
Lotus for them.
DRX
After
जीता
that
तो 250 gifted.
breezy victory over on Abyss. Both teams having some pretty concise wins. Does that change as we get ready to move over towards Fracture?
कोई है challenge लेने वाला.
Fracture, another map that's been so good for DRX. They've looked
अपने इंडिया
so
में ऐसा
well,
fans क्यों नहीं है भाई टीम
well
को जान
polished
तो
on
दे
this,
ताकि
and especially because of the Tejo. What does T1 have to kind of try to counter it this go around? 'Cause this is the map where DRX was able to best T1 to send
बोलो
themselves
का
to
लेकिन
Bangkok.
esports
We're
वाला
going to see if they can do
पूरा
it once more. If T1 will be able to get
अलग
themselves
level
up
पे
to that match point. For now, we'll pass things back over to the analyst desk.
profited for the
Well,
challenge.
it's 1-1 on the scoreboard now, one for each side, and looks like we're gonna have a long day
First
today,
blood मारा था
boys, for this
DRX
grand
पे.
finals. It has been a little scrappy. T1, as you guys were pointing out, hasn't changed a thing, and somehow still works. And Morgan, you're like you're giving me
मैं
this like
देता
little
आप
smirk, like,
DRX
yeah,
की
I
win
know,
पे
you
डन
know.
समझते क्योंकि
I
T1
love
ही
Mithul. What a
जीतेगी.
guy. He
Easy
just
peasy.
goes,
पक्की
man.
बात
He,
है.
just he sends it on the ISO. Full confidence, full trust.
T1 के
Exactly
win
what they
पे
needed after map 1.
मैं
Obviously,
देता.
map 1 did not go their
मैं
way.
DRX
This
की
is
win पे
the
क्यों दूं?
momentum that they needed. This is the confidence builder of like, hey, yeah, we can actually hang with these guys. 13-3s, whatever.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, DRX, it felt like they had some ideas, but they couldn't really
Chal.
execute them well enough in the server.
उल्टा बोला.
Again, unfortunately, Flashback just seems to have a
T1 जीता तो मैं दूंगा 50 गिफ्टेड और अगर DRX जीता तो तू देगा 50 गिफ्टेड. पैंच उल्टा बोला बहुत सही. ब्रेन इज नॉट ब्रेनिंग है ना.
and the Rays on attack, even when they were like getting the drone disrupted and not necessarily
अगर T1 जीती तो ट्वर्क, DRX जीती तो 100 गिफ्टेड. व्हाट्स बिंक्स. T1 जीती तो ट्वर्क, DRX जीती 100. डन सीन. क्योंकि DRX के तरफ हो तुम. भाई तू कम सोया है क्या बे? मैं DRX की तरफ हूँ तो अगर T1 जीता तो मैं गिफ्टेड करूंगा ना, क्योंकि मैं हारा, क्योंकि DRX हारा. भाई नशे में है क्या ये बंदा? हाँ ग्रेट भाई. डांसिंग. ग्रेट भाई वैसे मेंबरशिप आपका खत्म हो गया, मतलब सोच रहे हो? पहले जैसा प्यार नहीं रहा यार किरण भाई का. हाँ भाभी जी ने कुछ बोला? जीतने पे करना है, खुशी मिलेगी। भाई नशे में
of these pieces of util all the time, and one thing we speak about continuously with this ISO
इसको
comp
नहीं
is the
समझ
game
रहा है,
rumble
फिर
fight.
मुझे नहीं समझ रहा है जो इसको नहीं
They're
समझ
really
रहा है।
taking that
तो
crown to
सीन
be
है।
unstoppable in this area of the map, and that was a big reason why they were able to get off to such a hot start on their defensive
तो
side.
सीन
Yeah,
है इसका।
DRX was, you could tell they had some ideas
मैं
of what they
भूख
wanted
लगा
to
यार,
be doing
बहुत
against it. A lot of the time they
भयंकर भूख लगा है
were
मुझे।
waiting in the early round, respecting the early wave of utility and then looking for a timing to get out, but it just wasn't working for them. You could see they're very much trying to isolate the player on Rubble's side, but then it's the player playing off of him that is able to actually make a pretty huge difference there. You can see late trying to re-clear Rubble there on the side of T1, but what I wanted to really highlight here for DRX is the adjustment that they made. I think they really recognize that there's no fade as the initiator rotate on this C site, so you could just slam C, and I know you slam C with a lot of different, against a lot of different comps on this map as like that next layer of your strategy, but particularly against a Sova and an ISO comp, like being able to get into a post plan on C is pretty strong.
I think this is maybe a good lesson for DRX as well. They are both going to Masters Bangkok, and it's very clear this is the map they still need to work on a little bit.
Yeah, I think I definitely think there's room for improvement here. I really like what Flashback was doing here. You know, we talk about him trying to get a little bit more active, pushing down C when there's that big A fight going on to try and restrict T1 in that second half. And you know, those are the right ideas. Those are like good, tangible answers that will have been discussed beforehand, but there's only so much you can do. You know, finding answers in theory is one thing, and being able to execute them is another. When we have people like Buzz in the server just shutting you down.
I mean, you know, I talked about it in terms of the Rubble fight, where they're waiting out the initial wave of util, and then they're trying to use the Teo utility and the Fade Prowler to be able to re-clear Rubble and actually get a favorable fight. On defense, exactly like you said, like all of that A fight was happening. It's like 4 players against 3 on attack versus 3 players on defense, and then the C anchor is jump spotting and pushing up C. So it's clear that DRX has a read, has an idea of what T1 wants to be doing, and I keep saying it on the desk, like, it's very straightforward the way that they're playing, but if you can't stop it, you can't stop it, and so far, no one could stop it.
It's actually crazy. The very first time we saw Carpe come onto this Lotus, and with this particular comp, I think we had a lot of question marks about it, but now at this point, maybe less question marks.
I think he's
Is it
definitely...
a stamp of approval?
Yeah, he's fitting into the team well.
Yeah.
I don't get me wrong, I think his controller will continue to develop over time. There is still kind of room for improvement, and I'm sure he would say that himself, but he's holding the fort down, he's doing his job, and he's also like managing to deliver plenty of kills, plenty of assists when he needs to. It's more about how he's adapting to the pressure that I'm impressed with than his role in himself.
The thing is, I think his positioning and his ability to get kills in the mid-round and his aim right now is a really, really high level. His controller play at times can look a little bit off. Maybe he's a little bit mistimed on the smokes and the utility isn't always perfect, but positionally, he's been so fundamentally sound and he's putting up numbers for T1 in the last 2 series.
I will say, as we move back across the Fracture, Carpe seems much more comfortable on the Brimstone.
He's played way more games of Brim than anything else moving into this team, so that's not surprising to me.
So, as we look towards Fracture, we know DRX are going to be playing Teo Breach. It's locked on, but now it's where we see T1 go with the Teo comp that they previously showed, or do they want to try the double duelist again?
Well, the double duelist, they kind of used it in the first 2 games, and they were comfortable playing against the Teo comp with the double duelist. The secondary comp that they pulled out later towards the end of the tournament with the Teo mixed in has been a bit more hit or miss. It did work for them in one game, but then the game against DRX, the first half wasn't particularly convincing. What I will say is, though, I felt like on that attacking side where they did lose the game, they were coming back on that attack side. They looked better than DRX on their attack versus DRX's defense. I felt like DRX's read and the strats that they were running were a little bit janky. I felt like they weren't really cycling their ult economy very well. I felt like Bane was out of position quite a lot on that A side of the map. So I actually really do think that T1 have got a good read and a good idea of how to win this, especially if they start out attack on this map, which I think they are looking at this graphic.
Yeah, so for me, I think the first 2 maps went more or less exactly as I would expect. DRX taking Abyss and then T1 responding by taking Pearl. I think that was in a way expected, but Fracture is where things really start to get more muddy. I think this is going to be the defining map of our series, and I think whoever takes this has a real shot of lifting that trophy.
It's a perfect map 3.
Yep.
Both of them have warmed up. Both of them have shown the other team what they've got, shown the audience that. And the pistol win rate for DRX is 100% win rate, just like their map 1, and that could be a big factor going to Fracture, especially a map that's so dynamic. And you're right, it's a very hard map to work around, almost to predict, because it's just so fast.
Yeah, DRX has been winning a lot of pistols in that last series. It was like 5 out of 6, and then on map 1 you saw the same thing. They're rolling through with the momentum, but last map finally a departure from that. You saw T1 win pistol and bonus and get off to a really hot start, which is not something that DRX has had to deal with, and they were way too far behind. That map was very one-sided as a result, so that's the narrative that I'm looking at. Without these hot starts, can DRX be resilient and competitive? Because I think the T1 have definitely shown that they can.
I mean, you're a T1 boy for as far as this finals weekend is going, but it is still freeing on the Tejo, and Fracture is a Tejo map.
That's the problem, is this map suits DRX incredibly well. You know, of course, they won it out against T1 when they matched up before. So, you know, a lot to prove here for T1.
Definitely. And we were talking a bit about T1's comps here. I'm curious, which is going to be the one that they're going to have facing against DRX? A lot of success so far.
There you go, T1, they're going to roll through with the Teo and back themselves. So Teo Breach, it is pretty much a mirror outside of the choice of Sentinel, which DRX is going for the Vice instead of the Cypher. And quite honestly, I don't know that I rated it the last time that I saw it from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vice definitely has potential on this map,
Remember,
but Cypher's able to get you a lot more info. You hold more lanes with your traps, and obviously your cam is constantly throughout the round. But equally, it's how well is Meteor going to hold up against Freeing's Teo, and is Freeing going to be able to find that util? Because if you're able to nullify the Cypher util, then none of it matters.
I think this first half is going to be very defining. The attacking side from T1 looked great. DRX on attack looked a lot better than on their defense the last time.
Now this is map 3 of the grand finals of Pacific Kickoff. We're sending it back to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin to take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you very much, Desk, as we get ready to go into map 3. Not the last of the series, thankfully. We are tied up 1-1, which means that we do at least get to bind. But as you said, Paper Thin, split is there. That map 5 is there. And by God, do we want to reach it?
For sure, for sure. But this is such a pivotal map. I think DRX, not a must-win, but it feels like a map you should darn well be winning. But you got to start on that defender side. This is where teams do a lot of damage on Fracture.
Attacking map
in particular can run it down on you. We've seen it where they can be pretty well fluid, pretty well in control. They're just going to stack up for this arcade control. Do a little bit of push out towards flashback. Use those salvos. That's going to force out the razor binds. Do a little bit of info gathering. Both stealth drones going to just pass by each other there. T1.
Stickfoot powwow there is okay. Flashback with the peek down in a sewer, able to find one. Buzz going to be taken down.
Launching smoke.
Some damage eaten though. He and Mako tagged up a bit. Let's try to play forward here at tower. Salvos forcing them back here for the moment. Moves up into the smoke, filling that space. And he's still able to come away with a kill. Turn to the flash here from Mako. Wow. It's going to be freeing, however. Who's coming up with the kills. Two more for him. It's now just down to stacks. We'll get a parting gift there on the gunman, but this pistol belongs to DRX.
Yeah, the bait and switch there. Really nice at the end of the round from Mako and Freeing. Doing a great job working in conjunction, and even though Flashback gets pushed off of the site, he's able to buy a little bit extra time with his util. They use their stealth drone to confirm. And then DRX sends Flashback right in. Able to find a huge kill with that right click. Before he gets taken down. Clears out Buzz in sewers. So a nice start on this defender side to get the ball rolling for DRX. T1 gonna spread the map a little bit more seemingly this time. A little bit of util here to push back Carpe. That's gonna at least open up the orb for Buzz on the other side.
Two forward shoves on this south side. Gunman working his way further and further. Mako gets a little bit more damage across. Now everybody tagged up here as he's just gonna go for the swing. Freeing getting one, getting a second as Carpe will fall. Did manage to finish off the former weakened Mako. Is it Meteor now?
Hello, Ben's house is Maggie. Thank you for the party.
Find any more damage, but for now, it looks like these 4 Bulldogs likely to be carried over unless this Sheriff can absolutely sing.
We've seen it before where Meteor can do things that defy belief. Certainly going to be extremely difficult.
And Sheriff was worried that, turn the tide at Lotus versus Heretics.
Yep. Man's had some nasty rounds with the Sheriff.
Can this be one of them? Angles lined up. Flashback just holding close.
30
Bane
seconds.
ready to try to collect an assist, but there you go. One kill going to be found. One less Bulldog to carry forward into that bonus. Bane will juggle it away. And for Meteor, he is eventually going to want to get taken down in some fashion or another. Footsteps going to be heard.
10 seconds left.
Time starting to dwindle.
And 16-year-old remote therapy, any advice to enter or Zor to be
Yeah,
recognized?
has the Bulldog in
Well,
hand.
this time
Another opportunity to maybe do a bit of added
मैं try
damage.
कर सकते हो trial देखें करे
He's not
क्या
going to be able to get any kind of plant here, but it looks like widely DRX say, okay, take the weapon. We're going to leave you.
Where will they go this time?
Well, all right then. But yeah, just solid stuff. Sewers push dealt with that extra space that they took early, using those guided salvos to clear out tree. Work to treat, allow them to take control of that Sewers angle. Let's see what the response is going to be from T1.
मन तो कर रहा है यार
Continue to just
अच्छी
kind of work the
इन
north
सारा
side of
players
the map.
मिलते नहीं है ना पैच
Try to see if they can
सबको और गली
break
और
open from Dish perhaps this time. Freeing there though on that Tejo.
Oh, and that's enough of a spot out. Slowly trying to creep back over towards safety. Gets himself successfully over to drop it. Down at 33. Does have that regen shield, so a little bit more on the back end to reinforce the health.
या फिर retirement
This is
team
just a
बताओ
grab of the
मैं
orb. And then a pivot.
अनुज भाई
All of DRX though stacking
End
it.
Ranger
A
कप्पा
lobby. Kind of curious. Like they're just gonna try to set up,
oldies
try to hit Meteor in the back, make this a one-directional
Flashback needs to get
affair.
the hell in the tower now.
He's all right.
Yeah, does mention tuck back, but just a shorty and a ghost to speak of.
Bane.
Salvos
Team
go out.
retired.
Buzz riding his way up the rope and
ओ भाई
able to
मार
go ahead
सकता
and
था
collect the kill.
flashback
Down to
भाई
41.
मार तो
Still
सकता था
surviving.
flashback
T1
दूसरा bullet
full
निकला
control
नहीं
over this B site for now. Mako still on a very late lurk. Working his way across, but Carpe nearby noting this here at bench.
Spike planted.
Caught with the timing though. Over onto the iPad. Ends up falling. Izu counter
इसलिए
swinging.
WhatsApp नहीं
Keeps him
करने
in
का
with the advantage. Xiamen clears out the trip. Ring trying to work forward. Stealth drone up on top. Nothing going to be noted here. Now Angle watched Bane, maybe anticipating this a bit. Will be able to go ahead and win out the fight. A tad bit closer now. Is the round. Meteor. Gun down.
खाली
Recovered Vandal here from Hyunmin. Able to find some damage, but on the swing out. Comes down to Freeing and Bane versus Stacks. Flash goes forward.
Freeing
Some
को
damage
मारना
here on to
पड़ेगा
Freeing. Needs desperately, however, to get through Bane, and he cannot.
ओह
DRX.
सॉरी बेन को मारना पड़ेगा ओहो
Managed to win out the third
क्या
round,
retake
converting the
मारा
bonus.
भाई
They're so good at reading the map. And they're so patient on this retake. This is a nice little piece of trickery from Flashback, showing that he had one gun, switches over to the shorty, did quite a bit of damage to Buzz, made the kill onto him that much easier,
चलो
but
ट्वीट करते
they are just so good at really just taking their time, working together, coming at you from so many different angles. A main control there. Really, really powerful, and T1's gonna dig back into the north side well. Still have enough to almost get through a full buy. It's a Guardian and a Bulldog having to be bought down for Stacks and Izu respectively. Still pretty slow there. Use some of the Tejo util to guarantee this orb.
मन हो गया बे सच्ची
From there,
ये भले
Just try
वैल्यू
to
के लिए
work
प्यार
your
बोलो
way
या
in
कुछ भी
towards
बोलो
this A site. One
मन
away
तो
from a
हो गया
showstopper now for Buzz. And it's just kind of back to all reliable. DRX going to play it somewhat similarly, not nearly as many players here, but Meteor going to play it a little bit further forward, has the cam behind him.
Meteor ends up falling here. Suddenly the players on the rope that much more exposed, but looks like they're just going to go ahead and back away.
Oh my
There's
god.
noise now noted, but Mako
My ult's ready.
able to find one. How much more can he get? None. Gunman dead on the opposite side. Solid kills in reply here from T1, bringing it back into a 3v3. Bane down to 8 health. Flashback, however, filling in this position, creeping in right alongside where Mako had just fallen. Some noise gets noted here in the main. Just the concuss available at the moment here from Freeing. A kill gets him.
कल एक दिन मेरे को
By
अरेस्ट करना
Armageddon.
पड़ेगा 10.
Like you say, Flashback still slowly, carefully pushing his position further and further forward. Salvo sent. Flashback desperately trying to get there in time. Cut's gonna be sent down. Now he strikes. They're both stunned up. They're both killed off. As DRX rescue the round, maintain their lead at 4-0.
This is playing with fire in a lot of different ways for T1. The fact that they get as far in this round as they do, a little bit surprising, all coming across that rope to try to bail out Meteor. If one player is a little bit further forward, I mean, Mako's still able to punish it pretty nicely, but Carpe and Stax punching back, at least getting some damage done, but freeing, excuse me, Flashback just the whole time pushing through and met with no resistance because you don't have that Cypher there, and he knows it and he takes advantage of it. This time kind of a spread formation for DRX. T1 as well, trying to set up for what seems like a beat crunch of sorts. Freeing is going to get the spot on the Izu.
That's a suppress on the 2. Ooh. More than he bargained for, but Mako taken down. This backstep from Meteor, absolutely monstrous. Carries the Guardian forward and now gets the Neural Theft. 2-2 split. Lion share players still over here towards A. Meteor sends out some shots, warning them, I'm still here. You still have to be concerned.
दोनों टीम अपना मैप अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. DRX जीत गया अभी.
Just the one player on this south side at the moment.
जो second map था उसमें भी first blood DRX के दांत थे. वो लोग का left right.
However, going to be opened up. Hyunmin spotted, dead, and Buzz hits the headshot on the back end.
अच्छा fight दे दिया उनको.
Vandal now scooped up as T1 look to get themselves online with a thrifty win.
Still have that rolling thunder.
Thirsty win कैसे हुआ? देखा
well, if worst comes to worst, you hope to not have to use it.
Stax would love to keep that in the pocket for the next buy. He is playing forward in tower, not necessarily at risk.
क्या है तुम लोग के लिए कर रहा हो? अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
Going to be noted there, but Meteor falling. Bane suspecting that there's going to be another player out in this direction. But as soon as he turns the sights back over to this plant, that's when Buzz strikes. Kill found, salvos, dump paint shells in, freeing somehow. Drawing out the weapon. And he might just draw out this rolling thunder.
Oh my god.
Crashes across, cannot get it in time. Now they look to just hound him down, and Stax will be able to go ahead and deliver through the ground. So much closer than we could have anticipated. Stax will narrowly escape with his life, avoiding the blast radius of that spike. What a way for T1 to get themselves on the board. What a turnaround from DRX to make it as close as it was.
Buzz! Disgusting shot with the sheriff there. But freeing, man, never count this guy out. The fact that he brings out that rolling thunder is so annoying, and I was so ready to praise T1 in that round. So many things that you want to see with Meteor having that successful lurk. Like they've been pressuring, they've been conditioning DRX to their go dish, but not actually utilize it. Meteor's able to find a free pick and get the Neural Theft to go, but they can't really solidify their defense. A few pieces of the puzzle not coming together there, especially with that stealth drone not really getting any info. That hurt quite a bit. DRX was able to break through. Let's see what they're going to do this round.
Drone cleared, Meteor very well noted. They're looking at the triple face in. There's the swing out. Flashback, he'll just take the fight. Doesn't even really need the reinforcements. Eats a little bit of damage there. This drone gets cleared. Aftershock at the ready here for Bane. Sends it. Knows that he's going to be pushing them forward, but cannot get readjusted here on the Buzz, who sends it the blast pack. Hyunmin still hitting the shot despite being pushed back.
Uh-oh.
Now pinned into the corner, stunned up. The Aftershock will claim him.
Still
in with 3v3, but Mako wrapping around from Dish. Has the orbital at the ready.
The steel garden with flashback behind. They're ready for it.
Salvo sent. Carpe getting the spot out. Izu, however, gets rid of Free. It's all on Mako. He doesn't get the opportunity to try to invest the ult. Gets taken down. T1 get a follow-up round.
Yeah, this is great stuff here. Carpe in particular, watching that backside, that keeps that round alive. The great adjustment from T1, recognizing something that had gone very, very wrong previously. I like DRX there, kind of being like, all right, if Meteor wants to lurk through here, we'll have something to say about it. Nice util combo from Stax with the breach. Again, his signature agent showing some good value there. The stun into the aftershock to clear some space. Buzz having a decent start, 5 and 6, getting ahead of all this util. Dodges the stun.
Push dodge kiya bhai.
Thorns are out. Explosive start into
Anyone teacher remember bot?
mid-round.
Bot tha.
Flashback just jiggling on the corner.
एक सर का नाम
Noted
डी
though,
से
Buzz
था,
just
एक
slowly drifts
प्रकाश
back,
सर
joins
थे.
in alongside Carpe. Now looks to continue pushing forward though.
Making so much noise here.
Seeing that additional aggression here. Is Mako just going to be cycling another
एक
smoke
दो
in all
मैम भी
likelihood
थी,
down on the
मतलब
main.
देखेगा तो मेरे को
Thinks
याद
better of
आ
it
जाएगा वैसे.
for a moment and sends it out.
नाम याद नहीं होगा.
One just
बहुत
trying to
बहुत सारा.
fish, see if anybody's going to take the bait from DRX, but they're being extremely patient.
One suppress.
Yeah, there's Meteor.
Suppress on the one, but Mako now playing very entrenched.
And get head up.
And he's in the orbital. Tries to open it up. Buzz leaping forward is able to find one. The rest of the team going to be cut off though in flashback. Goes ahead, has the follow-up. Armageddon, their own orbital now going to be invested here. Spot up comes through on the Bane and he gets cleaned up. Flashback, a narrow margin to play around here in tower. And on the ping, instantly finds a headshot on the stacks. Swings back out, dodges the stun. And Showstopper not going to find a damn thing, but Bring will find Meteor. Just like that, despite the investments, despite the explosive power from T1. DRX has seemingly shrugged it all off. Carpe now asked to try to clutch, but the time is just not there. Flashback with a 4K. Will keep DRX out in the lead.
Ah, that's a really nice round from Flashback.
चीज तो नहीं
Playing those
समझ में आती
timings
निपुण
so
भाई.
well. The aim, crispy as heck. Throws out that Steel Garden in combination with Mako's ult. Even though Buzz got ahead of it, not much came out of it for T1. It's
Reality
kind
is
of a head
very harsh.
scratcher for me for T1. I'm pulling the timeout button.
This is
I'm the
like
coach, but
same
seems like we're gonna let it roll.
वैसा कि अगर तुम
They were
नया
making so much noise there
streamer
at
बन रहे
B
हो
main ramp for so
और
long.
तुम crazy
And
content
DRX
बना
just
रहे हो तो
kept
तुम
leaning
viral
into it
क्यों
more
जा
and
रहे हो?
more.
तुम
I think
YouTube को
T1 may
गाली
be trying to
दोगे?
bait out some of those
देना.
ults, but by the time the clock is running down, speaking of, they're just running it down A main. Already fully
And
in
then the same
control
thing,
of that
brother.
territory. They just gotta wait. Just wait for T1 to make a move. Okay, well.
All you have to do is head down
Just
and
open
work.
things up, finds one. Spam through the box. Izu going to be dealt with as well as there's a showstopper and flashback. Couple players here on T1 weakened up, but seeking
It's second map. This
another
is third
trophy
map.
here for themselves as the aftershock.
Score 1-1 है अभी.
Not in position. Plant comes through. Stacks able to successfully get that down.
वो जो ऊपर जो dot दिख रहा है white color में,
All three players from DRX
वो
on
मतलब
the
उतना
same
map
side of the
जीते.
map. One in tower, two at arcade. Meteor here at canteen. The fault line going through, and Hyunmin stunned up. Easy pickings here for Meteor. As it looks like the call to retreat and save has
5-3.
been sounded. DRX backpedaling away as T1
इतने
continue
एक
to fight
round
back.
और जीत
It's
गया ना
just so
DRX.
important that Meteor is able to win some of those battles on the flanks because that
आपको
prevents
सुनने नहीं देंगे
Free
ये लोग
from
full
being
5
able to
map
come
चले
through
गए यार
arcade.
मजा आ
He
रहा
was
है
able to
देखने
keep his camera
Problem
there,
नहीं
get a
है.
spot on the freeing, force him back down to the other side of the map. There's no flank angles able to be created, and T1's happy to scrap with you. And when they can win those, get onto the site. Not a lot else that DRX was able to do. So even though they're able to take that space early, just a few kind of
Five with Sarba भाई.
good
ये
moments
बात
from
कहाँ
T1
से
players
आया?
individually. Break the space open. Obviously having the showstopper from Buzz, that helps. That's a nice tool to have. Then
ये
Hyunmin
कौन सा
taken
नशे वाली
down.
बात है?
See if T1 can continue.
Life goes there.
Find some success here on this attacker side.
But
Certainly feels like they need to
क्या
bait
करें
one away from this all. Meteor close to
scrims
another
लाने
neural
का
theft.
तो try कर सकते हैं हम
The
लोग.
two that are really
Scrims के लिए
like,
काफी
more
Discord
likely to
channels
play
है.
a part in this
काफी
round. Oh my
TO
God!
में Discord है.
Crunch, but Buzz
और तुम
plans
लोगों
his
को
feet,
scrims
stunned
ढूंढना
up,
तुम लोगों
doesn't
को मिल
care, shrugs
जाएगा.
off the
भले तुम
pressure.
लोगों को T1 नहीं मिलेगा, T2 scrims तुमको मिल
Comes up
जाएगा.
with the kill.
ये
Bane
नहीं
as
तो
well.
दूसरी reason का
Down
मिल
to
जाएगा.
10.
बाकी लोग भी है
What a
तुम्हारे
brutal
जैसे.
turnaround here from T1.
ऐसा नहीं है मांगने पे हाथ पे मिलेगा ना
Sometimes you
दोस्त.
just win those.
I don't even think they necessarily saw it coming. I just think that they counteracted so incredibly quickly.
Yep.
Double rope across now.
Making
As
me
everybody
smile in my good and bad
collecting forward.
times. I'm a good place, not even बस jinx
I
मत
know
करो. That's it.
Neural
That's
depth.
what it is.
Given over. As it joined
Love
on this
you.
outside.
Immediate pivot to A.
Spot out coming through, but Meteor still on.
On
that
this
lurk,
other,
working his way through
consider
sewer,
ऐसे
gonna be hearing
players
these
लो
footsteps.
जिनमें हंगर
Mako
देखे
at
obviously.
tower. drops down.
Last
He's
tryouts
watching the angle,
में
but now turns his
जो
back.
लोग थे वो लोग
An opportunity here, Meteor, to try to strike. I mean, Mako trying to watch his rear at every twist and turn. In the meantime, back over here on the A side, Payne's going to come up with one. Going to be taking down the stacks. Also dead, seemingly, here over at Sands. Counteraction has done well. Now the pivot, once again, back over towards this side. Meteor, the pings come through.
30 seconds
Those,
left.
they're all going to be collected forward. Here in spawn, the initial shots are not going to connect.
बस भाई can you help me?
Gets
No.
pressed, but doesn't need his util, needs to hit his shots.
Help
He just
yourself.
cannot make it happen.
इसको
Now,
दोनों
his
मारेगा.
turn. They're nearly lined up, and Mako is just too damn clean with it. And T1 going to be kicking themselves for this round.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, they're working the map as best as they can. They're trying to use the neural theft to get to the other side of the map. DRX is ahead of it, and then Meteor, frankly,
Lag.
is ahead of DRX, but I'm not sure if Mako just kind of suspected that maybe
किसी ने
somebody
होता
could
कुछ ना
be
कुछ
around
होता है
that
तो घर
corner.
पे बात
He
करके
peeked
किसी ने
out and then went back.
ऐसा नहीं होता
And
है
it
वो
just
तो
kind
वही
of
बात हो गई
broke Meteor's
मैं
brain.
BGMI में प्रो बनूंगा मेरे पास
And then
डिवाइस
the
नहीं है
drone came out right behind him,
सोलो
which
डिवाइस
I don't think was initially intended for Meteor, but sure worked a treat. Nice little happy coincidence there.
struggles of life
A little
dude
bit of util being thrown around both sides. It's a two-man push towards Dish. Stacks there. This is an attempt to sell a bit of a fake.
It's the wall. It's going to be Rolling Thunder now built up.
भाई तुम
Or
लोग
just
को
to grab
बोलो
the orb, and then
ये
they're going
वाला
to try to
फंडा है
just
ना
crunch him with that Rolling Thunder.
ये वाला मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता ये वाला जो चीज़ है ना कि उनके पास पीसी नहीं है उनके पास डिवाइस नहीं है यार अगर तुमको डॉक्टर बनना है तो तुम लोग को यूनिवर्सिटी जाना पड़ेगा और एग्ज़ाम देना पड़ेगा अभी या फिर उसका स्पॉन्सरशिप से तुम लोग जाओ या तुम लोग फीस दे के जाओ जाना तो पड़ेगा ना ऐसा तो नहीं है कि तुम लोग यूट्यूब पे देख के तुम लोग बाद में बोलोगे ओ बांचो ये तो इजी है ये तो मैं घर पे बैठ के कर सकता हूँ समझ रहे हो सेम वही है तुम लोग अगर कुछ करने का स्पोर्ट्स में जो मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है 240 हर्ट्ज हो गया 240 एफपीएस हो गया ये सब तो तुम लोग को जुगाड़ करना पड़ेगा या फिर मांगना पड़ेगा या फिर लेना पड़ेगा इफ एंड बट पे तो दुनिया चलेगी नहीं बराबर है
Catches a couple players, but Mako, oh man,
Crazy
what a
मारा ना
reaction
Mako ने?
on Buzz.
Oh, hi, Buzz.
What's up, buddy? And he got a kill with his molly as well.
किधर गए
Fantastic,
T1 वाले किधर गए
fantastic positioning from Mako. Now we're gonna get the timeout from T1.
कैफेस में जाओ रेंट पे
But
लो
it just feels
ऑप्शन
like
है ऐसा नहीं है कि ऑप्शंस नहीं है
some of these ideas are either overthought or underthought sometimes for T1.
T1 वाले किधर है
Thought
दिखते रहे
maybe you
चैट
could
पे मॉड
Throw a little bit of that
Connect
breach
करो उनको।
util, throw out, you know, a flashpoint or throw out your fault line.
रिचन तला
towards
कार्तिक
the
भाई
A
तुम्हारा
site.
चैट
Buy a
मैंने
little bit more attention over
150
there.
बार इग्नोर मारा रहेगा 150 बार
then try
लेकिन
to work
तू
your
वही
way back
चीज
over
पूछते
towards
जा रहा है
B.
अभी मेरे को जानने का है
And
क्या
you
है
grab the orb and,
बता बता भाई
you know,
अपने दिल
DRX
से
isn't
निकाल दे वो
really
जो
bothered by that. They're more
वो जो
keen on
निकाल
just
दे
kind of
अपने दिल
holding the
से
line over at the B site. And T1 has been kind of widely ignoring A.
69% पे
They
DRX
haven't
घर
really
जाएगा
messed with it too much. As basic
तो
as it
बेटा
is.
फर्स्ट है
Gotta
विनर
make
हूँ मेरे को
DRX
स्क्रीन
respect it
खेलना
a little
है
bit more
क्या
here.
करूँ
And that's why I'm
प्रीमियर
talking
खेल
about
करो
using some of that
जैसे ही
utility to try to sell some of that fake a little bit better.
भाई मैन
You know, 'cause
सिंगापुर
once
खेलते
that
रहो
rolling
रैंक
thunder
गेम
is there,
वो भी स्क्रीन
find a little
जैसे
bit
ही
better
है
opportunity to use it.
क्या सही जा रहा है क्या गलत जा रहा है देखो
Normally Stack's pretty reliable with his breach util. Freeing has the Armageddon. A little bit of a spray down. Flashback.
रैंक गेम में करो
Not
सेम
taking
सेम
any of it. Trying to scoop up some more orbs, get Buzz one more showstopper in this half. But a lot of info there for DRX. Now I'm thinking, nobody at arcade. And yeah, there's maybe a couple players in
बोल
tree.
दिया
but
आप क्या बोलेगा
let's
भाई
shift back
पता
over
नहीं
towards
यार
A. A lot of their B hits have been telegraphed by players over in that arcade area. I like the play calling. I like the shooting.
Yeah,
वो नहीं
Payne,
पता यार
so
मेरे को
snappy today.
He is playing
टूर्नामेंट्स
really
रहते
good today.
इतने नहीं
Not just
रहते
here to be the hype guy.
आगे भी टूर्नामेंट्स आएंगे
Very much
इतने नहीं आएंगे
anticipating.
It's easy to hype it up when you're the
लेकिन
one
अगर
killing.
तू
Very true.
ऐसा प्लेयर है जो
Sends the full
इंडिया का
line
बेस्ट
just in
प्लेयर
case that
है
pressure
या बन
continues to come
सकता
through.
है
Salvos as well.
तो
Do you
सब
get
कुछ तेरे
drawn
हाथ में आ
out?
जाएगा
Buzz getting his way through Sands and Freeing. Not aware of this at all. Because I'm getting caught completely off guard, but Hyunmin is here. He is not flashed up. He strikes. 2 kills found. Mako there, reinforcing. As it is just Izu at 60. Stuck inside of the smoke, and that boombot. Spot him out, and it's gonna kill. Doesn't manage to get it with the sheriff. The rare sight as Hyunmin gets 3, and DRX looking for a 9-3 half.
They're just reading this so well.
Again,
just understanding the tendencies of what they've been seeing and reacting to it incredibly efficiently.
No plans, Ravishan.
Hello. Just a kiss.
19?
Kiss of death from the boombot. Well, now Orbital, as well as that Armageddon. The showstopper, one away here for Hyunmin. Buzz.
The
orb that DRX is thinking they might go for is not the one that Buzz is going for.
Well, either way,
Arthur का एक pro team lifetime के लिए choose करनी होती valor
the reswing and
तो कौन सा करता
too much movement there from
DRX
flashback. Little wonky, but Mako still finds
fun
Meteor
vibe है वहाँ पे
holding
fun
down that
vibe
arcade
हारे
side.
जीते
Pivot back
वो तो
over
होता
towards
रहेगा
the A
लेकिन
site here, it would seem. DRX very much anticipating
fun
this
vibe
pressure is still going to collapse onto B, so they're not in position to shut this down.
लोग अच्छे
Call comes through. As Buzz takes some space, gets himself over towards drop. Hyunmin right here, nearly shoulder to shoulder. Gets the spot out, swings out of the smoke. As it's a messy affair, but one that Hyunmin comes out a little bit cleaner.
कितना control
Planted Bane
करता
gonna
है
be taking that
वो
showstopper at the ready.
कितना processor कितना
36
control
HP.
करता है बे
Spot out. Sees 2, sends it. Showstopper gonna be a bit shallow as they're able to tuck back, but they're zoned away.
लग गए
So
मौली
those
भी
have been
आएगा
cleared for now. Molly available. Sent. Hyunmin gonna have to get off this. No, dies.
Fuck.
Carby finds a third. Now the orbital gonna be built up. He's waiting for the retap. He's playing off time. Ultimate now. Sent.
Fuck.
Freeing flashback, scattering here to the wins. As Carby finds himself a fourth. Now looking for the ace, but Izu on the swing will be able to find it.
बाप
T1
रे
rescue the round. Down by 4 here at the half.
Switching sides.
Dude, Carpe has been absolutely electric these last couple of days. He bails T1 out in a big way. This round was messy. And I'm scratching my head a little bit why we don't see Buzz an orb here. I mean, I guess you just want to get the plant down and try to sneak in to dish is the thought process. But that prevents, you know, that showstopper coming through, and that's when the alarm bell started ringing in my head. I'm like, oh boy, DRX is going to have their showstopper. This is looking dicey, but thank God for Carpe. He's able to hang on, get that orbital strike, and just make it basically unwinnable at that point. But that defender side for DRX, so good. So well prepared here today. Having such a good read on so many of those rounds, on exactly the tendencies that T1 was going to be showing and how to react to it. Mirroring them on the map, cutting them off so many times with those executes. Mako having a huge moment. Hyunmin has been fired up all day. And these 2 new players for DRX, Freeing and Hyunmin, have been just such a great pickup.
Absolutely. All right, I mean, Bane as well. I think, you know, as we're going to give Carpe a lot of props for coming back in.
Yes.
Similar, you know, sentiments have to be echoed here for Bane. Granted, a lot more preparation time compared to Carpe stepping back onto the stage.
Hey, Belo,
But
look
gets called back onto the roster to perform, and Bane absolutely has done that in spades.
यार जो लोग हो सकते हैं रिट्वीट करो
Right
ताकि
along with him.
डिजर्विंग बंदे तक बात
Well, it's great
पहुंचे
to have a
और
player who's
लोग अप्लाई करें
like Bane, you know, willing to
इससे
just
क्या अप्लाई करने का
be
मैं
selfless, try to be good with the
11 तारीख को
utility.
बोल दूं
And if the aim's there, then hey, great. But he understands the system of DRX so nicely.
असल तो है मैं लैपटॉप में गोल्डन एसेंडरी आया ऐसा इमॉर्टल पहुंचने वाला 60% सैंपल लेके वो बिहार स्पाई लव यू
Standing back out over towards this arcade side. Meteor
ठीक है
Putting back in towards the spawn, but that's when the strike comes in. Izu able to find 1, but Hyunmin comes up with 2. Paint shell to claim. Stacks gets headshot.
भाई कुछ क्रेजी बंदा है
To the
वो
sewer.
भी
Meteor
बोलो
forced off the angle. Buzz able to find flashback. Opens up the speed main side. Bane pushing into the smoke.
यहाँ का आसपास टाइप लग रहा है बे
Meteor just cannot hold his ground. Carpe and Buzz now needing to be the ones to deliver.
Good God.
Here's the first shot. Paint shell still available, but that's a suppress.
6 के लिए हमेशा के लिए छोड़ दिया
5 more
इसको
seconds,
पता नहीं
not
यार
having
मेरा
that
उससे
nade,
बात
try to clear
करके
out an
जमाना
angle.
हो गया
Tower would be a damn good one.
पता नहीं वो क्या कर रहा है last मेरा
Gets set
text
free,
उससे
forced away, tagged up quite a bit, down
बहुत
to
time पहले
45.
बात हुआ
All
था यार
missiles away.
Since the salvos, the drop, I don't believe it's heard.
18 जैन को बात हुआ था
One enemy
Finds the
remaining.
headshot,
तेरे
Buzz,
कान में हाथ
trying to
का
hold
लैंड
it,
भोसड़ी के
but
किधर है
Bring
तू
wrests it from his hands. The Red Bull clutch, giving DRX another pistol win on Fracture.
So many great back and forth moments there for both teams. But Hyunmin just getting it done with the utility, getting it done with the guns, being able to react just that much faster than Meteor. And even though Carpe is hitting some nasty shots, nothing you can do when you don't know where freeing is going to be coming from. Holding the angle, you have to pick one or the other there as Carpe. And you didn't feel like maybe he had enough time to make that rotation. Well, he did.
Buzz rushing forward, trying desperately to get this. Tucks back, sends it the paint shell, but hot on their heels here is Hyunmin, but it's going to be the salvo that takes him down. The quick send coming up with value as Hyunmin rides the rope, gets himself
एक voice note में
situated up
दो
top here at
former
Sands.
friends को भी
Izu
जाता
on the
तो
side. Ooh, the shoulder spotted, the shots opening up. Gets a glimpse of him. Eventually is able to find the kill.
यूनियन
Two-player
भाई आता है
advantage
बे
out there in the
आसपास
hands of DRX as they want as clean of an anti-eco
पता
as
नहीं
they
रे
can get.
सके
Carpe does have that IMSIC Sheriff in hand, but it swiftly falls to the floor as it's just going to be a bit of a meat grinder here. Some back and forth, 2 kills found. A bit of damage dealt. I believe one weapon going to be left behind. But
डॉन
DRX
ब्लैक
get the
अल्ट
double
मारेगा
digits.
क्या वो
Yeah, they're just really in tune right now, covering their angles nicely. Of course, this smother of utility, everything in the kitchen sink to make sure Buzz had nowhere to go.
One enemy remaining.
Just breaks open the space
लेजेंड
there.
बाय रेंट पे पीसीज मिलता है
And the DRX
घर
bandits
पे
are
बात
fired up
करो।
with Busan. That was
फैमिली
really
का
nicely
सपोर्ट
done.
लो
You drop a couple guns, sure, but you've got 2 rifles, including 2 bulldogs, to back up this bonus. Boy, oh boy, a little bit of attention being played, but this time,
या
DRX
फिर पार्ट टाइम जॉब करके
Exactly.
खुद का हेल्प करो
Down the
बंकर
strike.
जैसे
Gunman jumping forward, swings onto the corner, and wins out the fight versus Buzz. Stacks the quick peek out. Does manage to go ahead and trade it back. Player advantage equalized. Weapon scooped up though, so firepower widely, evenly distributed.
Just a tap of the orb, grab it and go. That's going to pull the rotation, at least temporarily, from T1.
Just Meteor here on the side by himself.
Look at how patient Flashback has been. Just looking for that Meteor lurk. Meteor had a real struggle on this site the last time against DRX. He was getting absolutely bullied. Taeho utility again should be clearing out that early trip. See if he can hold the line.
You're dancing around the center boxes, is able to find one Mako put down on the floor, but now they look at the refill space
they hear
over at
this.
A.
ओ भाई ब्रिंग कुछ
Slowly
कर
trying
सकता
to
है
drift forward to make a contact
Nah,
here against
कुछ
Izu,
नहीं
who
कर
wins
सकता।
out the fight.
30 seconds left.
हो
3
गया मेरा।
players now on this A site. Meteor sounding the call, saying, yep, they're all pushing in towards main right now. As the door at Sands gets opened up. Swap of the weapon. All of this being heard, all of this being noted by T1, who seemingly have this round in hand. With Meteor
चैट में सब लोग
ever
तेरे को
closer.
याद कर रहे थे और गाली दे
Find
रहे थे
that
थोड़ा
backstab. 10
क्लबिंग बंद
seconds
करके
remain.
वैल्यू वापस चालू
Nothing more
करेगा
can be done
बहुत
here
सही
from
के
Bay. Try to get some kills. Gets one.
वन वर्ड में
Called
आंसर
back
दिया
away.
पूने
The
करके
Himby has
Can't
been
do.
made. 3 players surviving, 2 left without their weapons. T1 fight back.
Yeah, this is much better now in a lot of different respects from T1. Even though Buzz gets bested by Hyunmin, still God stacks. Just barely got a glimpse of him in time before the flash landed to try to bail Hyunmin out. Nice hold from Izu. Meteor on the other
हाथ
side.
तो है
Really
प्रकाश
important
भाई।
that Meteor is going to be a nuisance, that he's picking up a
तेरा
kill or
बेटा
two
हाथ से निकल गया
every time that DRX is going
शायद
to
मेरे
commit to
पे
B.
गया यार
Him and Carpe are having a little bit of problems over on that side of the map. So one
Yeah,
round
like
doesn't
that.
give you a great sample size to see if that's really been completely
Oh
adjusted.
my God, Buzz, what a shot!
भाई
Takes Hyunmin clean out of the sky.
क्रेजी मारा है भाई
Flat packed across. Mako caught, trying to go for the orb. Meteor takes him down, freeing, tries to trade it out. The boombot cleared. Bane trying to force his way forward here, but now Arcade has been
Spike
reflooded.
down B.
Bane is all on his lonesome,
Enemy
stuck up
remaining.
here and now killed off in isolation.
अच्छा खेल रहा है बेटी वन.
As T1 not going quietly into the night.
Huh?
They will keep the gap ever more narrow. This Flashback's position is noted, but no one really wants to try to take this weapon away from him. No one going on the hunt.
There's not much Flashback can do at this point. Save the gun, move on to the next round there. As DRX, Bane has some money, but the rest of the economy is a little bit shaky for them. Another great
30
setup
seconds
there.
left.
And this time, putting Buzz up on top of the generator causes some real issues as he's able to find that impressive as hell kill.
वो crucial kill था जो रेज को मारा.
And Meteor able to get the one before he gets taken down. And then Buzz right there to get back in the tower to reinforce that space.
जो लोग का
Seconds left.
aim बहुत strong है
DRX out of
रे
that round.
बहुत strong है.
Much better reactions. Much better setups on the defender side. So T1 has gotten a little bit of extra prep in, a little bit of extra time to think about how they want to handle this defender side. And who would have thought maybe Fracture's defender sided today? It do be like that sometimes.
Well, 2-2 so far on this half. We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, for Buzz, what a snappy reaction. So very crisp. And just the refilling of space here for T1.
Yep.
Not allowing for that spike to be obtained, not allowing for that tower position to be established, and that is going to be a timeout called here from the side of DRX.
Yeah, I think this is smart from Termi. Stop the shenanigans. See if you can think about a few different ideas.
Does can help in building and
Start
confident
toying
killing?
with some other parts of the map a little bit. Dish has been kind of left abandoned
As
by
of the
DRX. Maybe they can contest that space a little bit more. The hall control has been good. Now you need to kind of work off of that a little bit more. See if you can push and pull T1. To T1's credit, though, when you have tried to do that, they've been really good at reacting to it on Fracture so far. And that's a huge improvement for them from what we saw from them the last time on this map. They're much more fluid, playing with a lot more confidence after that Lotus. You know, something we saw, something the desk was talking about that T1 does so well on that map. Now if you can transfer it over to some of the other maps, this kind of aggressive, brawly style that T1 is going to bring, if you could get good reads, if you could get Stacks being really vocal, or whoever it needs to be, Carpe maybe doing a little side calling, I don't know. Whatever it is. So far, so good. But now, after this timeout, again, a crunch coming towards A. Couple different directions. Getting out a little bit of that util. Make sure this orb is good to go. And the push. Stealth Drone gets that spot, though, sees all three. That's making it a little bit easier here.
Showstopper, great draw on that one. Sends it point blank right at easier speed. Carpe flushed down. Stacks now out into the open.
Miss किया Stacks ने, लेकिन दो नहीं मार पाता था
Damage
शायद.
dealt to both Hyunmin and Flashback.
क्या
They're
शायद
both
मार
still
भी सकता
breathing.
था. दोनों लो थे.
Spike planted.
Buzz now arriving. It's one into the shoulder.
Bedroom 6.
He's got his work cut out
Good
for him.
days.
Economy's in a decent place, and Meteor does manage to open things up a little bit, but given that you're both
Good old days.
collectively down below a single full HP bar, it's going to take a hell of a lot more before you can actually commit
इतना अच्छा
to
बंदा
trying
है
to go for this
वो.
retake.
What
He is
has
already
done
saving.
and achieved.
Yeah, the
Any
jiggle on the
advice for
one.
us? Why path follow?
Only Buzz saying, well, I've got money. See if I can take some away from DRX, but that fault line is going to be enough to seal the deal. Retreat will be sounded here. DRX off the back of the timeout, not allowing for T1 to continue clawing things back. They'll get themselves up to 11.
Yeah, this is nice adjustments from DRX. Good timeout from Termi, as usual. Just taking advantage of some of that open space that hadn't been explored up on the north side of the map. And T1 this time not really as quick to react to it. Kind of just setting up three players in there with a showstopper, bouncing through, flashback connecting on the way in.
क्या नहीं झेला है भाई मैंने. Fuck.
That
उन
T1
लोग
can
को जो
really do in
1%
that
दिखा है भाई.
situation. It's just a really
Backend पे
good
जो होता था
setup
गाली
from
करो
DRX.
यार.
Very difficult
इन
to
सब
stop
मैचेस
that
के टाइम पे.
if you're going to commit to a three-person
Matches के
defense
बाद
on that A site.
Operator.
कोई एक दूसरे को कुछ नहीं बोलता था सिवाय एडिट को लर्न.
Buzz
लेकिन
be able to play off the back of the camera here.
कुछ
Over on that
टॉक्सिसिटी
arcade
ने
side.
कुछ मैचेस में तो अम्मा बैंड भाई
Flashback noted Izu still
मेंटल
hanging
फक
around.
कर देते थे.
Goes for the jiggle peek. Sends out the stun. Now can just look to re-swing. Couple shots through the dish, but as he swings out, Flashback has the headshot.
बाप रे.
Comes up with the good. Stacks with an answer back though. Keeps things evened up at 4-4. Page to keep him at bay for now. Carpe lingering within the smoke.
मैं तो बहुत बढ़िया बंदा है और तू कच्चा खेला है.
Plant onto the corner.
You've got so many good ults for this retake.
Look at what Bane just got. Rolling Thunder. As well as that Armageddon. Used in conjunction can be such a deadly combo. He's buzzed for now, just trying to check out default, trying to check underneath.
Oh, look at the Mako.
Showstopper now going to be drawn out. Red carpet thrown. Hyunmin on the peak, ends up getting taken down. But here comes the Rolling Thunders now. Just going to be sent out, dueling against one another. Carpet trying to go on the swing. Sends out the molly, gets zoned back. Mako able to find one. Out of the corner, no! He took the line. Mako dead to the aftershock.
Oh, Mako ने नहीं डाला molly.
T1, they win out the brawl.
What the fuck? Mako और molly डालता तो
What a
जीत गए थे
reaction
शायद.
from Stacks. To have that aftershock there to deal with Mako's lurk. My goodness. That's brutal. And Hyunmin there challenging that ultimate pays the price. That is disgusting
इतना
from
पोस्ट प्लांट होने के
Flashback.
बाद भी.
It's a clean
अच्छा
shot.
molly था ही नहीं.
Stuck around.
Yeah, just doesn't backpedal what was
Molly
great,
था ही
trying
नहीं.
to get the kill. Mako likely
Still.
thinking my life for this elimination gets us the round win, but comes up shy of the mark. The gap now, once again, 4 rounds separating. It's freeing. Just a classic in hand.
You just wait behind for your teammate to die and then scoop it up off of him.
7:13
ना?
ना? Still
Yeah, of course. I'm
My ultimate's ready.
talking about ranked player mentality there.
Sure. But now,
Oh, look at these. Oh, this trips. These are nice. A little bit deeper. You might lose the first one of the salvos, but that second one on the site gives you a little bit of flexibility to fall back.
Buzz.
क्या चिप.
Oh, that's the classic on the ground.
Dancing निपुण.
Bring dead now. Seal
Box
guard
से
going
बात
to be
होता
sent
है आपका.
Buzz up and over the top. Let's back out a
Still
little bit.
editor.
Go ahead and send the paint shell. Weapons jammed up here for the moment as the site gets ready to be taken. Meteor, however, still in tower. Izu arriving, seeing Flashback. Ready to send out the stun. Flashback tucks away.
Planted.
Meteor spraying through, however, gets a sense of it. Knows where Hyunmin's going to be holding. Comes up with the kill. Buzz now off back into his hands. Takes down Mako. Stacks staying alive as they just get picked apart one after the other. Flawless round for T1.
Ammo
This
नहीं है
map
दूसरा.
is far from over.
No doubt about it.
हाँ?
Flawless.
Just great anticipation of some of the
Line
movements
with chat.
of DRX there. Buzz getting some value out of the op. Meteor playing his life nicely, dodging that steel guard and not really giving it much opportunity to find effect. Just great patience shown from T1 there. Buzz just hiding in a smoke, waiting out the steel garden. Rest of the team shows up. This might be timeout numero dos from DRX.
भाई काम इतना है ऊपर से
It has
पीसी
to
ने
be.
घर
Yeah.
पे
And it is. So DRX just 3
Oh,
rounds
sorry,
in
Kate.
between.
आपके दूसरे
Sending the
पापा
final
के पास
timeout.
इतनी प्रॉपर्टीज है. हाँ? और तो
Termi
पीसी नहीं ले पा रहा
Be
है.
a bit of an
उनको
all-in
शर्म
hit
है
just to
थोड़ा
at least
सा
get
भी.
themselves up to 12.
डबिंग में जितना पैसा डाला है, डेट्स पे जितना डाला है, वो सेव का
Curious
थोड़ा सा.
about now what the adjustment is going to be. You know, maybe
पहला
some
में
more of
होगा
those
इसलिए.
crunches. Because it seems like T1's doing generally a pretty good job of avoiding some of these executes. Other than that one round where there was the showstopper and, you know, Hyunmin jumps up on top of the A platform. But other than that, they've been just kind of dodging a lot of what DRX has been throwing their way post-pistol. I think just a little bit, take a little bit more time here as DRX. Feel a little bit
पिला रहे नहीं.
more difficult to read.
टाइम लिया अभी खत्म है.
Or if you just have like two world beater executes in the back pocket here that Termi can just play call to just close the map out, then yeah, sure, go for it.
We'll see.
Pull out, you know, saw G2 do this to close out a map earlier. Just a lightning execute could be the way.
Up still there.
जितने भी वैलो प्रो प्लेयर्स बनना चाहते हैं ना,
Outlaw to further reinforce this
अपने
bind.
लाइफ में
Set
प्रॉब्लम्स
up
को
here
ऐसे
for
इग्नोर
T1
करो
there with a
जैसे कि मैं
flawless, so
कैस्पर
don't
को
you
कर
really
रहा
need to
हूँ.
spend any money down, but you know that they're going to be facing quite a bit of half armor as this Buzz looking for the shot and gets ahead right there onto Mako. Stack swinging out. Gives it to Hyunmin. Now flashback, work cut out for him. It's good to come away with one, but Stacks is still sat here holding down Sands. A ride to the rope, Bane, back turn, doesn't know what hit him, but it's a meteor. Right to the back of the skull and into freeing space. T1 nullifying the timeout. 2 rounds separating.
Well, they just go for this fast hit.
बहुत बड़ा
And
hitter है,
Buzz
बहुत
just has
बड़ा.
a great position there to anticipate it. Mako still did quite a bit of damage. Got him down to
Idea
30
भी नहीं
health.
है.
Stacks right there to reinforce. Swings
Leo
out.
सच बोलते.
Meteor comes up from the rope. Drops 2. T1
This is a nice one.
dodging that execute quite nicely. Capitalizing there. Bit of a gamble from DRX out of that timeout. Does not pay off. Now you're down to an eco.
गया.
Being sent
हैं?
Stacks'
जगह
way.
है. नहीं ये
Oh,
बे.
the aftershock is also
ये
there for
क्या
Bane, a
combo
very
है?
nice trap play.
What is that?
It's disgusting is what it is.
Oh my
Six,
god.
गाली ने
Beats
बेटा.
gets him an early
यार जो भी
advantage.
सिक्स को मिस कर रहे थे
That
हाय
is
बोलो.
awesome.
गाली दो उसको. और कैस्पर हाउस लाइफ यार क्या चल रहा है?
From beyond the grave is
मुंबई
Buzz.
सर्वर हेवी ग्राइंड चल रहा है क्या सीन?
Very forward aggressive
Gold medal
position
लाने
here
मुंबई
with that
सर्वर में.
op, and just does not nail the flick, freeing. Beams him with the sheriff.
Yeah, that-
What a headshot.
That got the DRX fans in the crowd fired up. I felt like this map was very
शर्म
much
कर ले
theirs.
दल्ले.
And all of a sudden, it has been slipping
15
through their
दिन बाद भी
fingers.
बाप ने याद किया.
Again,
हाँ?
Trying to make sure the area under
सिर्फ
rope is
लड़की पे
theirs.
फोकस है.
Meteor
Still
कभी
here,
लड़की,
though.
Not
कभी
having any of
लड़की.
it.
Holds Hyunmin at base. Salvo sent from Izu. Slowing up the approach where possible. Spain gets another orb 3 away from having
लैंग्वेज
the ult
कैस्पर आपका भी
online.
घर टूट सकता है. लैंग्वेज.
Orbital is available for Mako. Carpe has one on the opposite side. Looks like they're going to try to flush somebody out into the open. And that works a treat. Flashback in line of sight. Izu ends up falling. Their own orbital now going through, but flashback inches forward. Effectively barrel stuffs Meteor, and he gets Carpe in the smoke. What a round from
क्या
flashback.
मारते हैं भाई लोग?
A thrifty to get DRX up the map point.
Oh, and
मेरा
just
घर है
when
ही नहीं,
things
कैसे
looked
टूटेगा?
like maybe T1 had a comeback in the works. It is stymied. A banger from Freeing, and then Flashback gets to work with the op from Buzz. Thank you very much. Oh, he saw the iPad. Oh, no.
एक बहुत फेमस बंदे ने
Oh
कहा
my
है.
goodness.
चूतिया समझे हो क्या?
What a play.
बहुत फेमस बंदे ने एक बात
Takes it
की.
right out of Carpe's hand. Password protected. Parental controls in play. Boombot scouting forward here, making sure there's no immediate forward presence at B main. T1 still a full buy, still an op behind. They have enough money to continue onward. They can persevere through this round.
अबे हारने के
I
बाद
like
कितना
this.
दुख
I
होगा
wanna
ना
see
एक थर्स्टी की वजह
A
से.
little bit of
Huh?
more trickery towards this A side. You've got the op clearing a lot of space. Got Mako there to
Very
reinforce.
going on 14. मैं
I
तो
mean, if
इधर
you can just get a
टीम
pick here
बना रहा हूँ
with all the attention you created over at B, you
वैलेंटाइंस डे में.
might feel comfortable to pull the trigger.
Just waiting for any kind of contact here. Flashback slowly, steadily creeping forward, but
Oh, Carpe.
real line of sight for him to get. Carpe is there, but around the corner. Likely be Izu. They clash with first and foremost. As Hyunmin trying to go for the entry. Flashbacking forward Stacks. Trying desperately to hunt him down. The wide swing out
Hey,
though.
okay,
Mako
man, man.
able to find one. Hyunmin gets Izu.
हो गया.
Carpe
It's
now
over.
forced to push up into the smoke. Gets a headshot on the Bane, but cannot confirm the kill.
ना
30 seconds
It's
left.
now down to
सब
Buzz
कुछ
and
ही देख
Meteor.
लिया बे इस VCT में.
Spike planted.
Try to turn the tides of the round. The spot out. The op shot ends up going wide, rolling, then crashing
अच्छा
across
उछला
Meteor.
कि सीधा B-side पे गया
Dropped.
बस.
DRX looking for the
ये ले,
finisher. The
cut that
bounce into the
back.
corner. The stun connects. Buzz. Manages to
Huh?
get the no scope. There's so much more work to be done.
6.
Everyone low on HP, but with just the operator, can he pull it off? Look for the
Whoa!
shot somehow.
भाई क्या
Probably
मारा
got it
वो?
from that angle, but can do no more.
भाई
DRX.
दो इंस्टेंट शॉट्स
They
मारे.
take fracture. They get themselves up to match point.
Oh boy. What a map though. T1 stringing together some nice defensive rounds to really make a go of it, but at the end there, DRX able to stabilize. That aftershock from Bane was so good. It kept Stacks from being able to stop that execute. I gotta tip my cap to Bane.
ठीक है, इसने बोला स्ट्रीमलैब्स सीयू करके. समझ रहे हो? और स्ट्रीमलैब्स बॉट है चैट में. तो इनडायरेक्टली कैस्पर ने क्या बोला वो तो समझ गया रहेगा. अगर वो सिंगल होते हो नहीं बोलती ये चीज. समझा ना 6. इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ पापा की बात मानो and come back to valorant. ठीक है, इनडायरेक्टली तेरे को बॉट बोला, वो भी सोच समझ के, क्योंकि ऑटो करेक्ट में स्ट्रीम लैब्स तो नहीं आएगा, समझ रहा है? इट्स पार्ट ऑफ द प्लान.
One pushing them over the line of making this map unrecoverable. Great tenacity here from the side of DRX. Great moments from both teams.
Yes.
ना
Now we turn our sights
डिफेंस
over
मत करो तो
to
अच्छा उन्होंने
Vine,
पढ़
a
लिया
map
पट
that
से.
has previously not
But
been too kind to
चिल
T1
की
despite
नजर,
their
चिल की नजर.
selection of it over and over again, but yesterday it looked great. So let's see what happens in that map. For now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Woo! This grand finals is giving, and we just don't know how
No
it's
doubt, no
going to
doubt.
end at this point.
जो
But
जितना फर्क मारा वो
DRX
जीता.
continues to remain strong on this map, and as the casters were pointing out, Bane's performance has really supported his teams in a lot of the successful rounds that they've had.
Yeah, this
Super
was quite
Abhijit.
smooth for DRX for me. I feel like Fracture is a map so well suited to them, especially with this Breach Teo that we like to see them run. It seems like such a natural fit for this team, and for me, it's clear to see why they ended up taking the map.
I mean, for the most part, but this was kind of reminding me of the last time when these two teams played on this map, except on opposite sides. I felt like T1 was definitely coming back into that game, and DRX once again bails themselves out with an insane thrifty round to finally get themselves across the line when it feels like they're having a really tough time of winning the map. I really like T1's rotations and movements on the defense. They play top side, bottom side very well on Fracture, where either they're taking drop and then they're wrapping arcade side and choosing to defend the side from one side, or they're taking A main, for example, and then fighting tree side together. They really understood the macro and the rotations very well there.
Yeah, it's just a great map for them, and I think we have to highlight Freeing once again. I think he's proving yet again that he's one of the most dominant Teos we've seen. He understands the utility better than almost anybody else I've watched on this agent. It's just so natural for him. It's so natural for this team to play around that util, and Fracture is the most natural map for it.
Yeah, and at this point, we are going to that map 4 of Vine after this, and, well, that could be it. This could be the win for this team of DRX.
What I wanted to point out so far in this series, guys, is that every team that has won round 3 bonus has gone on to win the map. You saw it on Abyss, you saw it on the second map, you saw it on Fracture there as well, DRX. I mean, it's just such a big momentum starter for you, T1. You see them winning on their defense bonus here, and they're able to go on and roll through with that momentum and stomp the map. Fracture was a little bit back and forth, but when you think about the fact that it took a while for T1 to get going in that second half, and it's a 4-round gap, starting off by winning the bonus here and getting their defense side economy so strong made a massive difference for DRX in this game.
Yeah, we talk about momentum, and
there's no
bigger
momentum
shift than winning that map 3. And that's why also like why winning the pistols is so important, because it gives you that opportunity where you can play that round 3 at a slight disadvantage, but if you manage to convert it, then it's huge.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more. You saw a lot of big plays from Mako this game, has to be said. I mean, he really dragged them kicking and screaming through the last game of Fracture, but he had a lot of key multi-frags, and this is what I was talking about when I was talking about Mako's positional play and his ability to play around the smokes. The little pockets that he plays in a lot of the time and just diving inside and outside of the smokes make a big difference, but you know what else makes a big difference on top of winning bonus rounds? Winning pistols, but also Freeing's clutch is insane. Like, his ability to win clutches, there was one clutch that almost looked unwinnable and he was almost able to win it.
Yeah, this is the thrifty round that we see them converting to break T1's momentum. We see how they pair up the aftershock with the guided salvos as well as the stun to come through. It's perfect utility to guarantee themselves a kill on that eco, open up this round, and Flashback closes it out brilliantly.
Oh, that orbital to flush out the player from default site. He's ready for the player on the rotation, and just perfect positional play, which is what you want from your Sentinel player on attack. He's able to read the rotations very, very well, and I love what DRX did. We talked about the potential earlier on this tournament of the Breach Teo comp to just get kills with util. You know, Valorant, to be clear, is a game about shooting people with your gun, right? But you're killing people with your util, you're getting opening kills in rounds where you don't have the best weaponry, and then you're able to pick up an ult from there and roll on to win the thrifty round that you really needed to win to close that map out. So really good stuff from DRX, and
So
they're
is
going to go on 2-1.
Is DRX winning this, Pilski?
No, oh yeah, of course.
No?
Sorry, I had a Freudian slip there. I'm actually a
what?
secret T1 stand. No. Yeah, no, DRX 100% is winning this. I'm surprised that they were that poor on Lotus, to be honest. I thought they would be a lot more competitive. And I think the map pool's really good for them.
It's getting rougher.
It is.
T1.
All signs are pointing to DRX right now.
I think so.
T1 needs a little bit of support.
They do.
This T1 predictors, and I think there's one man that can help us.
Yeah, I want to bring in a fellow T1 predictor to try and back up my point. Yeah, because, come on, Will, we need you now more than ever, Will.
He can't even do his job well enough that he can't do it by himself. He needs somebody else to...
See, this is what you don't understand. It's all about teamwork, all right? And T1, they rise as one. They rise as one. They've built a legacy of teamwork and branding. Listen, Freedom's a tale of user. He's getting exposed here in the coming maps. We've seen it across all the different maps. Like, is he really a great tail, or is he simply just aiming well? I mean, we're not quite sure where he is in between.
That's controversial. Are you still
Listen,
on the copium?
I'm done with the cast, so I can say what I want. I'm just gonna speak my mind out.
I see. Okay, so
Yeah, welcome to the desk.
How do they support Meteor exactly? Do they tell him, you know, go kill everyone for us? You know,
see, T1 has had this master plan to make everyone think that it's all about Meteor, right? They had Meteor go talk about Autumn, glaze himself up. They're like, all right, Meteor's the superstar, but it's actually going to be all about Izu.
Okay.
It's going to be Izu. All right, they're going to set him up. And why is everyone why are you staring at me like I'm crazy?
I believe in you.
I'm here to help you out, man.
Do you believe him? Have you jumped into the DRX train?
I would never do that. I'm still on T1, but I think you're higher on the copium than I am right now.
Okay, guys, we are going to be going into Bind.
Which DRX won last time?
Yes, which DRX won last time. DRX looks good on Bind. Will, give me the sell.
No, but I think, okay, here's why I picked T1 today, all right? I finally get to defend my prediction. This is great. Because I have full faith that their win against Gen G yesterday has finally unlocked a level where they can play with less pressure.
Yeah.
All right? Like, they've always had to be like, oh, we've never been to a grand final. This brand has never been to a grand final. Stacks is like, I haven't been to a Masters. You know, Paperthin's locked me up for a year. Like, what do I do? They now shed that, and then they can play their game. And listen, they came back after losing that OT yesterday and won 9 rounds in a row. Like, this team is gonna regroup, and they're gonna come out swinging. And I think they don't lose the same way twice. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Do you?
I
mean,
Pilski,
he has nothing to say.
Are you
totally agree.
speechless on this?
Am I speechless on this? No.
They've had so much time to prepare for
to
today, and it's so clear. Has Will converted you?
I've been ganged up on the desk.
What? No, I picked DRX as well. Pilski,
okay.
come on here.
Okay. Let's
I
band
thought you
together
got
then.
this. Let's go back to the numbers. Let's go back to the facts, the data. Everything is in DRX's favor right now. And yes, T1 has played it 4 times so far that we've seen publicly here in 2025. But DRX has all this time to prepare for it, and they've been looking really solid. Yes, they dropped 1 map. Are we surprised on that 1 map? No.
But everything was in Gen G's favor yesterday as we headed into Bind, and then what happens? Bam! 9 rounds in a row.
You guys miss this very violent action coming from big time. Choba, you're bringing some like crazy energy on this disc right now. It's getting violent.
I believe even more now.
Yeah,
you got me now.
That's the T1 energy, though. They're gonna come out. That's Buzz. That's angry Buzz. He's back. He's gonna be on stage.
He's played a lot better today for sure. I think DRX though, I mean, they eked out the win. Free's back on the Teo. Should be easy days. 3-1, I reckon.
Okay, easy. Hold on, hold your horse. Easy. Come on, give me a break. Listen, I think on paper DRX should be favored for this matchup overall. But T1, they built this roster for a reason, and I think we saw that yesterday. I think we saw that experience, that focus, the firepower all come through. And like you said, Buzz had a rough day yesterday, and they were still able to power through. You know, he's gotten his confidence. He picked up that operator in front. I was just talking with Elevated. Yeah, you know, he picks up that operator. He still gets that confidence boost. He's a changed man.
Okay, wait, you're right. It's actually starting to convince me. That's why we're gonna need 1 more person here on the DRX side. the DRX guy, please.
Okay.
Help
Wait,
me.
wanna swap in?
Help me
Wanna swap
here.
in?
Am I
Okay,
stepping
Nah,
in?
he's,
lay down across.
he's just gonna be here.
That's good.
We just
We're there now.
need the
But-
DRX energy to
don't-
come onto this desk.
I don't have anything clever to say. I just felt like I was missing out.
Okay. he needed some comfort. He needed some comfort here today.
You guys are comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've purposely gained some weight over the
We're
winter.
trying to we're trying to see how many people we can fit on this couch right now.
It is being. This is a crazy grand finals right now.
Oh.
Seth, give us
Okay.
a case for DRX.
Oh, they look really good, and Freeing is he's just crazy. So there you go.
I agree with that.
Honestly, we got Freeing on DRX.
They won this map last time.
Mako on Bind. Hello. He's gonna play Brim, and he's just gonna continue to clap.
Gonna
You guys
destroy.
remember that ace?
Yeah,
He's
but
just
do
gonna
you
that again.
but do we not recognize that we're watching a match right now where we're potentially comparing Carpe to Mako, and Carpe's putting up some
That's
numbers and
true.
moves. I mean,
He's back on Brimstone.
is Mako truly the best when Carpe can just come back and start fragging out as a controller? Like,
Good point, but it is still Mako, and I don't think anyone is above Mako when it comes to these Korean players in the clutch
Is it a
scene.
clean 3-1?
Killer Snipe,
Pararara.
the
Is
king
it a
of
clean
DRX.
3-1?
Should we talk about the comps a bit? This is getting like a little crazy.
Hold on, wait. Let's get Seth to break down the compositions horizontally when they come up in agent select. Yeah.
I'll probably
The
make
fuck
my
is happening?
departure.
Chilling.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Bye,
Get
Seth.
ready
Thanks for
for the
joining
gags.
us.
Coming. Thanks for joining us.
I have to say though, but I do miss having the rest of you boys on the desk here. It's been a while now.
I just want to say I apologize for Seth and myself bringing down the average analysis of the desk segment.
This was a very professional desk for a
Oh,
while. I
no,
can see
it's-
why they put you on the cast.
It's good. I needed the fire. You've relit the T1
No,
fire. in here.
seriously.
और बट हम 5 in
Genuinely,
practice over
I
नहीं
do
थे
actually
उसका
think they can
content
do it.
है
I think you make very good points, and I think they proved that they had very strong mental yesterday.
Yes.
So there's no reason why they can't turn it around again today.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I
Binks
think you
of
guys
APV,
caused so much
language,
of a ruckus.
most
We
sick
need to
and
go on a
audible.
very short break, and we're gonna compose ourselves. And when we come back in
मैं
5
DRX
minutes,
के बाद
we
वापस
are
अच्छा
gonna
start
go
आ गया
into
तो लग
map
गए
4, and this could be the end of it. It's probably gonna be the end of it because it's DRX's win.
No.
If not, it's going to be a T1 win, and we continue on to the full 5 mappers. So
Continue
thank
next,
you,
please,
October, so much
please,
for
ये
joining
I
नहीं
need
है,
more time to
please,
get
please.
Prime subs on my watch party, so
Everyone
we gotta
does
go
it.
अभी तक
to
3-0 हो जाना चाहिए
Sneak
था
that in there.
That's the
Some
only reason
donations.
for this break.
All right,
Abeli,
guys.
hello.
We'll see you very soon.
ट्वीट देख रहा हूँ ठीक है
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
It even has my name on the side.
Isn't this perfect?
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
लैंग्वेज बबलू ये का व्लॉग देखो ब्रेक में हो गया 1 मिनट के बाद चालू हो गया स्कोर क्या है 2-1 2 DRX 1 T1 क्योंकि 1
Let's fly.
मत कर नहीं किया आधे में रोक दिया मैंने
The final day of the VCT Pacific 2025 kickoff is here.
Stay tuned for some epic games.
अभी ब्रो टूटो होगा ना त्रिवन बोली देख क्यूरियोसिटी हो रहा है ना 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 पता नहीं रे शिरो शायद से वही है बाइक वाला नहीं दूसरा है शायद तेरा भाई नेक्स्ट टाइम जिता देंगे टेंशन ना ले गोल्ड में फन कर रहे होंगे बहुत भयंकर
All right, we're back a little bit more composed as we go into the fourth map of this series. And now things are getting very serious. T1 is on their last life right now. And they absolutely need to win this. They're pulling out their comps for Bind. And if T1 doesn't win this, that's it for them. And DRX is going to be winning those 3 championship points.
So this is a map T1 have liked repeatedly throughout this tournament, and they were incredibly
successful
in the off-season. So this is a kind of map you want for this
map.
You want to turn things around, you want it to be somewhere where you feel comfortable, and it's clear T1 are comfortable here.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're going to see the same kind of style for DRX. I mean, we've seen
T1
play a lot on this map, but this is a bit of a different flavor. This is not like Sky Gecko, like you see kind of T1 playing with the explosive executes through the Viper wall. You're going to have to rely on more of the hard executes of the Teo and hard underarm flashing your way through. On the KO, I mean, the Teo KO combo, what a classic. You love to see it. But yeah, I'd agree. T1 with a lot of reps on this. DRX most recently played Genji and struggled to beat them, barely beat them on this map. So if you're using Genji as a measuring stick here, I think that T1 was a little bit more convincing against them on this map, to be fair.
All right, well, let's find out who's right after all that ruckus. We're going to go back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper
number 1 team, दूसरे रीजन का number 2 team से लड़ता है.
Alrighty, here we go. DRX now
number 2 team एक रीजन के number 1 team से लड़ता है.
T1
ना मेरे को पता है.
Needing to persevere through this map, a bind to extend us all the way to split. Let us find out if they're going to be able to get it done, to hang in there, to still have a shot at their first ever trophy here in their first ever VCT Grand Final.
It's going to be a really interesting one. I mean, DRX was able to beat Genji on this the last time they played it. A couple of spots there for Bane, but it went into OT. While T1 seemingly figuring out some of the problems that they were having, taking down Genji as well yesterday. It went a little bit deeper than maybe T1 wanted to there towards the end, but they were able to stabilize, come through with the win. It's not for T1 here on this defensive side. Trying to get a pistol to go. Something they could not do on Fracture. Stacks ready with the knife to try to stall up this attack. This looks like a pretty good preparation. Oh, Buzz, though, took a big chunk of damage.
And he does flashback a Sheriff on the opposite side.
By heavy knife.
Get that hit through. Paint shell's going to be sent down. Gunman.
Oh, shit. Knife later.
Forward, trying to take some space, but a good hit comes in. Buzz able to find Bane with a paint shell. Mako similarly going to be taken down. Freeing is able to find one. Fights back a little bit more, but now Izu arriving. Gets himself into showers. Spike in hand here for Hyunmin. 24 HP. Meteor wrapping around the back. Spots the head. Gets the kill. Spike will get planted, but the pistol goes to T1.
Just a really good read on the pistol round here for T1.
Suppress.
So prepared. It's a really good thing Buzz doesn't die in showers, because if he does, it could be a very, very different round. He's able to turn and throw that paint shells. They're able to reinforce that attempted A short hit that DRX had set up. The knife as well, landing nicely for Stacks. Setting up to just be able to use these crossfires, kind of mow players down. DRX punches back, able to get through, get the plant down.
By girl hiding their face in audience.
Round was basically over. So now an outlaw for Buzz, Guardian for Meter, Bulldog for Carpe, and 2 Sheriffs. So it looks like a bit of a save up there for T1. Hoping to come through, have a buy up towards that bonus. Meteor going to get flushed out by the Tejo utility. Not able to put that Guardian to good use initially, but has a fallback spot towards Tube. Stack with Izu.
Flash up over the top, does get the connection, forcing Meteor down, and Hyunmin's able to collect one. Izu eliminated Meteor now. Trying to reposition. There's another flash. It's a full catch, and now they know exactly where he's at. Hyunmin able to find it, gets himself a third.
Bro, are you kidding
the Guardian,
me?
the Outlaw, the push forward. Buzz, barrel stuffing, able to find one, but only has a classic in reverse. But now Carpe mows down two, but Freeing is there.
What the fuck, bro?
Gets the final shot across in DRX. They win out the eco round.
What
The success of T1 from the pistol completely undone.
These are just absolutely gorgeous flashes from Bane to set up his team. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Gets a kill to boot.
Freeing
up and over that too. And that's a huge round for DRX T1. Now gonna have to just rely on some sheriffs and a guardian of their own. My word, Bane has been really impactful today for DRX in a lot of different ways.
That's the kind of round with these pressures, knowing that the enemy team is already at match point, that can very much work against you. Meteor pushing forward, trying to take some space, trying to catch him off guard, but DRX seemingly very well prepared for it. Stacks, however, is able to utilize forced up weapon. With at least a kill. Flash forward, gonna look to try to play off the back of this one as the Dizzy also goes out, but it's a quick tuck back into the teleporter to stay safe. Izu re-swinging dead, Mako finding it, Buzz eventually able to put down his former comrade there. The weapon not going to be recoverable. 3v3, still just the two sheriffs and the Guardian, with the spike now being brought back across towards this B site.
Oh, and that knife is going to get some good info.
Catches onto one.
Still, it's going to allow them to stick in this two-man stack, this 2-1 split. Carpe hasn't seen a damn thing over on A.
The slow creep out, Stacks. He's been noticed here, but oh, there's the elbow. There's the put down. Buzz now. Sheriff in hand here from Hookah. DRX should be able to read this reposition as they slowly sweep their way across. Tucked in just below the window here is Bane.
Of the patience, wait for Carpe.
Repositions. The plant, the elbow spotted. Buzz just trying to play it as quietly as he can. Now is going to be forced to make some noise. Spring will find the kill. All on Carpe. That staple sheriff in his hand. Trusty in the past. Can he find it? Tracks the wide swing. Eventually is able to go ahead and clean one up. 4 bullets in the cylinder. Spring, does he swing the challenge? Couple shots over towards his legs. The reload through. Expecting the swing off the back. Eats quite a bit there from the salvo. Finds one.
Oh my.
Carpe at least making it costly, if not getting them all 5 players dead. As Bane, he'll make plenty of noise. He knows that Carpe has no other recourse but to try to hold forward. So we'll be able to close out the round. We'll go 2-1 here on DRX. But Carpe, he makes them suffer for it.
Jeez. Never doubt Carpe when he's got a sheriff in hand. I mean, the kill here for Stack, so impactful to take Hyunmin out. That slows up DRX, not really able to make and execute the way they'd like. So then they have to kind of just win some battles at range to break open the space. Good recognition there from Freeing. Somebody could still be Hookah. That's a great reaction, great understanding, great map awareness from him. He's got an Armageddon, they've got a showstopper. Orbital strike though for Carpe off the back of that play. So some dueling ultimates. Could be very, very impactful.
Absolutely help them tie things up here. Still full investment behind as Izu going to reposition, looks to send out the Dizzy. Quick clear.
Buzz has got an op, so this is a
no
very
go down bad defense. It's very hard to play no
Bring out the red carpet. The Monster try to hold them at bay there for a moment, but it dissipates and Hyunmin goes in on the entry. Izu getting out here against it, but cannot win the fight. Hyunmin will find victory. The rest of the team, however, going to be held back, but Hyunmin opens up the site, seemingly on his lonesome. Shots here from Meteor, ends up falling. Stacks now dead, and Meteor trapped. As Buzz, not much that he's going to be able to do here, given that op. And with Meteor dead, he's got to hightail it out. They get the orbital committed, they get the plant, they get the round. DRX 3-1.
Oh, just phenomenal reactions again from Hyunmin. These entries today have at times been just jaw-dropping. The way that he's able to adjust and just clear players out. I mean, Izu tucks in behind the box, just hides himself and still able to be dealt with. And then he gets I think it was Carpe coming in through the door at B. Absolutely ridiculous. Nothing else to say about it from Hyunmin. Still for Buzz.
Yeah. To hit that shot.
Read to tha flashback ka.
The only thing that they have left to their names going into this next round is this operator. Given the rest of the economy here for the team, here's to see if there's a very early timeout call.
Stay safe.
If we just keep on rolling. Autumn has been a bit reserved with them, trying to allow for the team to make the adjustments themselves.
Oh, God, that is nasty. Mako, steady as always there. Reinforced, shut Stacks down. Looking good so far for DRX. Now, bit of a heavier lean in towards that B side, whereas DRX looking to maybe fan out a bit. See if there's any aggressive plays off of this lower buy. You do have 1 kill away from a showstopper as well for Buzz, or 1 orb. Meteor has a Marshall. We know that he can be an absolute nightmare. Has that wall and the Razor Vine to kind of back himself up. Stacks as well. Gonna let loose with a long-range knife.
Flash connecting once again here. Meteor just not getting that angle before the smoke can blooms. Hyunmin trying to play entry. Here comes the showstopper. Stacks quick to bounce his way out.
Oh, Meteor
up towards heaven, and Meteor is catching a stray.
Unbelievable, boy! Unbelievable!
Will be able to find one free and going to be traded out. With one in that regard, Carpe, Sheriff again, finds Mako with a headshot. Dane trying to hold things down. Just a glimpse of multiple players.
Oh.
Spike makes its way into the teleporter. 4 players strong. Weapons now given to the site is given up. Can be recovered. That's going to be that much more firepower here for T1. Trying to turn tides of this round. They have the man advantage, and now they've got weapons.
Spike planted.
I love this flank, though, from Buzz. This is going to be really tricky. But DRX trying to get ahead of it. Flash back, playing elbow.
I think.
Needs for the rest of the team to still continue to be able to break through. So he's making his way forward. Hyunmin, the one tap, finding it. Bane! I thought he was blinded up. Still managing to find the kill. Buzz now here in hookah. But do they give him the opportunity at all? And Hyunmin, he's here in tube, and he's going to stay stuck there. Buzz just not going to have line of sight until this very moment. And with 23 HP, he doesn't know where Flashback is. He's been tucked here at elbow the entire time. Flashback considering the check, sees it, knows that he is not on it, knows that he can't take the op out of their hands, but knows that the round is won.
Goodness. Hyunmin is really on point here on Bind. Now you start to worry that the gas in the tank for T1 may be running out. Just having to play so many brutal matches over these last 3 days. No, that was great backup from Bane. God, man. God. One taps galore.
Excuse me?
Timeout call here from T1. Shades of their previous Bind appearances.
Close जा रहा है, but हाथ नहीं आ रहा round. मैंने तो बोला था. मैंने तो बोला था.
Shut down this aggression from DRX.
DRX 4-1.
This is tough, man. Because I don't, you got to find a way to keep Hyunmin in check. So, early in the round, they commit some resources to B in that previous one. DRX goes A, isn't able to break through, and they're able to TP over, get that plant onto B like they like. And, everybody who watches Valorant or plays Valorant knows it is very tough to retake B on this map.
Absolutely can be.
And so that's why it's so important that those defenses are pretty stalwart. So a little bit more congestion of the long B space from Izu potentially.
Even full Korean
we'll see what T1 wants to do. Or just anybody, frankly. It doesn't have to be Izu, it's just generally the Gecko that's in control
if I'm not wrong.
Of that long B area. But it looks like for now,
dono full Korean team.
Just going to play a little bit further back.
Yes, sir.
So let him maybe sit over there, although he's rotating pretty quickly. There's that long knife from Bane over into Bath.
Yes, sir.
And so that pulled a rotation there. And that's going to keep an extra player away from this B site. Carpe going to have to play for his life a little bit. Izu holding the line at hookah, but instead
best
DRX
of 5
says,
है best of 4 है क्योंकि 3-1 होने वाला
get
ना
any contact there. Let's make sure hookah's clear.
Zoo backing away quickly. Full util still.
KO alt BT देगा
Ready to
4
be
बंदे
used.
B
Buzz
पे.
in the meantime. Bit of a walkabout
वाट लग
outside
गई
of showers.
वाट लग
Let's see if he can spot anything, but
वहाँ पर ये
Carpe
क्या था?
is coming away with great game sense. Finds an open
क्या
kill
है
there on to Freeing. A lot of that oomph from the entry power is in the hands of that tail. Now lies that on the floor.
Buzz is pushed all the way out.
Just continues to gain more and more information here for the team. 0 point as well.
चार बंदे भाई रेस देखो किधर
30
है.
seconds left.
Both commands are ready on both sides. Stacks investing out of the window, goes flashback, and he's going to get dropped. Bane's able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down, but Stacks, ever present, is away with one. Youngman will fall. Now just Bane and Mako in a 2v4 with Buzz. This long journey, this pilgrimage that he has gone on, and will finally bear some fruit. Finds a kill on Mako. There's nothing more that Bane can do other than try to make it a little bit more costly, but Stacks says no. Clean response. T1 picks themselves a second round win off the back of the timeout.
Yeah, it's just kind of
जीत तो सकता है T1.
DRX trying to find a way into B, and this
जीत तो
time
सकता
around,
है.
they're not having any of it.
Alt
It helps when you spray
rotation
down the
देखना
player in
पड़ेगा.
a smoke
अभी
like that.
इको है.
Like you said,
4-2 4-3.
when it's a Teho as well.
4-4 होएगा तो
Nullifies a lot of
4-5
that
होएगा और फिर
power.
alt के साथ
That whole round
4-6
Buzz is
फिर
just
4-7
holding shift and walking
7-5
around with that
half.
op. Looking to see exactly what's going on.
7-5 half
Kind
होएगा
of
मेरे
puts
हिसाब
the dagger into that round for T1, but really just good rotations, good quick
7 T1
reactions.
5 DRX.
DRX second guessing themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
लग रहा है.
Snail's pace movement from DRX. Compared to what we've been seeing in the previous. Salvo's going to be sent fragment down into the corner. That's Yunmin dead.
That's a catch right there.
Here forced back just a little bit, but still has quite a bit of space to work with as he's just going to go for some timing spray, and he comes up with two.
I wonder is break
Flashback will recover the weapon. Gets himself around the corner.
I wonder.
Looks like the hopes of another thrifty here from DRX have been squashed a bit. Solid headshot. Still snappy here is Flashback. But at this point, it would take shambolic disaster for T1 to have this round slip away from them. Now it's all about just closing this as cleanly as humanly possible. Flashback going to be noted. And no, they just push up the back of the wall. Carpe will be able to deal with it as Buzz finds the follow-up. 1 round separating T1 coming online.
Yep. Okay, this time, none of the shenanigans from the eco are going to give you any difficulties. Just reading that short A hit pretty well. Again, this is part of the map that in the 2 rounds we've seen DRX try to go for it in the pistol, and in this round hasn't really been able to find anything to really claim as a prize off the back of it. So let's see, another timeout now. This time DRX doesn't like what he's seeing as Termi
अभी तो
wants to
बोला
have
थे
a
DRX
discussion, and I don't blame him.
जीतेगा.
I mean, I
थोड़ा
think,
lag हो गया बीच में वो लोग का ना.
I think obviously the B stuff got figured out quick enough. We didn't
From
have
tomorrow
a
regular stream
repeat.
and in 5-5 next time.
Who
Yes,
was that
sir.
team?
Holy moly.
Holy moly, thank you.
Exactly where you were going.
Yep. Back in the day, we just ran it down
क्या
the same
लगता
side
है
every time.
PRX का era खत्म है, comeback आएगा. 100% comeback आएगा.
Now you got to work the map a little bit more.
PRX का era खत्म नहीं हो
Got to try to
सकता.
figure out where that op is. Try to avoid that. That short A setup is going to be likely nasty no matter what. We've been seeing Meteor just hard commit to it with the wall and with the Razor Vines.
As
So you
in
might need
numbers
some
stream
extra help from
कल से resume हो
Flashback there
जाएगा.
using some of the Viper
Maximum
util.
परसेंट अगर कल एक दिन
Try
में
to bait
break
some of that out, clear it. At least make T1 respect it. At least make them have to commit
Valorant
forces
push
over to A every once in a
चालू
while.
करेंगे.
Shower control has been non-existent as well for DRX, so let's see if that's something they consider, or it's
Not this
just
round.
or just back to B lull.
ना visual लगा.
Just go B, go B.
Buzz right now hovering.
Godesh!
Like they're just waiting for any kind of
Godesh!
information to get, and then we'll make the call for the rotate. But Carpe
DRX ने बोला मेरे को बुलाओ.
push
आ गया
into the
Godesh.
smoke, into the spray down, but it's going to be
अरे
Bane
सना
applying
ना 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 ना
down
ना.
to 8 HP
DRX.
on the floor is going to be
Maybe
reservable.
DRX.
Paint shell to try to further delay here.
मेको की वजह से मेको की वजह से.
Bought. Orbital strike towards backside Buzz just
मेरे को
alongside the
से बाप
blast
ले
radius.
इनमियन है.
हाँ हिंगू है ना ना.
हाँ.
Get the pickup. It's just a teleporter pivot is the question. Fight sent down, flash connecting onto Stacks, tucks back, re-swings, dead. Mako able to find the headshot. Meteor now joining here. Looks for a fight, tries a wide swing, but freeing.
भाई ये भी
Breaks
बाप
up the
प्लेयर है
1v1,
बेफिंग
comes up over the
बेस्ट
top.
है वो
And once
तीनों रीजन
again,
मिला
it's
के
Buzz just stuck here saddled with his operator.
तीन रीजन इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि चौथा मैंने देखा नहीं
Forced away. Forced to save. DRX timeout will find success.
Well, they get bailed out by Bane. I mean, he just absolutely goes crazy there at that long A fight. I think T1 normally probably expects to come away with that with at least an even trade.
पहले भी तूने वॉच पार्टी किया
And then
था
Bane
बराबर
lands a great flash. Again,
फ्लैशबैक आ रहा है क्या फ्लैशबैक
Deep does he pursue?
आ रहा है
He's got enough behind personally to be able to afford another buy, and he is creeping into the right direction. Time ticking here on the spike. Buzz now sights back over towards the teleporter for a moment. It's flashback, swinging, can't see a damn thing. There we go. So we have to get the round scorecard out of the way, but looks like that'll be it. Buzz will retain the operator once more.
ऐसे ड्यूल 5-5 होता है बिंग्स बराबर
बराबर
पहला पिक किसको लेते सब लोग हमेशा
पहला बेन करते
नहीं पहला पिक बंदा अरे एसिडल 5-5 बाबू
पहला पिक किसको करते हैं
हां नहीं मेको
really impressed with Bane today. Even though, you know, Gunman Freeing have been doing their usual work of just absolutely destroying, but it's been really on point. So that's a huge boon there for DRX. Operator. Right at the edge.
On a much more narrow line this time. He's to cut across, Freeing able to avoid the shot. Pink shells held for a moment. Now the suppress coming through. Molly to try to slow things up. Gunman trying to get ahead of that one. Izu out from Hookah. Guns him down. Buzz capitalizes. Mako dead. Mosh now
T1
over towards guard and staves
दो मैप
off
क्यों
any
आ रहा
further push. Flashback.
Hookah
though.
क्योंकि उसमें Izus है Izus
Jump up from Izu. Ends up falling. There's a swing out. An easy jump from flashback. Brings it back into a 3v3. No pivot still here from DRX. Buzz up on top of the box. Have they registered that?
Got to use this Armageddon to clear. See if you can get that.
At the ready. There's the spot out. The spike now. Going to be dropped. The Steel Guard invested. Flashback. Able to tuck away from this one. Meteor finds Freeing. Now knowing exactly where the last player is.
30 seconds left.
T1 poised to once again shorten this gap down to just a singular round.
smoke
The call widely is going to be for Flashback to just hold on to this Vandal, though. Freeing not having much money.
Let's see if there's any
10
chase.
seconds
Enough
left.
money for a few players to go on the hunt for T1 if they so choose.
Aman bye thank you for the 2 months
Quick recheck with a knife.
रुक भाई समझा तो दो जोक
He swings out a little bit, but not going to go in for the fight here, it would seem. Once again, faded to just have this standoff between Flashback, but
क्या लग रहा है बिंग्स लास्ट मैच जाएगा कि कैसी
हाँ खत्म
खत्म है in transit. Some brutal headshots onto him while he's blast packing forward.
अबे ये लोग ऐसा DRX वाले बगर सेंटर लेके गिर रहे वाइपर का केज वेज पे और देवो के ऐसा रोक रहे क्या
But this round, no clear
लोग बगर
hookah
सेंटी खेलते क्या DRX वाले
cost DRX dearly.
बहुत सारे टीम्स
Even
खेलते हैं
though
लेकिन वो लोग टाइमिंग
Flashback
वो करते
eventually
हैं
able to find his way through.
इन्फो पे खेलते हैं मतलब सरप्राइज नहीं हुआ तो
It's
नेक्स्ट
kind of
10
too
सेकंड
little,
कोई
too
नहीं
late there,
रहेगा
not able to get either ults or anything else. To create a little bit of space. Now we're getting a little bit of Shower's attention.
We are. Ooh. The chase back. Boombot going to have to be cleared. Now op confirmed. Paint shell to further delay. Let's look to reaggress.
Ooh.
Okay, the Thrash now going to be sent through the teleporter on the chase, but everybody already successfully disconnecting away from this position. Buzz is going to inch forward again off of this. And the rotations begin for T1. Carpe as well as Meteor starting to inch their way towards B.
T1 ये मैच जीतते सबसे पहले क्या करेगी
A
बता
bit of a split call. Maybe wanting to try to draw some more attention back towards this
बता
B
बता
side.
कार पे
I'd
जाएगी
like to see
नहीं बोलो
Flashback create a little bit of noise.
बहुत
Turn around,
बजेगी
to help clear hookah, although he's quite far behind.
Carpe's got an orbital. Armageddon's going to be coming out. There goes the ultimate just in front of the Mosh.
Thanks,
DRX
brother.
over,
Okay.
not fully committing, no one getting caught. Main shells won't find too much, but the suppress will connect. Suppressing for the moment. Oh, Buzz! The shot whipping, but the shorty will not.
बाप रे
Mows him down the teleporter play now coming through.
30
Zach's
seconds
here to try to hold the line. Showers creeping forward the fragment, keeping them at bay for the moment as the flash turned away from both players. Skillfully dodging it out. Hyunmin able to find one. Buzz looking for a little bit more. He ends up falling down as Hyunmin comes away with a second. Play now in play. Izu arriving here at Heaven, and Hyunmin finds Carpe.
भाई कैच पे मारा बे उसने.
आना भाई डेंजर भाई.
God, he is just electric.
8-4 हो रहा है भाई.
मैं पता है DRX क्यों जीत रही है?
Winning this round almost single-handedly for DRX.
उसमें हूँ मैं.
A great play here from Buzz. Taking advantage of a bit of a whiff shot. This slide.
It's just so swift.
It is. What do you do there? Good God.
HP turns the sights to Heaven.
Innovative jokes.
Takes out Izu. 13-9-0. Showstoppers available on both sides. The pit still here for flashback.
He is just so dialed in. Showstoppers for both raises. But so far, I like now DRX starting to toy with the map a little bit more. Having to keep T1 a little bit more honest. Pulling through with that teleporter play, leaving a couple players behind it.
DRX ये मैच जीते हमने T1 को क्या बोलेगा बता?
Distracted. I mean, it helps, you know, obviously Hyunmin just
तेरा बस तुझे जीने ना दे तेरा बस तुझे जीने ना दे.
इसलिए चैट
now
में
another
पढ़ने
attempt
का.
at B, seemingly in the
इसलिए
works.
खुद का बनने का. ये मैंने 2 साल पहले जब बहुत पार्टी की थी तब मैंने मारा है.
ये चैट क्या पागल हो गया रे? ये अभी तक जो मारा खुद से मारा था ये वाला चैट.
ये वाला इसने मेरे को समझा नहीं चैट वाला.
Rotating over with the op, freeing against Carpe up there. It's a big battle.
Doesn't recover it though. Doesn't have a mosh to try to slow this up. Buzz going to be looking for an opening shot, likely into the transition on that showstopper here. As the flash ends up connecting, so now just the paint shells. Carpe stood up here behind the box, but free. Immediately disappearing as showstopper does not clear out Buzz. He repeats, he finds one. Flashback. Gonna be good for 2. Looks for a little bit more here, but can't quite line it up. Meteor is dancing around the spring. Stays alive as Izu is able to find the rest.
और एक निकालेंगे लग रहा है मेरे को. 7-5 हो रहा लगता है.
Looking to make
पैसा नहीं है बट हमारे.
Fuck, मैंने 7-5 बोला था.
Great back and forth between both of these teams. And this Judge, so annoying. You need to maintain hookah control. Judge can definitely be one way to make it a little bit easier on yourself.
What a turn.
That was a great turn of the flash from Izu. As good as Bane's flashes have been, Izu there even better in his reaction. So now still showstopper for Buzz. Couple stingers for DRX.
I like that Buzz has been holding on to this because that pit is in play. You know that if flashback is able to get into position, utilize that. Very good at helping to clear out the Viper's pit. But Buzz now fully flashed up. Another flash coming through. He's just blindly sending it. Does manage to get rewarded with a kill, but Hyunmin just picks up the pieces. Mako finds the third. Stacks and Meteor now. Try to somehow turn the tides of this one. The pit already in play. Flashes forward. Full blind connecting. Mako ends up getting mowed down and Stacks. Finds flashback. The pit now out of play. Still alive. But now all is lonesome. Push over the corner. Needing desperately to isolate and divide to conquer. There's one up and over the top. They're just peeking him. They're playing with him. As they both tuck back into the corner. Could fragment. Locked him into elbow for the moment, but now the salvos have been called out.
भाई मेरे को लगा निकाल दिया राउंड इसमें.
Fragment down, Bane disrespects it. Swoops out and takes down his former IGL. DRX out in the lead, 7-5 at the half.
It's just another crucial flash that shuts Buzz out of this round, basically. And I don't know, Hyunmin, oh, he saw the elbow. Crazy good stuff. Mako, quick to trade. Even though Buzz had the showstopper, they played that really nicely. Great discipline being shown from DRX in a lot of these post plants. T1's turn now. Try to crack through. Gotta be there for DRX. What's the game plan for T1?
EMA का भी आज ही होगा ना या कल?
As we shift over.
कौन-कौन है?
My big question for T1 mostly revolves around Meteor and the Vice. He's seemingly at times had some trouble. Kind of maintaining control of space, taking control of bats, like winning those 1v1s that he's normally been so good for. It's something I've kind of been having my eye on a lot when I've been watching T1 this year is when he's on Vice, it doesn't seem like he has that same comfort to just kind of walk around the map by himself and cause problems like he does on a Cypher or a Killjoy.
Vitality or Liquid?
So maybe still trying to find some comfort with that agent. I'm curious how they want to work with that.
Vitality में क्या direct ना?
Because for T1, the way they usually play this map, Showers control is so important for getting those A plants through. So you're going to want to send that wingman in from short A, kind of utilize a lot of that ability that you're going to have with Gecko to get through, to clear with the Dizzy, get your wingman through, have that Showers, have that crossfires. It's been a lot of the way they've been playing it, but maybe today, they were like, oh, you guys just go B all the time? Maybe we can do that.
Americano पीले भाई.
Doesn't seem like it, though. Not this round anyway.
Some rallying cries out from the fans here, trying to spur on T1 into another pistol victory. Much needed to inspire some hope, to get some momentum behind the players. Playing a very exhaustive weekend of Valorant. 3 series in a row. So there's the bounce forward, Buzz. Cut down the side, but Mako quickly does get traded out. Izu. Sights turn towards Showers. Takes out Flashback. Bane now. Or just, stay quiet within the smoke, but no, does go for a time. Gets rewarded for his troubles.
ना क्या proper मारा है.
0 point reveals Carpe over in Lamps. The split still coming through as Meteor on the approach with that Sheriff in hand. It's closer and closer to the Showers, but now has been spotted and dealt with. Freeing comes away with the kill. Gives himself a second, pushing up into the smoke. Immediately goes on into the smoke. Carpe, however, trying to win it out, but his attention is being pulled in too many directions.
भाई गलत.
Yumin will find the headshot. DRX will find the pistol as they move the lead up by 3.
आओ भाई दोनों.
I don't know what you're supposed to do against that as T1. Freeing just absolutely out of his mind.
हाँ welcome करे.
It's a great move from Bane. Great timing on this. Catches a glimpse on Meteor, and then Stax is trying to hold the line outside a truck. Freeing just reacts faster.
It's just, I mean, he's so quick. He's so accurate. I mean, this is the guy, I believe it was Woot, who reported him for cheating while he was here for Champions, because his aim was just ungodly in solo queue.
Well, him and Hyunmin look like they're potentially reportable sometimes. How good they've been so far this stage.
चलो.
T1.
F1
Kind of what I'm talking about. This is the classic T1 find execute.
You have to know what Buzz has got in his hand there coming at you.
Yep.
So space going to be conceded. Mako forced away. Lamps for now unassailable. As the spray through, looks for the wingman. Spike gets blanked on the same.
मौली क्यों नहीं डाला?
क्यों?
क्योंकि उसको मौली नहीं पसंद मौली.
Flashback and Mako on that duty. This is hard to clear the halls.
Stays into the corner. Buzz, however, still with a shorty. Steady. As that boombot gets cleared. But Pain Shell's now into the corner, forces his position. Jig is up on that front.
W. अभी क्या है सारे abilities के बारे में सोच रहा है
come through.
नहीं रे. ऐसा भी नहीं रे गंदा था वो.
Able to find one, but then they can take it down. Carpe Izu with everything left to do. Still 3 players alive. Bane just holding fort, forced off the mosh, keeping them at bay. The re-stick, they have to stay on this one.
Uh-oh.
Do they have the time? I don't think they do. Absolutely not. Is this going to be a repeat in reverse this time? DRX dropping the anti-eco to T1.
This just takes so long. DRX is really having so many things to consider, and they're not finding good answers. They're not able to deal with Meteor and Showers. It takes a really long time to clear him out. Buzz absolutely dug in like a tick in U-Haul. So difficult to find your way through. And then they have so much delay, so much stall. Who cares? It's over at that point. That's just great execution of the game plan from T1. Phenomenal stuff. They're able to maybe change their destiny on this map after it looked like maybe a little bit of damage done to Mako there.
Second lease on life here for him. Mako immediately giving up the position, anticipating the Buzz is going to come pouncing his way. And Buzz is just right out in front of the site here, swings onto the corner and instantly deals with 2 players. Shelter check, flashback, a nice shot. Will interrupt the plant for now. Carpe swinging out wider here, guaranteeing that they have him trapped in the Showers. Gonna make his way around the corner. Stacks, mowed down. Spike interrupted once again. There's the tap. In all likelihood, we might see T1 have to make a pivot here as Meteor does take the fight, wins it out, and there's the teleporter play coming through. 2v3, quick pivot from Freeing, but just the classic in hand. Not much is going to be able to be done here. The salvos, gonna be a second too late. Really find value. Himself forward into the side for Buzz, quick to take him down. Carpe falling. It's a flashback, it's a Vandal, and an opportunity to deal even more damage here. Already, for the first buy round, it's quite a bit done. It looks like Flashback's going to be happy with his kills, and will swing out over towards Fountain to try to catch any exits.
Just a fantastic timing execute from Buzz. Finds 2 big kills, but a great response there from DRX. This time playing really patiently, maintaining showers control, so they can delay a bit. Certainly, T1 will get the round win, but it's rather costly.
It is, but it's well read at the very end.
Yes.
No real information.
बहुत गंदा अभिषेक भाई, बहुत गंदा.
We've seen him in showers previously.
They
have to rotate through into that defender spawn to keep themselves alive. So weapon carry over, decent damage dealt as said, but that gap now basically non-existent. 1 round between these two teams.
मेरे को लग रहा है कि
really going to come down to, you know, if you can have more
अभी ये राउंड पे डिपेंड करेगा भाई.
where you
ये राउंड
can
अगर DRX
stymie
जीत गया तो
those
मुश्किल
short
है.
A hits,
वरना बहुत
push them
क्लोज
in
जा
other
रहा है.
directions, force T1 to explore some other parts of the map. And if you can win some of these battles against Meteor on the flanks, it's a real chance there for DRX. See Izu is going to use the Dizzy to try to check the corner. Freeing waited it out. He's going to get hit by the 0 point though. Did get the salvos out in time, so can delay, stall just a bit longer. They're stacking up for this.
What was that, Molly? Okay.
Just delay.
Just sent, yeah, blindly. I thought it was going to be held on to, so for a second it looked like maybe it was going to be a mistake, but there's no mistake in that. It's a good old Mako spray through the smoke.
क्या presence of mind है भाई.
Flashback, able to tuck away. Avoiding damage, just keeping note of Meteor.
That doesn't really do much. You expect Meteor to be there. Just got to win some of those battles. Find a good execute here for T1. Still have quite a bit of utility in the bag. Still have all those flashes, the Dizzy, Carpe, the Molly and the smokes.
Still some salvos you're going to try to push through. 0 point. Exchange on both sides.
Fuck,
okay,
Teo
does end up getting some price with Mako out in front,
oh
and he does
my
it again!
God.
Looking for the fourth, cannot make it happen. Meteor will be able to get him down, and Freeing is right there. Ready to respond.
DRX
Nothing else to do. No recourse available. Just has to hightail it out and hope that he's not being flanked. The time will drain DRX. And we'll move up 9-7 once again, keeping T1 at arm's length.
Mako's just a smoke thief, man. He's just stealing players from the smokes.
I don't know how he does it.
He just knows. He's just been playing for so long. He just knows. Absolutely incredible. I mean, he almost single-handedly shuts down this round. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. That third one.
Just reads and anticipates players' positions as if he's just studying a chessboard.
Crazy, bhai. Crazy mara.
Magnus Carlsen.
I was say Mako Carlsen.
Yeah, thank you.
हाँ, Magnus का नाम यहाँ पे भी आ रहा है भाई. Go take care.
Right consonants in place. But
भाई कितना easy suppress है बे ये.
Starting to look a little dicey. I mean, it hurts, but now you're back to Old Faithful here. Short A hits for T1.
Classic for Carpe, share for Meteor. Reposition, Boombutt considered for a moment. Ooh, elbow's going to be spotted on the swing out. But now going to be sent for the floodgates opened up as T1 try to push forward and take some space. Paint shells. It's a little bit there at Lamps. Buzz forced out of position, but Meteor finding one. Freeing going to be taken down over on that B site, tucked into the cubby. And now this is a potential TP angle for T1. DRX, you can see them scratching their heads, wondering what the move is going to be and how they should respond. The plant gets ready to come through. Fragment of the bounce is going to be shallow. Does not hit the wingman, it's just on the outskirts of it. The plant goes in, but flashback around the side here. So able to get the flank off. So Meteor ends up falling. Site opened up a little bit more.
कोई भी wall में नहीं है, कोई suppress नहीं हुआ है.
As Orbital comes through here on the short, Izu is forced out into the open, but he holds this round for
दो
two.
कैसे
But
मारे?
then Bane will be eliminated. This comes down to Mako and Flashback. The fuse being held, the blast pack sent, but it's a little bit too shallow. Tries to go for a follow-up, pushes him off, but Mako storms forward, finds one. Carpe swings out. The orbital strike gonna be sent. Mako desperately holding forward, but Carpe gets the Red Bull clutch.
क्या राउंड निकाला रे?
Scrapes by with the win,
लेकिन
and
उसके पास
suddenly
टाइम
we're
था
back
ना?
to one round separating.
क्यों stick किया?
This is just outrageous stuff from T1, and it all starts on the back of that Meteor pick. That's why I'm so focused on Meteor. When I think about this map and I think about T1, because if he can win that, it completely changes the dynamic of the map. All of a sudden, DRX has no defenses at B. They have to spread themselves thin because they have no idea. Is there going to be a rotate? Is there going to be a teleport pivot? And they kind of almost rebound from it.
Shit.
But Carpe comes up absolutely huge once again.
Just monstrous from him.
He has been so good these last couple of days.
For the bounce, something spotted there, Kenman. Does he go for a re-pick? No. Little bit of damage gonna be suffered as Stacks does get whittled away at down to 70 over here. Playing alone at B.
This is cool. This is a very different look. Like generally wherever Stacks is where T1 is.
Oh, Mako pushing out, is able to find the punish, but this time it is Stacks on a lone mission. Flashback jiggling. Hasn't spotted it up until that very last one.
Thought for a second there, they're thinking about a TP crunch with Flashback, but able to take control of Showers. Flashback contesting.
Just holding it down here as best as he can, but wary about the pressure from the front over at short. Crazy Blind destroyed. This looks like Steel Guardian going to be considered, going to be sent. Buzz, Showstopper as well, ready to go. As he sends it, bouncing forward. Gunman has his own. Showstopper not going to be finding too much there. Spatial tries to hold them back. Armageddon laying out that red carpet, but Wingman again, Plant comes through. Players from T1 going to be zoned away here for the moment. Carpe still a molly at his disposal. Buzz swinging out of the smoke, able to find one, traded out by Hyunmin. The Mosh buying some time. Tap of the spike, still not coming through. Dizzy over the top, quickly cleared, freeing, able to find one. The Molly now in play, bring down to a sliver, but still fighting back. Izu taken down. It's all on Carpe's shoulders once again. The fuse already held a half. Sprays frantically forward, takes them low, but cannot find the clutch this time around. DRX. They will continue to go blow for blow and maintain the lead.
Yeah, I like the idea here from T1, sending Stacks out as a solo player to try to buy a little bit of extra attention, but Mako just wins out that battle, and the ruse is completely foiled, and T1 isn't in a place when Stacks dies that they can capitalize on it that well. Yes, they're able to get the plant down, yes, they're able to get into position, but you're leaving 5 players up, you're having big ultimates to clear space for DRX, where they can set themselves up for a not an easy retake, but a pretty efficient one, and they're able to capitalize quite nicely. Still maintaining some decent space control, and now T1 really wants Showers.
Yeah. Multi-face forward into him. Unable to find the punish, though. Flashback does drift away safely. Meteor poking and prodding around Hookah.
चैट लाइक करो, यस लाइक करो चैट. 4500 लोग देख रहे हैं. 5 के लाइक्स कर दो, कर दो फट से.
In behind him, the flash at the ready. Sent the swing. Snappy with it is Flashback as he mows down 3. The spike stranded.
उसने गन वाले को ढूंढ के पहले मारा.
Flashback pushes out of the smoke and ends up falling. But Mako does not allow for any weapons to be grabbed. For any advantages to be gained to Meteor. At 28 health, being encroached upon. As the stealth drone is there, draws the attention, Mako gets the kill, and DRX are 2 rounds away from claiming the trophy.
Just love the call here from Flashback and Bane. Flashback sees numbers.
and he says, bail me out, brother. Well played. किधर है भाई? Hello, gifted किधर है? Hello.
Flashback's just going crazy in the showers. Knocking out
Rishabh bhai, Kirat bhai.
Unbelievable. Spread out from him. Yes, weaker weaponry on the other side, but still doing well to get the adjustments, and that's going to force the final timeout from T1.
Hey, be.
at least in this map, potentially
Cheating करता है
in
by
this series,
DRX.
in this final, unless they can start turning around their fortunes.
XCT में DRX.
Yeah, it's been tough. DRX has really got a good read.
मैं तो कुछ बोला था,
how to
बोला था ना,
control
बोला
some
था
of the
ना.
space that's so
नहीं
important
बोला
to
था
the way
क्या?
T1 runs this composition on this map. You know,
नहीं
B,
बोला तो भी कर सकते हैं, मतलब ऐसा
it's
problem
tough.
नहीं
It's a
है
little bit tougher to break through. And even though DRX made it look somewhat doable,
भाई तुम लोग का एग्जांपल
T1 has
देता हूँ भाई,
been-
देखो तूने नहीं बोला रहेगा कि 50 गिफ्ट करेगा, लेकिन तू कर सकता है. पता है क्यों? क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि लोग नहीं बोलते कि मैं हकने जा रहा हूँ, लेकिन जाते हैं ना. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि नहीं बोलेगा तो नहीं जाते, जाते हैं कि नहीं जाते. तो इट्स द सेम एग्जांपल दैट अप्लाइज हियर.
surprised if this is some kind of setup for B. You know, you've got Izu, you've got the Thrash, you've got the No command. Can clear space, at least get the
Next
plant
voice
down.
on. वो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है.
Make this a tricky retake for DRX potentially. Let loose with that knife early.
बोला था बोले
Crash off the
तेरी
red.
यार की.
Yep.
Going Mako's way, but he's immediately backpedaled. Salvos stopping anybody chasing him off the back of this ultimate. It will be recoverable. Pink shells as well, sent by Hyunmin. Just trying to get any kind of catch that they can. I like the layering there, but T1 not falling for it.
T1 now knows that they can't really make this go the way
B
they
पे तो
want
जा
it.
नहीं सकते.
They
केवल
got stalled up by the utility outside of hookah. So they weren't able to scale the way they would have preferred. Instead, it's a change of directions. Back to reliable, but everybody's
फिर
already
से भी जा
rotating
रहे
over
कि
here for
drone
DRX, man.
खाली किया था.
Back.
हाँ.
Get a slight little rejoin here from Bane. No command at the ready. If he finds the timing, could interrupt. Potential thrash coming through is the 0 point. Gets a catch on the two players. Those are two critical ones as well found. Freeing the jiggle. This could be deadly.
Oh my
He
God.
is right here on the edge, and there's the jump out. The concuss is going to be sent. Buzz into the corner. Assassinated is free. Holds down Gardens. Mako mows down the other two. Can't see a damn thing. But it doesn't matter. He's got the trophy in his sights. DRX up to match point.
And is this finally the time for
Bhai.
DRX to finally claim a Pacific trophy? A team that was so damn good pre-partnership era. And now freeing with that Tejo breaks things open. Mako seals the deal. One more round to go, and they are fired up.
Flash in the face. Who gives a damn? Mako's third eye is open.
भाई
It's just like playing through smokes, right? You
Mako
get
full
flashes,
blind
the
को
same
Mako
thing.
तो अलग ही मार
Can't
रहा
see
है.
anything anyway.
Mako का बस बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है यार.
Jiggling on this corner, the swing out, the spot.
Ring
Multiple
क्या
players
खेल रहा है
gonna be
भाई
noted the paint
लेके?
shells to slow them up. The salvos to shove them back even further.
Got to win this battle here for freeing. You keep Hook under control. God, what an opener for Hyunmin.
This Buzz dead off the rip again. Izu does well to find one in response. Hyunmin at 4 HP. Let's give a decent advantage here to T1 if they can clean up the kill. Rotation now coming through. Flashback getting himself over onto this B site. That pit still available for him, but Mako as well. The orbital that he can call in from a distance. Fragment goes out. As now the clash continues. Flashback fighting one. Flashback with a second, and suddenly it's all on Meteor. 11 HP. Finds the first, the 1v1. But he has to know the orbital strike is going to be called in. Cheats forward, wins it out.
अरे कैसे Binks ये लोग क्या
The
किए?
Red Bull clutch from Meteor keeps T1
कैसे throw
afloat.
किए लोग?
Oh boy. That was on a literal knife's edge there. I mean, Hyunmin finds a great opener on top of Tube. Izu able to respond with a Guardian. Flashback. It's snappy with a couple, but Meteor steady. Steady as she goes. A few more to go, though. 3 more just to force an overtime here. Hyunmin's going to pick up an op. Couple ults, though.
मस्त खेला Meteor.
In the
Not
bag.
in condition for this.
No.
Op could certainly catch them off guard as there's
Oh,
the pit
look at
invested
this.
off the rip. The 0 point as well, getting a spot out onto at least 3 players.
They would love to force this to the other side of the map, right into that op if possible.
Hyunmin is getting deeper on the angle. If he swings the corner,
ये
may just
दूसरा
be
मैप है, ये
rewarded with
चौथा
a
मैप.
kill. Stealth drone not spotting. Stacks getting ready to swing. Maybe a little bit closer than he might have anticipated, but he still does manage to hit the shot, and he narrowly escapes. 4 HP to 5.
The
paint shell to save them all for now.
Commit extra resources here.
ए आपका शॉट क्या वॉल बैंक के थ्रू पड़ा क्या उसको?
But they're going to send
टांग पे
Youngmin
पड़ा,
over towards A.
टांग पे पड़ा क्या?
Only freeing and Bane on B.
0 point again. Catch. Carpe gonna be noted. Freeing eating some damage. Tries to send out the stun here. This Meteor is able to collect 2 kills. What is that? Mako dead on the floor. The Steel Garden immediately gonna be invested. Bane trying to push forward. Gets up alongside the smoke. Puts Meteor down so very low, but cannot confirm the kill.
Launching thorns.
3K thus far here from the superstar, and given the operator, given the health, Youngmin is not interested in playing this out. T1 looking like they will somehow get themselves a flawless potentially to keep this going.
This is flashes of 2024 Meteor, where he just starts winning rounds for you when you have no business winning them. You know, it has been one of the things that has plagued T1 has been their inability to hold back leads, to keep leads for themselves. Now they're looking to do the same to DRX. Try to send this to one more map. Still going to be some work to do. 2 rounds to go just to get the OT, just to get there.
Meteor nearly in position to find a bit more value, but he's going to continue inching over towards short. Flashback here behind the box. Any damage he could deal would be decent given the economy on T1. Not the strongest, but they opt to play it quiet. They retain what they can. Mako, money in a little bit of a rough spot, but now just 2 rounds left.
God.
That's just nasty. 2 rounds in a row, Meteor, keeping T1 in this map, in this series.
अभिषेक तेरा चैट में कब से इग्नोर कर रहा था, इतना गंदा जोक मार रहा है.
I think pretty decent ideas overall for DRX in that last round. Just got outplayed. So good time for a timeout. See if you can readjust here. Still gonna have that operator. Still gonna have the ability to try to make things quite difficult for T1. Kind of curious, where do you put that op? You try to control showers, you try to get on top of the truck. Lock down short. Because now T1 is starting to spread the map a little bit more, keeping you a little bit more honest. I mean, DRX has had some pretty good responses.
Better DRX, but ये
T1
मेरे हिसाब से T1
tons of
जाएगा,
experience
OT जाएगा
underneath their
और
belt. Tons.
I mean, OT
international
जाके T1
events,
जीतेगा और बाद में
including
map
one player with an international
5.
trophy to his name. And he's the one stepping up right now. He's the one making this awfully, awfully nerve-wracking.
Fans here.
Yeah.
DRX fans praying that it all comes to a conclusion right here, not wanting to get meteored once more. 2 chances for T1 to take this into overtime. I teed it up before this map. I said 14-12. Let's see if that can be a reality here. Hyunmin with the op. Once again carried forward. Not going to be ready for it. Buzz.
Plan तो था Hyunmin का.
Collects that kill. Double face now out of the short. Flashback going to be taken down. Only a smattering of damage here on the Izu.
Save. It's
now a 3v5.
जो करो अभी last
and already given the backpedal, I think the call to save has been made. Resolute in that decision.
OT जा रहा है मेरे दोस्त.
God, what a swift one to make. Up now, scooped up here.
क्या कह रहे हो ऐसा एशॉट ऐसा क्या स्विंग किया रे?
अरे वो लोग जानबूझकर वाइपर को सप्रेस कराया. बताने को कि वहाँ पे ऑप नहीं है.
The money is
तो सरप्राइज एलिमेंट
catastrophic for Hyunmin. 0 credits to his name.
का तो जीजी हो गया शुरू.
हाँ.
Gonna have a showstopper.
वो तो टाइमिंग का होता है ना. वो
coming into
जब
this
जिगल
final
करता है
round.
अगर एम लगा के रखा है.
You have some ults for the
और
side
तो
of DRX.
बराबर
You might be able to
एम पे
interrupt
जिगल
that
करते हैं तो
showstopper
वो
with
मार देते हैं.
Banes. You have the Armageddon potentially for a retake or just a stymie, some kind of execute. Players over in Garden. See if they're going to be able to suss this out.
Prayers unanswered for now. Swing onto the corner. Mako loses his gun. Frank Bane
बस
will
मैं
get one
बॉट
piece.
को समझा दो. बोल रहा है सब्सक्राइब करना. कितना पुराना सब्सक्राइबर ऑफर लगा तुझे नहीं बोला.
Weakened.
नहीं viewers.
Very important round for T1.
By the side of T1.
हैं?
Binks पता लगा. हाँ मतलब वही ना. OT जाना है तो जीतना है नहीं तो जीजी.
1 round away.
मेरे को लग रहा है ले गया रेडी यार.
Either from victory from lifting a trophy.
मेरे को OT वाला फील आ रहा है.
नहीं ले गया.
मेरा years of experience.
मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बोल रहा है कि DRX खत्म कर देगा.
No command, as well as that Armageddon online for DRX. Can they bring it to a
देख
conclusion
रेज
here
अल्ट है
and now?
बस और गेको अल्ट आ रहा है एक और
They're
पे
just gonna go
कर सकते हैं वैसे
classic
T1
short A
कर
hit.
सकता है और
All
लेने का
5
जा नहीं रहे
players
वैसे
here.
लोग
A lot of
प्लांट
space
करवाएंगे
having
ना
to be
गेको
given
से
up by DRX because of the showstopper. Don't want to lose a player early to that, if possible. Mako is pretty close though in U-Haul.
Bane is not here to try to nullify it. Showstopper goes out, successfully avoided, but Buzz still able to find one flashback, going to be taken down by Mako. Pushes forward, finds the kill here on the Meteor. The Armageddon now going to be called in, just interrupting the plan. Shoves them over towards the shower side of the site. Salvo's trying to flush them out. Fragment as well is further delaying. Mako catching a glimpse here against his former cohort, his former teammate in Stacks. He's now tucked in alongside the wall. Mako swinging out, finds the timing. Doesn't end up falling to the opposite side. Easy find from Hyunmin. Cleans it up. Buzz fighting tooth and nail. Looks in the corner, but Carter recovering fire. Bails them out as it's now. Breaking! Instantaneous with a headshot from Carpe. Can he save them once more? Goes for the swing. Attack into the shoulder. The orbital strike pushes him out. And Carpe gets it done! Overtime! This series, this
भाई ये लोग मीटर को याद करेंगे ना अभी
Can you believe it?
भाई
Carpe
दो
does
मारा
it
था याद
again.
करेंगे अभी ये लोग
पूरा
The
याद
hero plays for T1
टाइमिंग रे स्टैक्स
have
के साथ
given
क्या
them
टाइमिंग
new
हुआ है
life, have sent us into yet another overtime.
भाई क्या
But maybe
मारा
Freeing had it
बे
after that one tap, but the orbital strike is set up perfectly for Carpe.
Holy
And here we go again, folks. DRX on the attacker's side to start. T1 over to the defender's side.
क्या
And it is
मैप है
getting loud
भाई
in
क्या
here.
मैप है भाई क्या मैप है मजा
Fans
आ
getting
गया
rowdy, the game getting a bit muddy. But that's just the way we like it here
कौन
at
मैडम
APAC.
चिल्ला
A
रही
full
है
force from Buzz. Glass cannon. As they start up on the defending side. No one going to be giving him the time of day quite just yet, though, as Showers widely ignored. Timing from Easy, just sending out that mosh.
This is a lot of space being taken, though, by T1.
फाइनल इज फाइनलिंग
Got Hookah completely locked down. But they're shifting back. They're bringing Stacks over to B again.
Stealth drone not going to scout that forward position.
That's going to keep an extra player over onto B.
Meteor and Buzz. Two of the highest impact players from the region last year. Settled here at this A site with Buzz. On such a deep lurk, and Meteor finds the first kill. Mako taking down the wall raise. They can get up over the top of it as they double bounce over the top, and Freeing is able to find one. Back, but Buzz able to strike before the weapon can be drawn out. Player advantage here for the side of T1 as they try to get themselves up to map point. Still some checks and measures, however, needing to be done by T1. The wingman, the scout, close. The fragment sent from Bane. Locking off Heaven for the moment. Swings out, gets the spot on the Stacks. And he gets tagged down so very low. 42 health remaining. Buzz sweeps his legs out from beneath him. Weapon now swapped. Phantom in hand. Flashback noted. Dead. Dealt with as Hyunmin cannot make it happen.
मीटर को मिस करेंगे
13 to 12. T1. One round away from taking us the split.
Crazy good map control here from T1. The early Hookah aggression. Buzz left unchecked in Showers, able to flank around. That gives them the opportunity to come at you from a bunch of different angles, to spray Bane down through that box, flush him into the waiting arms of Buzz. Phenomenal. Phenomenal round from T1. They were all over the map there. And DRX looked like they were playing a little bit scared. Now back over to their defender's side. DRX going to try to find another round to send this into OT. T1 wants to take us to split. And I'm kind of about it, but see what DRX has to say.
At this point, why the hell not? Only beggars on split. Map 5s, especially in grand finals, always going to be exciting. Snakebite going to be forced out here.
Only util waste हो गया लेकिन यार.
Get the util side just to play it out quietly. The bottom of the shower's not going to spot a damn thing. It's a slow creep towards this B side where Meteor just tries to keep some attention drawn on this A side of the map. Now looks to rejoin in with the rest of the squad.
That's huge. I mean, you've kept that extra player over on the A side of the map. You've bought yourself a little bit of extra attention, a little bit of extra space.
Freeing On the push forward, spotting one, but Buzz again
था
is able to go ahead, claim his target. Molly to delay, flashback, fishing, able to find one.
What?
Gets Meteor as he TPs across the map. Makahover going to be taken down. Buzz able to push forward, gets himself in the backside, finds himself a third kill. Flashback continuing to fight. Comes up with another, but Buzz, the showstopper built up. Finds the fourth. Flashback on his lonesome.
1v2 भाई.
The 1v3 versus two of his former teammates. Can he find it? He cannot. Ace beat damn. 14-12. T1 make it happen.
Crazy, bro.
This series, this final is not over. We go the distance. We go to split.
And you wouldn't have it any other way. The tenacity of this T1 team shows through again. So many times they have been pushed to the brink this kickoff. So many times they have been back down to the point where you feel like it may be over. And they fight and they claw their way right back in.
13 maps will be played by this T1 squad this weekend. And if they can take the trophy, take the number one seed going into Masters Bangkok after playing that many maps. And by God, they well and truly have inherited Genji's fortunes from last year.
I mean, time to get some
gotta give some credit to
Dad,
the T1 training staff, giving these boys the endurance to get through like this, because they are absolutely looking just fine right now.
अभी मैच होने को 2 मिनट का टाइम है. सब लोग जाओ ट्विटर पे और रीट्वीट कर दो. T69 टीम बना रहे हम लोग. ये बांग बहुत देख के T69 वापस लाएंगे. ठीक है, नए प्लेयर्स को लेंगे और होपफुली कुछ अच्छा करेंगे इस बार. कैसे गलत थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. आज आपका दिमाग का बंक भाई. मैं लेजिट में 3 दिन पहले 3 या 4 घंटा सोया, फिर बाद में मैं 3 घंटा सोया, फिर बाद में मैं 3 घंटा सोया और कल मैं 1 घंटा सोया भाई. मतलब तुम लोग मतलब समझ में आ रहा है. मेरे को नहीं मालूम मेरे में एनर्जी कहाँ से आ रही है, लेकिन जैसे ही मेरा ऐसा एनर्जी ऐसा खत्म होने आता है ना, जैसे ही कि भाई बस हो गया मैं अभी सोने जाऊंगा, तभी अचानक से बाकी टीम्स में एनर्जी आती है. लॉन्गेस्ट ओटी करते हैं वो लोग एनए में. अचानक से टेक पॉज आ जाता है 4, अचानक से कम बैक हो जाता है, ओटी चला जाता है. बहन का सीन है.
He's clearly inspired T1. What was a sizable comeback. I mean, we were doubting at times back in the green room, but so many clutches, so many huge moments from these individuals kept this team alive, Pilski.
For sure, and T1, it's a huge comeback on the attacking side, and they just had so many big plays being made by so many key players, you know, the contact plays as well over on Bathroom side. To be able to bring it across the line. Like, they were not afraid to take risks, to make plays, and that was kind of the difference for me. For DRX, I mean, they struggled to close that game out, unfortunately. I've been kind of criticizing T1 a little bit, some of these attacking sides at times where it feels a little bit janky, but they tend to just be able to have that nerve, and clearly the class of these players is a different level compared to a lot of like a lot of the players in this tournament, like Carpe in particular. Some of those moments, some of those clutches were absolutely huge. They mentioned Meteor on the desk as well, like just such a difference maker. And Buzz revitalized form today.
Looking at the two raises, actually, Hyunmin is almost the replacement for Buzz on the side of DRX. And these moments, those contact plays you were talking about with Hyunmin on the op there, they figured it out and they just knew what he was up to, took him down both times, and that cost DRX so much, and a large part of why this had led into an overtime.
Yeah, they are battling right now. That is going head to head. Look at this DRX room. Everyone's sitting down. They're trying to breathe. They're trying to relax. They're trying to center themselves and refocus ahead of this map 5. If you're in the coach room with them, Pilski, what are you saying in that moment?
It looks like they're going through the game plan, so it looks like a little bit more of an analytical look at Split. You know, you're not going to analyze your mistakes from Bind or anything, but that looks like assistant coach, game plan, report on Split. What have T1 been up to? They have obviously swapped from chamber comp to what they were playing last with the Yoru Fade and things like that, rather than an emotional talk. That will probably come after, I would say.
Yeah, a much cheerier look from T1 there as well when we glanced into that coach room.
I mean, like, you're going to see so many key plays. I mean, this was an interesting one where you had the Teo ult right across the front side with the double salvos, the flash up over the top. Some of the attacking stuff from DRX looked very nice, but a lot of the time it felt like they were throwing executes and T1 was just playing very hands-off and giving them that space and then being able to come back in and complete the retakes regardless. But this eco win was huge. I mean, we've talked about bonuses, we've talked about eco wins and clutches. There were a couple of key moments in this game that made the difference for T1, but winning this eco really turned the momentum back in their favor for sure.
I mean, there's so many huge moments like this where we see one be able to come out on top against all the odds, and it's like, it's almost impossible to comprehend. When the map is this close, you only need one play. You only need one thing to go wrong and it's over when you're pushing it this far into OT. And I felt like the cards were just falling so well for T1 when push came to shove.
I mean, Vic said it. Buzz was going to show us today. He was going to show up in this final yesterday. -30, very uncharacteristic performance, but he still wasn't needed to get the win for T1. Today, he's been needed, and he's been showing up every single map. I don't think he's had a bad map so far, and that's a 30 bomb with, was that an ace to close it out? Like, or almost an ace, a 4K or a 5K. He was doing his texture impression there, like we saw yesterday from Gen G.
No, exactly. I think he's gone well above and beyond and making up for those losses yesterday.
That was
and
Carpe,
yeah.
so huge, man. Like, he was that. I bet he got the hardest fist bump ever from the people next to him. Just so hyped up in those moments. This is what we're saying, though. The individuals for T1 continue to shine and continue to push DRX all the way to this map 5 now. No more room for mistakes. No more room for errors. You have to be switched
This was...
I can't believe Mako didn't win this!
Meteor clutch, yeah, Mako, he ults him out of position and whiffs 4 to 6 bullets
insane.
on one player with 1 HP.
Uncharacteristic.
This is DRX on map point, dumping the kitchen sink across the site. You thought that they were going to be able to get away with it, and we still end up in a 3-on-2. Like, DRX, it's not like they weren't putting themselves in favorable situations. It's got to be so frustrating as a DRX fan. You saw them in the stands with their heads in their hands, like, surely we're to close this out, guys.
Yeah.
This is our grand final, right?
Whoa.
No, says Carpe. Ult gets picked up right at the end of the round, ults him out of U-Haul and wins the game. Or pushes them to OT, rather.
This feels like some voodoo stuff, man. Like, I don't understand. There was so many rounds where DRX could have won that game. So many times, T1 came up with the clutch play, the hero moment, and the hero of the day so far has been Buzz.
We've been seeing his picture a lot on the screen today.
Yeah.
And
pure revenge. He's motivated by only hatred, by only anger from losing against DRX. You can tell he's fired up. He does not want to lose.
Can you imagine, though, this would be DRX's very first trophy. Obviously, for both of these teams, DRX has been on this grand final stage so many times now with Buzz on that team.
Yeah.
Can you imagine going to T1 and then losing the trophy again, but to your old org? Buzz is here to fight. Carpe has been totally showing up, and at this point, we've been looking a lot of hard data, especially for those of us who picked the side of DRX. A lot of things were in their favor, but now that we're going into the 5th map, I'm just throwing out all that paperwork. At this point, there's the other intangible that really comes into play, and that's heart. So we have Split going on, and you know what they say about Split? Only bangers, and this is the best way, I think. Everything we could ask for in this grand finals.
And DRX is a complete unknown. They've not played it yet this kickoff, so we have no idea what they're going to pick. I would assume, Teo.
I mean, DRX has played 1 game of Split since last stage of Pacific, and that was in the off-season, and they lost against Trace, who Trace are pretty decent in the Chinese scene. Like, they are a team that a lot of people have their eyes on. For T1, they comp swapped since the off-season. They came into kickoff here with the same comp they were running in the off-season, which was the Meteor Chamber with the Sky Rays comp that a lot of people play, double controller. Now they're swapping into Yoru Fade and keeping the core of the comp the same, so they are playing the double duelist, but Yoru, as a lot of people will know and understand, is a bit of a pseudo-initiator, as face maker, and they're very active in the mid round. So honestly, I really agree. I expect to see freeing on Teo, and I expect honestly to see a similar game to what we saw yesterday between Gen G and T1, and a similar interaction. I think it's going to be a similar comp coming out for DRX. I wouldn't be surprised to see Teo breach or something like that, and a lot of space denial, a lot of neutral combos and things like that with Hyunmin on the raise. And T1 have already had to battle through that gauntlet against Gen G and play against that style yesterday. They had a lot of troubles to deal with that style on attack, and they had to adapt to the util combos on the fly. Like we saw them get caught in A main by a lot of those util combos and things like that, denied the space, and they figured out how to play it gradually, but that experience will definitely help them if they play against that kind of comp today.
That's definitely what I expect from DRX. I don't see a reason why they would move away from the Teo breach, and like you say, T1 now have that practice against it. They have reps. There's only so many different util combinations. There's only so many ideas that you're going to have with this comp, and now they understand maybe we can't stand in A main at the start of the round. Maybe we need to be a little bit more active. We need to force out that util and move. So it's about how much have T1 learned, and how much have DRX managed to anti-strat T1's game from yesterday.
I said about myself. These are really fantastic points. And again, besides getting their very first Pacific trophy, you're going to get those championship points. You want to be elite going through the next Masters in Toronto, of course, champions over in Paris. But on top of that, winning today means you get the advantage of the seeding going into Masters Bangkok as well. And looking at Bangkok's competition right now from the other regions, it's pretty stiff. So you want to have as much of that upper hand as possible.
Let's win today so we don't have to play Vitality or G2 or someone like that in the opening game. Let's just make it a little easier on ourselves if possible.
I think in the moment, none of that stuff even matters.
Oh, no, not
what
right
what
now.
they care about is that feeling of the win.
Okay, here we go. DRX.
Chamber.
Yeah, Chamber coming out. So they're going back to their original comp that they played before. They've been swapping back and forth. Over on the side of DRX, we do have...
ठीक है देखो comp wise मेरे हिसाब से DRX has an edge. Comp wise, they have a stun, they have a blind, they have 2 blinds, they have a drone, they have trap info, they have cam info. लेकिन अभी भी थ्रो की है और T1 के पास है मोमेंटम. तो मोमेंटम जीतेगा या हम जीतेंगे, ये देख T1 जीत के रहे हैं, जान दो. 3 लगाने गया रे DRX, पक T1 जीत गया.
The very first ones here in 2025 VCT Pacific.
T1
Both
जीत
of
गया.
these teams have been fighting so hard for so long, and this is it. We're going to send it back to our caster to take the final map away. Achilles and Paper Thin.
Don't mind if we do. Thank you very much for getting us prepared, teeing up the storylines, and come with this 5th and final map split. A map that regularly delivers excellent entertainment. Will that be the case as we jump into this final map? T1, they were looking down and out on Bind. You can see the deep breaths here from Buzz, focusing up as they get ready to go into a final bout, a final round of play. All for this trophy here in the center, all for the title of the best team in VCT Pacific kickoff, for that #1 seed going into Masters Bangkok, for all the glory that comes along with it. Let's jump into this pistol. DRX first on the attack.
Looks like a fast A hit. A lot of players coming through. Carpe and Buzz gets the opening kill. Huge stand for him there in heaven.
Okay.
Not skipping a beat after that last round. Previous map, Buzz.
उधर स्क्रीम्स चल रहा है.
Suffering those first deaths now. Paranoia though. Carpe is pushing forward. Barrel stuffing with the classic and comes up with 2.
जीत गया रे. मूड में एकदम.
Heavy
pressure. Push back here against DRX's Buzz finds a second Bane now. To try to bail them out, is able to find one, swaps over onto the Ghost. Damage not going to be suffered, but still has his work cut out for him. The linger in the smoke. Carpe drifting away as it gets ready to dissipate.
Trying to sell a bit of a fake, but
Credit to his win, proper score will give $100.
Trying to watch the angle.
1371.
Nothing noted. Stacks to send out a shot, giving away at least a position of 1.
30 seconds left.
Bane trying to play around with time, but now Izu here in heaven, spotted out the shoulder. Bane, does he go for a pivot? Has to full send it right now. Drops down, looks like he is going to try to make a go of this one, but Izu going to be close, can send out the bite as well. Slaps it down at his feet. Bane have the drift across it. And there you go, right click at range, connects onto his head. Pistol goes away at T1.
God, this is played so well by so many individuals on T1. It starts with Buzz finding that big opening kill. That causes a pause. The execute doesn't really go the way they expect. And then Carpe realizes he's in a bad situation, gets hit by the paranoia, and just steps into it, knocks 2 down. And then Izu there gets the spot on the Bane at A heaven and says, okay, I'm just going to back off. If he comes around the corner, I've got the classic, I can right click. If he goes down the ropes, I can just mirror his movements. Throw out the snake bite, get the vulnerable, get the finish. Good start for T1. Meteor watching mid here. The sniper gets the first kill with the Marshall. Immediately TP's back.
Gets in, gets out. Now looks to the re-peek. Really hold down mid. Chest shot connecting. Headhunter bullets, however, not quite flying straight as they would like. Is Buzz. Bit of a whiff. Ends up getting taken down, and that's going to be a player advantage. As well as his Guardian now scooped up. Flashback quickly would love to pass this over, and does so. Now into the hands of Mako. DRX give themselves an opportunity, and surely we don't see another eco win off the back of the pistol. It'd be 3 in a row, given how things have transpired on Bind.
That's pretty hard to believe that it could end up that way. Izu tucked in the corner. He's not up on top of the boxes. Play it down below. Now going to shift back over behind the screen area. Just waiting.
30
See what this
seconds
execute looks like for DRX. Still have all this breach util.
Ball line not connecting. Izu's shots do. Turns on the flash. Mako able to find one with the Guardian. Finds a second, and already this is catastrophe here. Even if Carpe can win this out. The 1v3. The economy
Super Bowl Sunday.
will have
Super
crumbled
Bowl
in the
Sunday
cam around the back. Tells all.
Super Bowl Sunday क्या? मतलब
Paranoia, but
party,
everybody's so
lime juice.
spread out on a DRX. You would think at best you're going to find one.
Looks like given the odds, the Bulldog is retrieving it, holding on to it, is going to be the play call here. T1
Ads
not
off
going to
कर दो,
find
ads off है मेरा.
that hot start that they wanted on this map. As the other Bulldog picked up
Bowling
here,
होता है.
DRX getting very nice upgrades as
NBA,
they tie up the score
basketball.
1-1.
Absolute madness on your attacker side even. And I don't really think T1 necessarily from
National
a
Basketball of
big
America
picture perspective played this round that poorly. The one and done there, that's fine. Sure, you get paranoia, I think, a little bit off with those headhunters, but for Buzz to whip like that on that flanking maneuver, that's what really kind of breaks this round open. Give that Guardian to Mako, and he's going to put it to damn good use. Back over towards the A side, seemingly.
अन्ना heavy matches, कल भी heavy matches हो आना.
Gunman to make his way over there.
अभी भी heavy
Take a
match.
few extra seconds. Buzz will go out on a bit of a peak. He's got that Bulldog now.
That's clear it out though.
Yep.
A little bit more. Ooh, a little bit of spray here from Gunman through that smoke. Down to 85. Paint Joe needs to be fairly shallow. Gunman takes a little bit of damage, but Buzz is able to find one, making up for the shortcomings of the previous round. Gets them an early advantage once again. Drops down. This site very much occupied here by T1. Zizu just tucked away, playing this tiny little pocket inside the vent.
Trying to figure out exactly how they want to work through this. Did get a pretty deep trip, but if a timing push coming up from those ropes, connection off that flash. Buzz sees the gun barrel. Go for the pre-spray.
know his position. Fault line set. Hyunmin, what is that? Dropping shots. Finishes off Buzz. Stacks now looking for a bit of a timing. Pushes forward. He's able to find one. Hyunmin going to be taken down, but it's just he and Carpe left. Swaps the weapons. Is out into the open. Gunned down by flashback. Carpe now. Not a sheriff, just a ghost. As the camp gets cleared, flashback greets him with a bullet between the eyes. DRX will gain the lead.
This is starting to get pretty scrappy. A lot of back and forth there. Everybody trying to find a little bit of extra space, just enough of a window. I don't understand how the Vandal works like that, but Hyunmin, tip of the cap to you.
कभी-कभी बहुत स्लिंग मारते, कभी-कभी कुछ भी मारते, कभी-कभी मारते ही नहीं है, समझ में नहीं आता है.
Buzz is having a tremendous day. 81 kills coming into this map. Has really picked it up where he had struggled previously against Gen G.
Love Binks, love it.
Bit of an explore with the bot, clear by Izu.
If this map ends up getting away from him, away from the second round, it's going to be something that's going to be lingering on his brain for quite some time, you would suspect. Stack up here on the rafters, trying to the left, but Hyunmin has the timing, has the shots. Carpe going to be taken down. Izu dead as well. This flashback falling so far as the paint shell lob in.
Nice catch, Buzz.
Gets him a third. Hyunmin still electric.
किधर है भाई 150-200 gifted वाले किधर है?
But I mean nullified. Not going to get any use realistically here unless Hyunmin goes pushing forward and through mail.
ये जीता तो gifted, वो जीता तो dollars. समझ रहे
that
हो?
coordination there. The paranoia to clear the back of the pillar, and then the flash to make sure that if anyone's up on the rafters, that they're going to be blinded as well. So that's a great 1-2 punch from Mako and Bane to set up Hyunmin.
भाई Hyunmin मार रहे लेकिन
prize
Bane
to claim
है.
here. His meteor pretty far off
Bane
from the
है,
DRX forces. So let loose with a salvo just in case. Oh, well.
Oh, he's been spotted.
Oh, my goodness.
9 HP, tries to retreat, the re-peek, and the shorty. Meteor not going to be carrying over anything. A 4K for Hyunmin, the showstopper online. And T1, economy broken down.
Well, Desk was talking about it, that Meteor's got a frag on this chamber. And that's one of those moments, those mistakes that you can't afford to have. That is unbelievably costly. Great recognition though by Hyunmin. He is really on point today. The DRX is starting to run away with this. A Bucky, a Stinger, a smattering of guns for the side of T1 to try to see if they can thrifty their way back into this match. Chamber locking down the A side this time. Some confirm. That's spot Izu.
The reveal onto Izu, swinging off the corner, Stacks dead. Hyunmin is just absolutely on one. It's Buzz noted here in mid, sends the boom bot. I think he knows about flashback on this position. Maybe he did see him in transit across into mail. Either way, with just a stinger. Doesn't want anything to do with this side of the map. Want to rotate back across to try to reinforce Meteor's position.
तू तो फिर भी यंग है मेरा क्या?
क्या अच्छा तो खेलता है अपन चाह सकते रे?
तू तो फिर भी यंग है तू तो एक्टिव में जा सकता है.
करते ना भाई को टीम 16 बना देना.
मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Get the chamber utility a little bit further out, so you have some comfort that they're not going A. You're able to lean a little bit further in towards B.
आ गया ना दिखा दी ना.
तूने भी दिखा दी ना रैंक पुश करेगा करके दिखा दी ना तूने भी. मेरी रैंक के गांड मार के कुछ गायब हो गया ना 4 दिन.
डायमंड की डायमंड मैच है.
Hyunmin, however, able to find one flashback. Cleans up Buzz on that flank as Hyunmin finds himself a third, maybe another 4K.
Not a problem.
DRX area, Binks, DRX area.
Ping down, it will be flashback
Eco
instead. Once again, no survivors left. DRX, no mercy shown.
ये लेवल पे क्या ही इको भाई, इको में ही तो जीत जाते लोग.
I think you got to pause that timer. Absolutely. The right call here for T1. Can't let this get any further out of control.
It's the same exact scoreline we saw from Bind.
Exactly. Still plenty of time to turn this around for T1. So you were able to slow down DRX and eventually find those big rounds for yourself to turn it around. And look, between both of these teams, they're no strangers to these Game 5s. I mean, you've got plenty of players who've been in a lot of them. Mako and Stacks back in the first season of VCT Pacific. Meteor last year with Gen G.
Right. Score रहेगा तो
$. Against Paper X, those best of 5s that went to 5 so many times. here in
13-7
Pacific.
DRX.
We're right back to it. So certainly,
Score
I don't
वही है,
expect
team
T1 to really roll over too much. I think they're going to be punching back here pretty quickly. I would expect they've got some ideas.
You would hope so. I mean, it was a good start.
किरण भाई chat में क्या बोले?
Dropping of the anti-eco. Causing a bit of a spiral here. As well as Meteor just not being given, or being, not finding the opportunities to really find that impact with this chamber to take control of these rounds.
Right. I mean, he hit that Marshall shot, and that's it. Since then, even when he's been called upon to just save a gun, he couldn't do that. So
Chamber थोड़ा सा casual type. Julie Sentinel
called by that next operator. Further away, we'll have Toward Force going into the next round. Pretty much no matter what you would suspect is, flashback. Spotted out. TP gonna be taken here as Buzz. I mean, just nowhere else to go. Just trying to get himself into a corner.
Blind दिया बे
The
ऊपर से
paranoia
blind
connects.
देके
He's
कूदे
fully
बे.
blinded up. Taken out of the sky. Speaking of sky, Stacks swinging, finding one. Hyunmin gonna be put down. Showstopper no longer in the equation, but the rolling thunder from Bane certainly is. Trailblazer will spot out Freeing. Kites back into the smoke. Smoke spotting nothing.
Oh, Freeing is being so annoying here.
Just waiting for a timing. Rolling Thunder going to be sent crashing across. Meteor now caught. Mako still here, lurking down below. In the depths.
अभी वही बोला चैट को कि डिले कराने के लिए कैसा दिया देखो.
For Izu, he's in a committed position. He's trying to find his way out.
मार अरे क्यों?
All on his lonesome, but it's going to be Mako.
निकल गया.
Just pivoting back and forth, finding three.
भाई क्या टाइम बाय करते हैं?
Buy round pushed aside by DRX.
इधर ऐसा सोचते नहीं टैप होगा तब अल्ट मारेंगे.
It's a beautiful paranoia right on the buzz. That's the A site completely open.
अब तो Freeing 0
able to
kill
claim
पे
that kill.
वो तो
Stacks
मारना
doing what he
चालू भी नहीं
can,
हुआ है.
but with Freeing being so annoying here over at the bottom of a lobby, he's just playing it so nicely, not giving them anything, just baiting them right into that rolling thunder.
बंदा इस बार final बोलो यार, final.
As they have to try to regroup and press.
टाइम काय
Marco's
कर रहे हो
consistent,
member?
so sturdy
Holy
as
Shabbat.
always. Sheriff's abound. Obviously the chamber uses the headhunter, but see if Carpe has a little more magic in store for us just yet.
थोड़ा हेल्थ का देने को कल में पूरा हो जाएगा. गलत कैंसिल या गलत शब्द का इस्तेमाल हो गया. वाह. वाह किरण भाई वाह. दूसरा पंच सीमा.
The headhunter, but not before Carpe ends up falling. Now
आएंगे रात को
being
सीमा.
across, finding one. Buzz able to put Freeing down on the floor, but they need so much more than that. And Stacks is now the last one standing.
भाई 6 राउंड ऑलरेडी बहुत होते हैं.
Down by the sheriff in
Quick
hand.
attack में.
बोल रहा ब्रो DRX. But Meteor भाई कब जग जाए नहीं मालूम
Ones that are going to be
लेकिन 6 राउंड अटैक में बहुत ज्यादा है. वो लोग के पास डिफेंस का कॉम्बोज भी है ना बहुत.
peak spotting nothing, sends out the
हाँ रेज और तेओ कॉम्बो है ना उन पे.
रेस तेओ ब्रीच ब्लाइंड
No
कैंप
confirmation
टैग.
off of it. Gun barrel should have been spotted there at the end. Certainly spots that jiggle peak. They're expecting a little bit further forward, but
Depends
flashback is
Choco
still
दे
going to
देंगे
be
भाई वो.
deferred as he swings out 6-1 DRX. This attacker side, they are absolutely running away with it.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to break out just enough, get Mako past the pillar, opens up just enough. Okay, Meteor hits a nasty shot, but Mako TPs through. And he's able to get that extra angle so that tour de force can't just completely barricade the entrance from garage. And then from there, it's just cleanup duty for DRX, who are starting to roll away with this one. Now you got to start to wonder, was the composition change worth it here for T1? You know, yesterday, yes, you lost, but it was an overtime. Maybe just a few tweaks needed to be made. I think a lot of people wanted to see Meteor on Chamber, but his aim has been a little bit shaky today.
They're really trying to get this util out of Carpe. They're in the back, paranoia across.
Oh, no.
But Gunman, he's already closed the gap. Finds one. Buzz, however. Cricket's lobbing off the nade. Is able to find Bane. He's in Gunman at the same time. There's going to be a pickup on the orb there for Freeing as he gets one away from having that Armageddon online, but now the Seeker about to tell all, reveals the position of Flashback, and Meteor this time can put the op to good use. T1, a fantastic, clean reply. They get themselves a second round win. But they need so much more of that in this half.
But अगर ये 6 के ऊपर कुछ भी बढ़ा देना Binks, वो 7 हो या 8 हो,
to bail out a bit of a
DRX जीत गए भाई.
Bit of a miscalculation from Carpe.
मेरे को लग रहा है
I saw
comeback
this
के
yesterday
T1
on
का
split
ult आ
that
रहा है और अभी crazy
Carpe
defense
still has a
एकदम
few
मतलब
awkward
वो लोग
timings with when he
adjust
thinks
हो
he's
गए।
safe to teleport, when he's actually not. Few
India is
weird
good.
smokes that I saw.
याद आ रहा है
But
बस खेला
overall
था
today he's looked quite good. I haven't seen too many utility mistakes, but that one right there, able to be bailed out by Buzz.
See how much more T1 can get in this half. Right now they're down by 4, and that's with Freeing having 0 kills, 0 assists. The impact from the Tejo that we've been seeing in the previous maps not being found at the moment, but despite that, the efforts of Hyunmin as well as Flashback have been enough to keep DRX in a very solid position.
He was plus 22. Oh, goodness.
Oh, Buzz getting around the back. This time, shots to connect. Was not going to be found, but still unable to find the kill. Up again, crashing across him and swings out of the smoke. Able to find one, but to go unscouted here at the bottom is Izu. Comes up with 2, gets himself a 3rd. As it's now on Mako. Up in hand, the flick not connecting. Mako trying to force him out of the corner, cannot make it happen. The nade from Buzz will take
comeback
this
ball
down.
से
T1
Viper
get
सब
2
है
rounds in a
अभी
row.
Yeah, this is what we were seeing from Izu yesterday on this Viper. He is so freaking difficult to deal with on B. He is so smart and he's so clean with his aim. Doesn't really need too much Viper util here to do this. Just shut them down from below the rope. Gets 3 before he's finally cleaned up. Nothing Mako can do there, just a shake of the head. Now the T1 fans have something to cheer about. Can they keep this ball rolling? Can they prevent this?
2 main ult पे next round decoy पे comeback पे
comeback
Make this a 6-6. Meteor
clear cut comeback scene
watching the smokes.
Able to get across. As that's just going to be a clear out. Don't find
एक
the
second के लिए
ops. It's
guard
all
पड़
going to
गई।
be fine. Showstopper sent. Hyunmin taking low stacks. However, somewhere off screen,
दो मार दिए
he's killed L2. Freeing does manage to equalize. I believe that's him getting on the board, but then Buzz
हो गया रे
ensures that he
कर लिए
cannot find more impact.
कर लिए
Hyunmin is
टाइम
now
आउट की जरूरत है
left
टाइम
on
आउट की
his
जरूरत है
lone
टाइम आउट की
पास
जरूरत है
टाइम आउट की जरूरत नहीं है सीधा ट्रॉफी दे दो उनको जीत गया
What do you do if you're Hyunmin in this position? Smoke sent out, shots ringing through. You'd love to at least grab the orb. That and a death gets you one away from a showstopper.
Yeah, certainly not going to be given the opportunity to get that orb for free. He might just have to wait this out. All of that money that DRX had accumulated during that 6-run streak has run dry almost. A few players have some left in the tank, but a couple players completely out of cash. Now you just wait this out.
30 seconds left.
A lot of time left on the clock, so for Hyunmin and DRX, some time to talk
next
about
round
it
पता
now.
है Izu ult
Trying to figure out
मारेगा
what's going wrong. Frankly, it's
mid
just
में
T1 now starting to make
ऐसा
quick reads, quick
फिर ये लोग
understandings.
A पे बकचोदी करके जाएंगे B पे
It seems like the communication and the decision making is
ये लोग को
much
लगेगा
more
B
on
पे दो ही
point.
बंदे
Obviously, you're having some big plays.
अचानक
10
से
seconds
सरप्राइज
left.
Some of your
मिलेगा
players, when you really need them,
और होएगा
Izu
6-5
previously, here's Stacks. I don't know what the heck happened in front of A
फिर
main
पैसा
there, but
बचेगा नहीं इनके पास
he just stood his
6-6
ground. I think he was
जो
on the other
मेरा
side of this box
prediction
and just
था
knocked a couple players through as they were trying to push in through the smoke.
my prediction is never
We can
wrong
get it here in the replay. Take a closer look. T1. It's another devastating start to a solid-looking recovery. It's, oh, it just plays it so perfectly. Great trigger discipline.
There you go.
It's going to be the timeout call now from CHUMMI. Not wanting for a repeat of that bind.
कैंपर के साथ अटैक में कॉम्बोस कैसे बनेगा ट्रैप पे के मारेगा ना मॉ पे
Let's see what they want to do now. I think again,
आपको कन्नड़ा आता है कन्नड़ा बरो
a
दिला
little bit more mid pressure. A lot of the rounds where they were finding
Bus,
success, the ones where they were able to best, you know, be it Meteor or Buzz or whoever is
जो भी
trying to
जीते
maintain.
जल्दी जीते ओटी
mid-top
ना जाए
control.
क्योंकि मेरे ओटी के नीचे
And when
नहीं है
that
दम
was seeded over,
समझ
when it
रहे हो?
had to be given, that's when they were really able to break through, knock a few players down, get into post plants, and execute those really effectively. So for T1, just continue to make sure these comms are looking
तेरे को
good.
इतना प्यार से मैं क्यों
Make
देख
sure
रहा
that
था
mid
पता है?
control is stable.
Lack of flip
think
की
it
वजह से
could
मेरे
be
को दो
A-okay.
बिल्ली दिख रही है step
Everybody seems to be back into
Flash
the
double.
back into the server for
इसके
them.
बाद भी नहीं सो
A
पाएगा
little bit off for a few rounds there. Got a couple ults as
Right.
well. You know, do you want to just pop the Viper's Pit early here?
जब
Go
इंसान
with
इतना
Izu
थका हुआ रहेगा ना
away in spawn, still trying to make his way over.
कुछ भी कर
Why not get the opportunity? Flashback has the neural theft if there's a kill that can be found. judge for stacks. And they're stacking in towards mid. I like this from T1. I think this is good anticipation of a possible change of play from DRX.
2021 हो जाए
Coming out
इसका
of
हाइड
it.
दो रे
DRX for now. Pressuring B, but man,
Flashback.
Yep.
It's around this corner. He's got the camp set up. Goes for it. Ooh, just commits to the strafe. Void's getting taken down. Stone thrown now. Moving forward. Ping out. But nothing in reply quite just yet. Buzz still holding it mid now. Filling in where Meteor is backed off.
Liz Dog about to get a lot of info.
Spot on the two at least.
Huh?
That's freeing. Yep, Buzz should have noticed that. Shoulder peeking out. Zoo force forward.
Timings on these smokes are so good.
Buzz is eating quite a bit of damage. You can see that right now. As there's the jump in, Hyunmin planting his speed, and Easy this time cannot make it happen. Stacks over here around the corner. An easy spray down to find the first. Can he get the second? The answer is going to be no. Bane pushes up, finds him with the stick of it out. Carpe looks to refill that space. Mako trades it out from backside. Spike now going to be picked up as the neural theft gets invested. Buzz immediately having to back away. 33 health remaining on him.
Shit, tier round किसी gave it DRX.
The up in hand. He actually gonna try to go for this peek. He does. The flashback just takes his head off. Up now on the floor, and Meteor asked to do it all. Seems like the timeout call here from DRX is going to be working a treat. Swing out. It's freeing from behind to find it as the teammates rings out. DRX guarantees themselves to lead the half.
कुछ भी जीत गए.
This is just a little bit of trigger discipline issue for Izu. Probably cost him a free kill there. Pull it while he was jumping in. Not sure what the panic was there. Meteor missed a big op shot up in heaven as well. And that gave DRX the ability to scale into sight quite nicely. And again, once they get into these post plants, basically GG. T1 really hasn't been able to find a way to break through there. Mostly just been about getting them ahead of even getting to a position where they can really get into anything resembling a post plant.
अब इतना तक आए गए तो I think
Everybody being pushed back.
T1.
It's T1 now circling the wagons, trying to figure out what they can do to recontest this space into mid. But DRX not really interested in messing around with it too much. Just trying to pull a little bit of attention. Just going to use the boom bot as well to keep an extra player. Angle it over towards Male. See if you can get them to sit over there and then try to break through on the Meteor and Stacks. I'd be trying to attack towards Meteor. Had a little bit of trouble on this chamber.
They're going to try to do, that's the suppress and the stun connecting with Stacks. Single sign Hyunmin out of the sky, coming to his rescue. Finds himself a second before Mako takes him down. Meteor jumping back over into the corner. Comes down Mako, looks for a little bit more than nearly line up for him, but he cannot capitalize.
Meteor ठंडा लग रहा है Binks, ये पूरा map ठंडा है ये.
Pushing past this
अभी
one,
गरम नहीं हुआ
Big
ये.
clearly not registering it. It's falling to the wayside. Spring forced out of the smoke. Forced to look every which way, and Buzz will take him down. 7-5, DRX in the lead.
थोड़ा सा left right हो रहा है.
They keep it competitive. They now move over onto the attack.
Man, and once again, Stacks is so good at this map. That is ridiculous, Stacks. Shot Hyunmin right out of the air. Absolutely nasty. Nice reposition from Meteor to give himself a chance. Get a couple big kills. And then Buzz swoops in to finish the job, but that all came down to Stacks there with that positioning and that timing. Finding those 2 kills to really stymie that execute. That was 7 rounds on the attacker side for DRX. Most of the time you consider that very, very successful. But with the way this match has been going, I have no idea if that's good enough. Things have been so wild here these last couple of minutes. So it could definitely go either way. I mean, you and I were talking between the maps here, Achilleos. Seems like if the numbers keep adding up, should be a 17-15 score line at the end of this.
Would be a great way to cap this off, regardless of who would end up being
Baker की team में never
victorious.
count them. Baker की team नहीं है भाई.
I won't claim to be Nostradamus, but pretty happy with the 14-12
उसको mixer बंद
prediction.
कर गया. Excuse me.
Not bad on that one.
Both of these teams.
क्या इसके बाद entertainment खत्म नहीं है तो इसके बाद पिंक स्ट्रीम करने वाली है.
Narrowly in the lead. when it comes to
और
pistols.
पिंकी का स्ट्रीम जैसे खत्म होता है
The
मैं
anti-ecos,
स्ट्रीम करने वाला हूँ
the last three, that has been the problem for both
24 hours
sides.
entertainment
See if T1 can get another pistol, go 2 for 2
jokes
on the
apart
map in that
post
regard.
kick off एक दो दिन break ले
Then
ले
with that
एक दिन ले रहा हूँ
to
मैं
tie it up.
लेकिन not complete break
Buzz
not
out in front,
complete
13-8-2,
break
despite some of
members
the
only और normal stream होएगा उसके
early
बीच में break
issues that we had seen. Still has been an absolute force for T1.
Yeah, whatever happens today, Buzz has really stepped it up. Had a tremendous day as that primary duelist. It's been topping the charts for them. Meteor trying to play up that flash.
The flash coming through, Meteor does get dinked, but he does manage to find Hyunmin. Solid amount of damage dealt there. And Stacks has the heals bought.
Steel be Meteor में
The selfless leader. Puts Meteor back up to full HP. Just a single bullet remaining in that headhunter. Ooh, that right click does so much.
Scoops up the ghost.
Oh shit, मेरे को.
Right there. Back right off, but now he's kind of trapped. He's getting a little help.
Way out of it, Mako.
फेंकने के लिए मैं रखा था वो पीछे साइड पर
Rotates across, grabs the ghost for himself. Carpe sends out a couple shots his way, but now the creep forward down in towards the
क्या
sewers
लगता
here.
है
पिस्तौल और DRX जीती तो
Just
जीत गए भाई ना कोई जा रहा है
Sitting here for the moment, the cam still
जिस
toggled
हिसाब
with
से
the
info
stealth
है
drone
मेरे हिसाब
checking
से
over towards
T1
Ramen. Nothing noted.
ऐसा क्या
There's a
30
spot out,
seconds
Buzz. Gonna be tagged. Zizu clears the
अब
cam.
नहीं पता
Bring, waiting the salvos, holding them back. The dart now removed. Buzz looking for the fast sentry, but freeing. What is that hit? Finds him in transit. Mako, however, going to be forced away. Paranoia a little bit shallow, but only 12 seconds remaining as they bring the spike forward through Mail in towards Heaven. Time is ticking. Mako, if he can win that fight, maybe he can delay, but he cannot. And Bane is just stuck here into the corner. I don't believe they have it. Do they have it in time? They do.
Oh my God.
What a narrow margin. T1 avoiding the villain's allegations.
घर पे
Get the
भाई
spike
क्या
planted in time.
सीन
And they close out the pistol 5 for 5 in the series. 1 away from tying us up.
I'm pretty sure I made the same face that Stacks just did there. That was absolutely as close as it gets. A little bit of wonkiness in this round with Meteor getting trapped. And nobody really able to bail him out from the rest of T1, but Stacks there just kind of realized, okay, we're running out of time, we're gonna go B. I have to just W key through and win a big battle against Mako, and he does. Great round from him. He's always so good on this map for T1. Bane, though, able to use a little util to scoop up an orb. Get a little bit closer to that rolling thunder. Nothing T1 feels like they can do to contest. They are way out. Expecting maybe some kind of crunch towards A main. But DRX is happy to spread across the middle of the map a little bit.
सीधा ट्रॉफी
See if
इधर
they
की
can find
मतलब
some room to
कितना
maneuver.
close है
Hammer
ये
here will
game
give a lot away. Flashback, oh boy.
Desperately needs to clear the dog, and he cannot. Still just, he's actually still playing around that. This is not going to be able to find anything on the back end. Flashback, Hyunmin both can take it down. Tiny bit of damage dealt here to Stacks. What Carpe suffered is going to be shrugged off as Stacks gets the heals through. Salvo forward to delay, a spray into Heaven. Meteor takes out freeing. As Mako and Bane find themselves tucked alongside the ramp. Play option.
by long time no see.
Looking a bit empty here at the moment, given their position, given the classics. Seems like T1
I wonder इसने ये
will
चीज
successfully be able to win out an anti-eco.
हाँ 10 साल से स्ट्रीम पे आके एक ही चीज लिख रहा है
Potentially in flawless fashion.
Just looking for exits.
आज
Nobody
तक he's looking for
comes your
answers
way. Side of the spike.
Was looking for some kills, but there you go. Okay, flawless going to be denied away. There's a little bit of a stun, but everybody tucked back around the corner. Spike death here for the side of DRX. We're tied up at 7-7.
This has been quite a match so far, but that round there, just T1 taking their time at the beginning of the round, barreling through. Playing off each other pretty nicely here.
मैंने एक गाना लिखा था
Being up into
AIO
cause a little bit of a decoy as
AIO यही था
Carpe does?
मेरा AI का startup journey.
He's an assist machine today. What, he had 18 on the first
मेरा
map?
दिमाग सड़ गया है
Around Lotus, it was, yeah.
And we're here basically at the midway point.
सबके गेम में फटिक दिख रहा है full
First
left right
buy
हाँ ना
for the side of DRX, plenty of firepower, however, in the hands of T1 as Hyunmin just going to be forced away for the moment.
Now you're throwing some different looks here at DRX. I mean, Stack sent the dog out towards A Heaven, making a bit of a noise towards mid.
Robots exchanged. Salvo to try to slow up the approach.
Forced out the TP, but maybe a re-clear of space here for T1. Stacks maybe dueling freeing. Oh, Human.
Hyunmin! What is going on there?
What?
3 kills found.
कैसे
That is an explosive way to just open up this anti-bonus.
कैसे bro अपने जैसे कैसे खेल सकते हो Snacks
Now just acting carpet worlds apart. As the slow drift across, the control spotted, but flashback not going to be able to find the adjustment. Hyunmin, however, I think is hungry for it.
I must wait a moment.
I'm 3 away from having this ultimate online. Flash not going to catch anything.
कैसे 4 मारा मतलब
Carpe across the map. Likely to deny the ace. DRX right now not going to be concerning themselves with minor accolades like that. The lead is what they want, and the lead is what they shall have. 8-7.
10 seconds left.
And barring a death from onto Mako here, it's looking like a flawless as well.
I mean, what do you do? Hyunmin and
I'm still here, Omega Lul.
Sometimes that just rounds over.
Oh, if he swung a little faster, maybe. Either way, let's see the replay on that.
Yeah, please, and thank you.
Oh बाप रे चांस भी नहीं दिया बे
Flash from Stacks a little bit too shallow.
चांस भी नहीं दिया यार
Very clean 4K pickup. Now 2 away from that showstopper. Buzz just at the halfway mark.
This is, if freeing starts picking it up
Run
here,
back up to the night.
Be a real different story.
Has to stop shy on the blast packs there. Trailblazer looks to lead the charge. Mako still coming away with 1 though. Pushes up into the cage. Gets the headshot there to put down Meteor. Without the smokes, without the paranoia.
Camera taken out.
And without the camera. Flashback loses that. Smoke is ready to dissipate there in heaven. Flashback, oh, frantic around the corner.
Oh, भाई
Clearly
मेरे सब है.
Cannot study the aim. Paint shell. Check down underneath rope.
Showstopper.
Pushes them back away. A couple shots ringing out. The showstopper is available, and it's going to be sent right down onto the floor. Izu dead. That's the spike planter. Killed his headman. Looks for another 4K. Nearly has the readjustment. On his lonesome. Back around the corner. Goes for the repeat. And finds Stacks. Has him dead to rights.
Hey, उनका रेस गरम है भाई.
DRX now.
क्या नाम है इसका?
Trying to reaffirm this lead.
Just great patience again from Hyunmin. Mako there. He gets hit by the dog right at the last second. At first I thought it might have gotten past him, but just got a side eye. Then Hyunmin knows he can just wait this out. As soon as that plant starts to come through, he's got the showstopper available. I think T1 there, if they had a little bit more awareness, might have just gone for the fake or gone for the garage plant. Maybe could have gotten out of the way of it. Hard to say for sure, of course, it's tough, but
good pressure in here. As the Stinger will be enough to go ahead and hound down Bane.
Fast and the
Reach
furious.
out of the fight. Weapon potentially recoverable here as well, so he can push up into the smoke. The Trailblazer uses a quick little check. As the stealth drone similarly going to be moving forward, but Mako! What an absolute beam of a shot! Repositions back sight. Has been spotted, but I don't think he cares. Mako looking to try to hold the ground. Cannot. Izu comes up with a second. Weapon now recovered. It's freeing. Situated here, and Flashback can't find anything. Izu taking this round into his own hands. The salvo nearly there. Freeing though. Challenges in for the fight versus T1 answer back. They keep things neck and neck.
that's unbelievable stuff from Izu. Going huge to break this open. This is a great setup there. You're using both of the Sky and the Omen utility there to break it through. That second shot, yeah, catches Hyunmin trying to crouch spray. And he scoops up a gun, puts it to great use. That's huge. To keep T1 very much in this game. What looked like it might be DRX going up to 10, going up to double digits to shut down.
That's on a half buy as well, where they get it done. Mako tucked away up close. The swing out. Has to quickly reposition, goes for it. No one there to chase. It's worth noting he's also glass cannon with his Guardian.
जहाँ से टिप्पी मारा ना पहला बाहर आके लेफ्ट साइड चेक करेगा.
Oh my god! The readjust from Fring, that is absolutely disgusting.
Goodness.
The shots weren't even going Meteor's way.
ऐसा प्लेयर हमारे गेम में आए तो सीधा रिपोर्ट हुए.
Immediately pop the rendezvous to get the hell out of there. That is a disgusting shot.
They've been hitting those today.
I have the spike.
It's just crazy what he can do sometimes. Stacks using the dog to do a little bit of exploring. They're in, yeah, there's no way you're getting any further forward. Getting spotted by that stealth drone. If you try to push through, you're just going to end up getting crossfired.
Oh, Armageddon out here into mid. Seeker's going to be let loose on the back end of this one, chasing forward as here comes Buzz bouncing up into the site. Mako, 8 left in the mag, tags up Buzz. As he barely slinks around the corner, the sun is there. Bane, however, catching a glimpse, is able to take down Carpe. It's freeing. A very slow start from him in that first half. Starting to come alive. 3K, gets DRX up to double digits.
And they really needed that from freeing. Normally their best fragger. Able to finally find some value. Goodness gracious, that is...
reveal on Meteor!
That's outrageous, dude. That is absolutely outrageous. And he swoops in for the final third kill. Trying to see if they can cement this final map. Some ults do have the tour de force. Meteor is going to pop that off the rip. Hero rifle for Buzz. Izu has a pit if you can get there. It's just a matter of taking a little bit of extra control. T1's had some good executes to clear Male and B Heaven. Trying to bait there to see if they can get player through, but the smokes. Oh, what a shot from Buzz.
Fantastic one to be found there. Hyunmin counter spraying, is able to go ahead and flush him out of the smoke. Paint Shell's now going to be let loose. A couple players low here in mid. Able to successfully get away from it. Down into sewers here for the moment. And I'm going to stay sat on this vent side. Weapon scooped up, freeing. Is it in vision? Reload likely to be no there.
Krishna.
Meteor's going to try to lead the charge, but freeing catches a glimpse, backpedals immediately. Flash at the ready, pop through, nothing going to be spotted. The salvo's nearly there. The stun's going to be sent out. Catches him, slows him up. It's Mako. That next smoke now cycled forward, salvo's sent out. Just holding T1 at bay here in heaven. As Hyunmin slowly creeps over towards stairs. Smattering of damage going to be found there. Freeing. Going to be good for one. Mako displaced. Take it down. Hyunmin misses the opening shot. Spots the gun barrel of Meteor. Can relay to it to his team. Carpe he's across. Everybody now collected together. And that pit, as you mentioned, is now in play.
And you don't have great options unless you can get a neural theft to clear this.
And this trademark previously set up. Ends up giving them some cover. Making for an easy shot. Meteor takes him down. Everything now on Hyunmin. Just giving the money. 150 behind on this raise. He's going to have to just rotate out away from this side. Allow for the spike to detonate. T1 not going down without a fight. They are fighting tooth and nail to keep this as close as possible. One round separating as this gets ready to erupt. Can they tie it?
I just love this from T1. This protect the chamber. Well, I don't know. But anyway, the protect the chamber here. Just kind of group up around Meteor and just slow creep your way around these angles. You know, Buzz finds that great opener. I'm sure you can see the flashes of the barrel.
First time lead.
It's a little bit easier, but then you're able to get this tour de force into some spots where it can connect, where it can do some damage. And the whole time, DRX is having to respect it. They can't really challenge that stacked push until it's too late. Nice idea. Like that play call from T1. Now, a little bit more of a spread of the map. Set the trademark outside of B, but I think it got noted, it got heard. Anyway, Mako has a sense of it. He put a ping right on top of it. Now again, a similar idea with the operator in Meteor's hands.
4-player cluster here into mid. Heavy presence as the trip gets cleared. Fault line sent, salvos out. Damage not gonna be found.
We could see the adjustment from DRX. They knew what caused them problems last time was giving up this space, so now they're throwing a lot of util at it. The salvos, the grenades, still space cleared for T1.
I think they back off, maybe anticipating that the paint shell's gonna come their way, but it's held on to. As gun barrel spotted, Carpe able to find one, but do they read that Hyunmin's gotten across? Given the line that Meteor's operating on, no! I'd expect it to be maybe a little bit of an easier shot here for him, but Hyunmin does manage to take him down. Blast packs into the corner, blast pack to try to offset. Carpe stack, desperately want this guy dead. Calls him another line. Opportunity, perhaps a chance. The swing out, a timing. Flashback finds the kill, gets a neural theft reveal. Stacks, Izu, both going to be spotted, sprinting their way over towards this A site. Flashback's got ahead of it. The cam setup instantly cleared. They know his position, the bite holds him back for now. Paranoia available for the retake. As Izu caught in the trap, the spray down! Flashback finds it! Spike now playing himself, needs to be the hero, but his position has been encroached upon. Mako will take him out. DRX reestablish a 2-round lead.
This is just crazy. It looks like T1 has got this in the bag. They're doing such a good job of dodging the utility, understanding the response that DRX is going to throw their way. They get up, they get the kill at the heaven, and then they pause because Hyunmin steps out, finds a kill. They have to go deal with him. He finds a second. It takes 2 players to dislodge them, and as they're trying to get their bearings, they're trying to re-clear the B-site space that they had originally claimed. Flashback. Takes a kill and gets the neural theft, and then they can just track him, trace him. Falls into the Cypher utility. And it's round over, the Paranoia to clinch it.
Oh my
God! T1 is going to take a timeout.
Last timeout of this final for T1.
Dance with me!
DRX, one more here in the back pocket, but this has to be for everything. T1 need to turn the tide. Down by 2. DRX is exactly what DRX needs to take this over the line and get themselves the trophy. A Korean analyst just cheering on the action.
Once again.
And no one's been able to win back-to-back rounds.
No, I know.
We have just been trading blows.
We're making a checkerboard here.
भाई मेरे को सब लोग पूछते थे ना सुपर पावर, मेरे को वो सुपर पावर चाहिए, बेड में जाके आंख बंद किया ना अचानक से नींद आ जाए। मेरे दोस्त लोग के पास है वो सुपर पावर भोसड़ी वाले, मेरे को होता ही नहीं भाई। मेरे को 1.5-2 घंटे का प्रेप टाइम लगता है, प्रेप टाइम, कि मैं गाना सुनूं, म्यूजिक, और बाद में कुछ सीरीज देखूं, थोड़ा यूट्यूब तब जाके नींद आता है मेरे को।
वो मत कर, डायरेक्ट फोन साइड में रख दे।
The future is bright
तू
for
मत
this
बोल,
region.
6 बजे सोइए कल।
So many great players, so many great moments.
चुप रहो तुम।
And we still have 2 more stages to go.
होगा बटे खत्म, बैठो। कुछ से नहीं हो रहा, दूसरे लोग को ज्ञान दे रहा है।
A little bit of an investment here from the side of T1. 2 rifles, some sheriffs, a classic behind. As for now, held at bay within the garage. Flashback here at backside. Mako playing forward. Decides to cut back to the opposite side of the pillar. Safer position to try to set up for the Paranoia play.
Stacks could send a deep flash here to try to set up this
11-10 का prediction आ रहा है, 11-10।
नहीं रे, इको में कहाँ मारेंगे वो? 3 बंदों पे गन है तो सही, 3 बंदों पे नहीं है, 2 बंदों। अरे क्या, कैसे?
कैसे क्या, वो एक बंदा जो मार रहा था, गोलियां खाया मुंह पे blind।
When the investment isn't there, the heroics absolutely are. The plan from Buzz gives him a showstopper.
3 बंदों पे गन नहीं थी रे उनके।
Bane realizing this.
घुसने वालों पे थी ना लेकिन।
We cannot try to pull off a 2v5. Not in this situation.
Chocolate है आज।
Mako freeing. Not that much money behind.
I would just love to watch that round from Stacks' perspective, because he just pushed up mid, got into mail somehow for free, completely unaccounted for, and when the execute was going through, he sprung into action and found a kill up in heaven.
But this is what he did yesterday versus Gen G, except it was over onto the B site. He got himself squeezed in.
Yes. He's got great senses on this map in particular. He just always shows up on split. He's doing it again, this time on the sky. Just awesome stuff from him. And I mean, Buzz as well has been really, really on point. Gets hit by the paranoia and is just so ready. Now Flashback trying to hold the line, trying to stop the entrance from the garage. That's another round.
The fans over there starting to get on their feet. He's building. It's been back and forth the whole way throughout. If that continues, DRX are going to get themselves up to map point.
Got both showstoppers. Got a rolling thunder for Bane. Stacks one away from his Seekers.
मेरा लेफ्ट ब्रेन लेफ्ट देखने बोला, राइट ब्रेन राइट देखने बोला, नजर बीच में जा रही है सिर्फ. ना लेफ्ट दिख रहा है ना राइट.
You gotta be so careful. As T1, gotta be diligent, trying to find out where Hyunmin is.
Into the middle, and Hyunmin.
क्या शॉट है ये? क्या शॉट है?
Sits Meteor down. The Jiggle Peak getting a spot out. He goes for another one, but goes relatively unpunished. Stacks, however, pushes up. Flushed out. Showstopper now in play. Set. Smattering of damage here on the Stacks, but kill cannot be found. As the Seeker goes chasing down through the vent, Stacks continuing to try to push up. And Mako does not react in time. Stacks putting the team around on his back, comes away with two, is freeing, straightening forward. Cannot find Izu. TP into the site. Flashback arriving. Able to find one. With the crucial tools that they were looking to utilize here. The Rolling Thunder. He's dead on the floor. Carpe with the jiggle out. Paranoia. Set towards heaven as Stacks gets ready to strike. This time, however, a little bit whiffy. A fadeaway on the guiding light. Just trying to keep their interest, trying to keep them tied off of the site. The time is ticking. And Hyunmin still snappy with that Guardian in hand. Can Flashback deliver anything? No. Hyunmin now with everything to do. The young rookie in his first grand final, dancing around the site, frantically looking for anything that he can get, but he's going to get a face full of shorty. As Carpe ties us up 11-11.
Stacks plays this round brilliantly. The way that they bait out the showstopper here. Okay, Hyunmin, you hit a nasty one tap. Phenomenal. Stacks gets a kill, hides behind the platform, sends out the Seekers in response to the showstopper. Those Seekers connect onto Mako. He gets up there, gets a kill, breaks things open. And then it's a cleanup the rest of the way. Carpe getting into it. Showstopper still for Buzz. Of course, the Rolling Thunder, one away from another Armageddon for freeing.
I think in all my
there
years,
is no way DRX ये मैप जीत सकते हैं. इकोनॉमी की माँ
to
बहन
my
हो
count,
रखी
if it
है,
is correct, I
की
have
माँ
never
बहन
heard
हो रखी
Carpe
है.
pop off like that.
It is over.
Stealth drone not going to be spotting out much of anything there. Triple presence in towards mid. Mako alone on the B site. Spike still dropped outside of Ramen.
This is an unbelievably crucial round for DRX. The money is barren. There's not much left behind this spy. If they can't get this round, it's going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel to put together a buy. This time, no quick tap for Hyunmin. Oh my God.
Showstopper to lead. As Hyunmin, it's able to barrel stuff and they go 1 for 1. A raise for a raise.
Cage triggered.
Flashback for now. Relatively alone here on the site. The push forward as the trip gets cleared. Swings around the back, freeing. Wanting to go for the peak. Does so! Is only able to find one. Flashback flushed out. Carpe comes away with it. Mako now arriving. Sends up the paranoia. It's close, however, Meteor. Regains some sight. Smoke coming through. It's Carpe just around the corner. 6 HP. Tries to push up into the smoke. Gets getting gunned down. Meteor now on him. Was the back-to-back hero that T1 desperately needed. But now he's got to go for the plant. The stick
Meteor clutch कर रहा है ये.
Can he make it happen again? Fault line, not going to connect, but Mako will. DRX.
Let's go.
They will get themselves up to match point.
One
round. Claiming the trophy for themselves. And for T1, one round from taking us into yet another overtime.
Oh boy. This is so close. The reactions from Carpe and Stacks are good. Hyunmin, you can't stop the guy.
भाई डरते नहीं ना रिजल्ट से आगे जाते जैसे रिजल्ट मारेगा तू मारेगा
Thunder in there as well.
ये ले बोल के
Carpe was down to such low HP at that point. And Meteor just stuck in a corner. Not much he could do.
One round for championship, man.
And here we go.
अल दूर तक नहीं है
For all the marbles right now. Comes down to this. And look at T1. They're sending the Armageddon out towards Stacks.
On his Stacks, he realizes that he's not safe. Manages to escape the
What?
back.
Binks.
He's absolutely mad towards them. Hyunmin fighting.
Yes! Loud and gifted. Loud.
An open
खराब लगा रहे D1 के लिए यार
DRX look to rip out
मुझे
the
मजा आया ये
Carpe
खराब लगा रहे
अच्छा खेला रे लेकिन टीवा ना
अच्छा खेला
has everything to do
champions.
but no way to make it happen. DRX
भाई हुनमिन
reclaim their throne in Asia. They lift their first trophy in Pacific history. They are your 2025 champions and your #1 seed for Pacific at Masters Bangkok.
Finally, they have done it. 3 years into VCT Pacific, and DRX,
भाई
the
माँ
Kings
को
of
लेकिन
Korea,
बाप
reign
खेला
once
बे
again.
मैच
no doubt
Puzz and Stacks under a different banner will not reclaim their kingdom. For T1, a damn good effort. A damn good series played. But just shy of the mark, Veteran C will not reign supreme on this day.
यार इसके लिए बुरा लगता है मेरे को यही बंदे के लिए
It is laid with
एक
the
लौता
name
बंदा
बस भी
जिसको
रे बस भी रे इसके साथ
नहीं
क्या
बस है
He
लेकिन एक
takes the
क्यों कह रही
reins
है
as IGL coming into kickoff. And he
अच्छा खेलता भी
guides the
है
team
MVP था शायद ये
widely full of young upstarts into his first trophy in a damn long while, into the first trophy for everybody else on this team.
And you saw what it meant to him. He just sat in the chair, couldn't believe it, stunned that they were able to come through this unbelievably grueling, hard-fought match. A tip of the cap to T1. What a performance they had. 13 maps across 3 different days.
यही अपने ही आउटम है ना
Almost overtime
क्या?
final map
आउटम
here
है
on
वो
Split. And the emotions now starting to bleed through. I mean, you have to think for Bane.
अरे रो मत
He
मुझे दे
wasn't
दे
supposed to
ट्रॉफी
be
तू रो
on this
मत
team to start this year, and he came back, and he showed up big here today. He was instrumental with his utility and his firepower. I'm almost a little emotional about that.
ट्रॉफी है रे
An incredible story for him
अच्छा
and for the
खेला है
rest of the
लेकिन
team.
DRX अपर ब्रैकेट से सीधा
There's
जीता
so many things
अनडिफीटेड
that we can say as everyone tries to get a
undefeated
grasp of the trophy.
अनडिफीटेड पूरा अनडिफीटेड
But I think that in the end, Mako himself put it the best in the pre-roll. DRX is still DRX. The echoes, the legacy stretching all the way back from
पुराना
the days
DRX
of the
आ
Vision
गया
Strikers shine through into
भाई ये
this moment
प्योर
as
हार्ड
they
वर्क है
regain
भाई
a
이들이
trophy.
들어올린 퍼시픽 첫 트로피는 960일 만에 되찾은 트로피입니다. 멈췄던 시계바늘이 다시 움직이고 잊힌 영광이 다시 떠오르겠습니다. 우리는 여전히 이들의 시대에 살고 있습니다. 다시 한번 큰
माँ
박수
को भी लाइक माइक किधर दे मेरा रोज का है
우승팀
तू साइड तू आज रो मैं बात करता हूँ
After 960 days, the clock has been reset. Glory regained
3
and
साल
legend
बाद
rekindled. Welcome back to the era of DRX!
गुड बोलते मेहनत
드리겠습니다. 자, 우승을 차지한 DRX 선수들과 차근차근 이야기를 나눠볼 텐데요. 이정현 아나운서
चैम्प जीत के दिखाए दम है तो भोसड़ी के इतना गाली खाएगा ना इतना गाली खाएगा वैसे भी सोने जा रहे दम है तो चैम्प दिख के जेका भोसड़ी के समझ रहे इतना खाएगा ना अलग अलग लैंग्वेज में खाएगा जो लैंग्वेज में समझ में आता वो लैंग्वेज में मैं तेरे को दूंगा चैम्प जीत के दिखा हाँ तेरे को चैंप देखने का टिकट मिल रहा है क्या रे? जीत के दिखा, तू देखेगा रे जाग के
The question was,
Take
Mako,
कर
what
दिया।
were you doing in your chair
कितना चीजें
instead of
चैन जीत के
celebrating
दिखा।
after you closed out the fifth map? And Mako said, I don't know, man. It
मैं
was
बोल
just
रहा
that
हूँ,
we
मैं
kept
तेरे जगह
closing
पे
it
रहता
out
हूँ,
on
मम्मी
the
डैडी को
fourth
अब भी
map,
जाके
so I
बोलता है
was
एक और
kinda
बाई कर
thinking
क्योंकि
about
मैं
it, but
यूजलेस
I
हूँ
am
करके।
super grateful that my teammates really pulled through.
네, 그리고 원년 멤버들이 많이 떠났습니다. 혼자 남아 있었고 새로운 멤버들과 함께 그리고 코칭 스태프들과 함께 우승을 읽어냈는데요. 우승하신 소감 이야기해
DRX
주시죠.
का ओनर मस्त आज वाइब
마지막으로
오늘
우승했던
마스터였어.
게
DRX 오늘
챌린저스 코리아였었는데 사실 그때도 이 자리였거든요. 이제 또 두 번 다시 뭔가 못 올릴 것 같았는데 오늘로서야 이제 다시 한번 우승을 하게 되어가지고 지금 너무 심장이 아파요.
Well, the question was, Mako, as the only sole remaining original
DRX
member of
member.
DRX, you were able to hoist the Pacific Trophy for the first time for the team. But
Basically,
you
Mako
know,
ने बोला, मेरे में
being
कुछ
the
गलत नहीं
only
था।
original member being able to lead the new roster into this glory, what does it feel like? And Mako's answer was, well, I think the last time we actually won the
one
trophy
kill
was
by
back
bus.
in 2023,
यार, अच्छा तो खेला है।
2022 even, when it was the challengers, and I didn't think that I would
दोनों
ever
जा रहे
be
हैं।
able
लोग अच्छा
to
खेले बे।
lift the trophy again, but I am just beyond happy. I am very elated, and it just hurts my heart today to say that because the series was so tight, but I am very, very grateful.
자 마지막으로 스택스
भाई,
선수와
एक राउंड की
버즈
वजह से
선수와
कोई
또
ट्रॉफी
진한
उठा रहा है
호흡을
भाई।
나눴는데 명승부를 펼친 스택스 버즈에게도 한 말씀
दोस्तों ना
해주시죠.
एक राउंड की वजह से कोई ट्रॉफी उठा रहा है।
이정현 아나운서의 통역부터
네.
듣고 넘어가도록
गिफ्टेड
하겠습니다.
वाले सारे
마음이
भाग गए।
급하시지만, 네. Anything you would like to say to Buzz and Stacks on the other side?
일단은 옛 동료로서 이제 적으로 한번 상대해봤는데요. 근데 사실 그 전부터 계속 궁금했어요. 상대로 만나면 어떨까. 근데 확실히
कुछ अच्छे बोला रहेगा
잘하더라고요.
ये लोग से बैंटर बैटर हैं
그러니까
मेरे को बुलाना
생각했던
चाहिए
것보다 더
बैंटर के लिए।
까다롭기도 했고, 그러니까
어?
팀원이었어가지고
이렇게
아 얘네
팍팍
별로다라고
따르게
생각했는데 근데 이제 적팀으로 만나보니까 와 진짜 까다롭구나. 결국에 베테랑들이니까 너무 잘해가지고 좀 놀랬었고요. 확실히 같은 팀이었을 때 좀 우승하고 나서 많은 생각이 들었던 것
माको का
같아요.
हाइट कितना रहेगा पता नहीं सबसे लंबा
Well,
तो
yeah,
कोई
I've
दिख रहा है।
always wondered what it would be like to have them on the other side and compete against them. And I used to think,
तो
as
print भी हो गया।
the DRX teammates, oh, they're so mid. But you know, having played them today, especially in the grand finals, I got to see why they're the vets with so much experience and also making it really tricky and tough for us to beat them. And it just, you know, I'm just very overwhelmed at what happened tonight against them and how we were able to take this win.
자 이어서 우승을
몰라,
했지만
멘탈
무표정인 베인 선수와 이야기를 좀
몰라,
나눠볼 텐데요. 베인 선수가 눈물을 뚝뚝 흘려서 뭔가 마음이 짠했습니다. 식스맨으로 시작해서 항상 형들의 빛나는 우승을 뒤에서 지켜봤는데 이제
मेरे को यहाँ पे पॉज नहीं एक सेकंड मेरे को अंडरस्टैंड करने का है एक सेकंड प्लीज प्लीज एक सेकंड अंडरस्टैंड करने का है प्लीज
Very emotional tonight. You started out as a stand-in for the
Understand
team. And
मेरे को
when
करने
DRX
का था।
was lifting the trophy, having so much success, you were at the back seat watching them and rooting for them. But tonight, you deserve it.
मेरे
This
मन
is
में
your
एक क्वेश्चन आ
trophy.
गया है।
What does it feel like to be able
रख
to do
अपने
that?
पास सो जा उसको लेके
네, 일단 22년에 식스맨으로 하면서 이제 DRX 형들이 딱 이 경기장에서 우승을 많이 했었고 그거를 옆에서만 바라보면서 동기부여가 처음으로 됐는데
मेरे
그때
फोन
이제
को हाथ
DRX
काहे लगा
했던
रहे हो?
영철이랑
ओए,
구태형을 상대로 이기고 제가 할 수 있다는 거에 너무 행복하고 근데 행복한 눈물보다는 제가 너무 팀원들한테 미안해서 나왔던 것 같아요. 제가 저번 T1 경기를 못해서 이번엔 무조건 내가 이겨주겠다 그리고 1맵에서도 또 게임이 잘 돼서 오늘 내가 무조건 해주겠다 했는데 그 이후로 점점 안 되고 급해지고
मैं बोलूं मेरा
말려서
क्वेश्चन
팀원들한테도 미안했던
वैसे
것
भी तेरे को ये
같고요.
तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा है
못했으니까 방콕 가서 더
क्वेश्चन ये है कि
잘하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
कोरियन बंदा क्वेश्चन
Well,
पूछ
when
रहा है
I joined
बराबर
the team, it was back in
ये
2022,
ट्रांसलेट कर
and
रही
I
है
saw
फिर
the
वो
former
बोल रहा है
DRX members,
फिर ये
Steph,
जो बोल
Buzz,
रहा है
like
वो
they used to
ट्रांसलेट
say,
ये
kind
करके
of,
ये
you know,
इंग्लिश
that
में
was
कर
my
रही है
source of motivation,
तो जब
having them so
इसको
much
दोनों
success
आते
and
तो
being
यही
able to
सब
perform their
क्यों नहीं
hearts
कर
out
रही
on the stage, and
कौन
to be
लगा
able
उसको
to beat them
पूछ ले
tonight, it means a
जा
lot. But the tears are not because of the trophy today, it's because I feel almost
So
grateful
think
and
about
sorry for my teammates, because the last T1 series I didn't perform, I didn't pull my weight. So I felt like, you know what, today I will do better. I will be helpful for the team, and I will do whatever it takes to beat
इतने
them.
कम एज में कहाँ है
And
देखो
I
हाँ
was
ना
making
अमित भाई
hasty decisions, maybe
हाँ?
not the best decisions for the
और
team,
यहाँ पे
but I
ये
am
एज में
very,
लड़का
very
लोग क्या
thankful
करते
for
हैं
my
चैंपियन
teammates
जीत के
to be
दिखा
able to cover that and lead ourselves to victory tonight.
자, 그리고 이 세상에 우승한 팀에 못하는 팀원이 있는데 우승한 팀은 없거든요. 팬분들도 잘했다고 해주시니까 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
일단 제가 잘하고 싶어서 정말 저희 팀 다 같이 이번 대회 끝나고 후회하지 않기로 약속을 했고, 그만큼 연습도 열심히 했는데 뭔가 제 퍼포먼스는 좋지 않았어서
그가
좀
피카츄
그렇지만
때릴 때
그래도
하사해
저희 끝까지 믿고 응원해주신 팬분들 정말 감사드리고, 꼭 우승 한번 하겠다고 했는데 약속 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, the question was Bane. Although there is a terminology that you guys use, Bane, Baned, but you know it takes the total of 5 players to win. So anything you'd like to say to the fans? And Bane's answer was, well, I'm definitely grateful that I was able to keep up my promise, telling the fans that we would lift the trophy and make them feel happy, and I'm super grateful for that. But I feel like my performance wasn't up to my standard, so I will try my best to deliver better performance in Bangkok.
자, 이어서 퍼시픽 최고의
ट्रॉफी
척후대로
जीतने के बाद भी
이름을
up to the
올렸습니다.
mark
프링
में
선수
तो performance
마이크 들어주시고요. 올해 퍼시픽에서 가장 기대되는 선수로 주목받았는데
कुछ ऐसा
부담도
चीज
많이
यहाँ
들
से
것
आप देख
같습니다.
सकते हैं बे।
본인이 이렇게 활약할 거라는
ट्रॉफी जीते
자신이 있었을 텐데 이렇게 결과까지 나왔습니다.
फिर भी up to the mark नहीं था
일단 스크림에서
भाई वही स्टूडेंट्स है क्या 100 आउट ऑफ 100 आता तो भी गुड हैंडराइटिंग के लिए 5 और एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए रहता
생각을
है
했고 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, the question was, Fring, you are the Pacific's best initiator at the moment, and even though you had a lot of hype and expectations from the fans and also from people who are watching coming into tonight's series, you definitely delivered. And I know you're full of confidence, but did you actually see yourself being this much, you know, having to be able to see this much success and perform this well? And Fring's answer was, well, yeah, this is just what I do during the sprint, so of course we were going to win and I was going to perform tonight.
자, 그리고 마지막으로 프링 선수 앞으로 이제 방콕 가서 마스터스에 가서 세계에 있는 여러 지역의 팀들과 경기를 치러야 되는데 마스터스에 대한 포부 한 말씀 해주시죠.
퍼시픽 킥오프처럼 제가 좀 했던 것처럼 마스터즈 가서도 뭐 별다를 게 없이 거기서 잘하겠습니다.
The question was, now Fring, DRX is heading over to Masters Bangkok. You're going to get to play best teams from each region. So what's your mindset heading into Masters Bangkok? And Fring's answer
Let's
was,
go, G!
I'll do my best and crush
पहला
everyone.
गेम हम लोग का इनके साथ
자, 이어서 현빈 선수 마이크 잡아주시고요. Are you crazy? 완전 미친 활약을 해주셨는데 좀 말도 안 되는 경기력을 킥오프 내내 보여주셨습니다. 이렇게 본인이 이런 정도의 퍼포먼스가 나올 거라고 예상을 하셨는지 그리고 우승 소감까지
प्यार से
전달해
बच्चे को
주시죠.
समझाए फिर भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा
일단 이렇게 퍼포먼스 나올 줄은 솔직히 예상을 못했고.
थैंक्स बोल रहे हैं टीम को जिंक्स करने के लैंग्वेज
뿌듯하고 우승해서.
स्टेज 1 है वो प्लेयर्स तो ये लेकिन स्टेज 1 है.
The question was, Hyunmin, you've been insanely consistent, also insanely performing, always delivering every single series.
Hyunmin
Did you see yourself doing this well in kickoff? And Hyunmin's answer was, no, I didn't really know that I would be this good, but I am very glad to be able to pick up this trophy and perform very well.
그리고 앞으로의 각오와 목표 한 말씀 해주시죠, 현민 선수.
네, 마스터즈 방콕에서도
मटके लग रहे थे ऐसा बोल दे
우승할 수 있도록 잘해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
The question was, what can we look forward to, Hyunmin? And Hyunmin's answer was, well, doing my best in Masters Bangkok.
तुम चाटने पड़ते हैं इतने फनी चीज लिखा वाह लॉल
2024년 최고의 기대주로 평을 받았고 올해 초에는 약간 주춤하나 싶었는데 결국 우리가 알던 플래시백으로 돌아왔습니다. 뭐 위기가 있었을 수도 있는데 어떤 행동을 했는지 팀원들이 그때 어떤 얘기를 해줬는지 좀 궁금합니다.
इसका आंसर मैं देता हूँ. मुझे बहुत ही मजा आया ये गेम खेल के और फाइनली मैं ट्रॉफी उठाऊंगा. लेकिन तुम लोग मेरे को ये उठाते हुए देख सकते हो मेन चैनल पे क्योंकि बंक्स बाय गोटेड स्ट्रीमर को अभी ईएमए भी करना है वॉच पार्टी तो वो सोने जा रहा है. लव यू बंक्स बाय हमें इतना सपोर्ट करने के लिए. और T1 को जिक्स कर देंगे। थैंक
Hey, he's emotional.
ओले 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 ओले